Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The first day of April following a child's 10th birthday was a special day. It was the day they were allowed to register as Pokémon trainers, and begin a journey with a Pokémon of their very own. Some people were given their first Pokémon by friends or family members, while others went to the regional Pokémon professor, who would make sure that every trainer set out with a healthy, capable Pokémon by their side. At least, that was how it was supposed to work. What do you mean, there's none left? Professor Oak did that thing where he looked at Ash like he thought he was an idiot. To be fair, Ash was feeling like a bit of an idiot. Of all the days to break his alarm clock, but that didn't mean the professor had to think it too. I'm afraid so, Ash. Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle have all been chosen by young trainers. Ash's heart sank, but he didn't give up. Please, Professor, there's gotta be something I can have. He couldn't wait to start on his Pokémon journey. He'd already been waiting 10 years. Ash didn't know how long it would take to get new starter Pokémon in, but it would be too long. Professor Oak stroked his chin thoughtfully. As it happens, I do have 2 young Pokémon that might be willing to work with an aspiring young trainer. But, he held up a hand to forestall the barrage of questions. They were both wild Pokémon. Ash nodded in understanding. While the starters of each region were bred and raised specifically for new trainers, Pokémon born in the wild were very different. They weren't used to humans, and would be harder to train. On the other hand, I don't care, said Ash firmly. I'm going to have to catch and raise wild Pokémon if I'm going to be the world's greatest Pokémon Master. I'm not afraid of starting now. Professor Oak held his gaze for a long moment, then his weathered face creased into a smile. Now, how did I know you were going to say that? He moved through to the back room of his laboratory, waving a hand for Ash to follow. I suppose it can't do any harm to meet them. Yes. Thanks, Professor. Oak shook his head, but Ash caught the smile tugging at his face before he turned away. Ash bounded after him, heart hammering in his chest. He had no idea what Pokémon were waiting for him, but he didn't care. Ash had never heard of a Pokémon he didn't think was amazing, and he'd seen enough televised battles to know that any Pokémon could be a strong fighter if trained right. Whatever Oak had, Ash was going to make it the strongest it could be. When Oak turned back, he was holding 2 Pokeballs. One was marked with a small lightning bolt, and Ash frowned at it. What's that for? Oak coughed, and if Ash didn't know better he'd swear the man looked embarrassed. Ah, well, this Pokémon doesn't like being kept in its ball. He sighed. Actually, it refuses to stay in there. I marked it just so I'd remember that it was technically in use. That's so cool. What Pokémon is it? Oak opened his mouth, but before he could say anything there was a soft noise from behind them. Ash spun round, and his eyes widened. A Pikachu. He was moving forward before he could help himself. One of the best trainers Ash had ever seen had used a Pikachu in the Indigo League, and Ash had been amazed by the power such a small Pokémon contained. This Pikachu's cheeks were already sparking, and Ash crouched down and held out a hand. Hi there. My name's Ash, and I'm gonna be a Pokémon Master. Want to come with me? Ash, said Oak, in a warning tone, but Ash kept his eyes on Pikachu, and a bright smile on his face. Pikachu tilted its head to one side, then snorted and turned away. Ash's smile dropped from his face. Really? More sparks shot from Pikachu's cheeks, and this time Ash got the hint and scrambled back. Okay, sorry. Oak patted him sympathetically on the shoulder. He doesn't like me either, he said, somewhat mournfully. I'll probably be releasing him today. Pikachu's ears shot up, and the electric type darted back over to them. Ash looked at the hope in his eyes, and felt the last of his resentment fade. You should do it now. He doesn't want a trainer. He smiled at Pikachu. You want to get strong yourself, don't you? Pikachu nodded warily. Ash sighed, and looked back at Oak. Let him go, he repeated. He would love to train a Pikachu, but he wasn't going to force this one to go with him, not when there was another Pokémon that might actually want to be his partner. Oak's expression betrayed his own surprise, but he nodded. I will, he promised. But let's get you sorted out first. Pikachu hopped onto the table and watched as Oak picked up the other Pokeball. Before he opened it, though, the professor glanced at Ash. Now, don't be offended if he doesn't wake up. Ash frowned, but his attention was immediately diverted by the flash of red light that signified a Pokeball being opened. A moment later, the light cleared to reveal another small yellow Pokémon. This one, though, hovered in midair, tail flicking rhythmically from side to side, and Ash gasped as something seemed to press against his mind. It was gone a moment later, leaving Ash staring at the creature. Which was, as Oak had warned, fast asleep. Ash stared at it for a minute, then turned to Oak. Is it going to do anything? Oak chuckled, and handed over a Pokédex. Why don't you have a little red? Ash did so, and his eyes widened. 18 hours. He was pretty sure he'd never slept that long in his life. Training a Pokémon that needed that much rest would be hard. Then again, Ash flicked through the next couple of entries, and stilled. Oak smiled. They aren't easy Pokémon to train, he said. But the trainers that do, well, they are certainly remembered. Ash nodded slowly, still entranced by the Pokédex page. Psychic types were powerful, and Alakazam were amongst the strongest in the world. If he could train one, then everyone would know he could be a Pokémon Master. No one would be able to argue, or tell him he was an idiot for even trying. Slowly, Ash closed the Pokédex, and walked over to the Abra. It didn't react, but Ash thought about what he had just read, and realized that even while sleeping it had to be aware of his emotions and intentions at the very least. He thought about how much he loved Pokémon, and how much he wanted to meet as many as he could, and become the best he could be, no matter what it took. And Abra's eyes opened. Is that so? Behind them, Oak drew in a sharp breath, but Ash only had eyes for Abra. He opened his mouth, then remembered what he was dealing with, and concentrated as hard as he could. I will be a master, he thought fiercely. I know it's going to be hard, and I know it'll take a long time, but it's my dream, and I'm not giving up on it. Abra regarded him in silence, but it wasn't a bad silence, and Ash smiled. And if you work with me, then I promise I'll help you become as strong as possible. And more importantly, I'll always be your friend. Abra tilted its head to one side, and Ash was struck by a sudden flicker of surprise. The emotion felt disconnected from him, but before he could say anything, Abra sent another coherent thought, you consider that more important? Yes. I don't want Pokémon just to fight with them. I want friends, and partners. I want them to trust me, and to be able to trust them. He paused, not sure how to express himself properly, then realized he didn't have to. He closed his eyes, and concentrated with every fiber of his being on how much he loved Pokémon. I'm going to be a master, and I'm going to do it my way. He opened his eyes again, and met Abra's dark gaze without flinching. Do you want to come with me? Oak stirred at the first spoken part of the conversation, but he didn't interrupt. Ash waited, his heart hammering in his chest. Pikachu had already refused. The other starters were already gone. This was his last chance. Please. Abra held his gaze for a long, terrifying minute, and then he nodded. I suppose I might as well. But I am not calling you master. Ash laughed out loud in sheer joy and relief. I'll never ask you to, he promised. Then he thought about it. Is there anything you want me to call you? A lot of trainers nicknamed their Pokémon, but Ash had never given the matter much thought. Seeing as how he could communicate perfectly well with Abra, though, it seemed rude not to ask. My kind do not recognize each other with names, said his new partner. Abra will suffice. I will know when you are addressing me. Ash grinned. Psychic types were so cool. I take it things are going well. Ash jumped. He'd completely forgotten that Professor Oak was still in the room. Luckily, the old man looked more amused than annoyed, but Ash still felt rather sheepish as he rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah, everything's great, Professor. Abra's agreed to come with me." Oak smiled at the pair of them. "I am very glad to hear it." He handed Ash Abra's Pokeball, along with 5 empty ones and the Pokédex, but before Ash could thank him, Abra yawned and returned himself in a flash of red light. Ash blinked at the Pokeball, and shrugged. "I guess I'll talk to him later." Oak chuckled, but his expression soon turned serious. "You will have to be careful, Ash. Abra have an enormous amount of potential, but they tire easily at this level. Make sure he gets enough sleep, and do not let him strain himself." "I won't," said Ash firmly. "He's my partner, and we're going to look out for each other." Yeah, he wanted to be the best trainer he could be, but not at the expense of his new friend's health. Oak nodded approvingly, and patted him on the shoulder. "Then I'm sure the two of you will do very well together." Ash grinned. "Thanks, Professor. I can't wait to get started." His hand closed tight around Abra's Pokeball. The sooner he left, the sooner he could start getting to know his new friend properly. Oak coughed. "Yes, perfectly understandable. However, might I suggest getting dressed first?" Ash blinked, then felt his face blaze red in mortification. He'd completely forgotten about clothes in his mad rush to the lab, and was still in his pajamas. "Yeah, right." He looked down at himself, and felt his blush darken. He was going to have to walk through town like this. Fortunately, when Ash made it downstairs, he found his mother waiting for him, along with what seemed like most of his neighbors. Delia's eyes lit up at the sight of him. "Ash. How did it go?" Ash beamed at her. "I got an Abra." Delia blinked and looked at Oak, who shrugged. "The others had been taken," he said. "But I think Ash and Abra will work very well together." Delia didn't quite look convinced. "But I thought Abra couldn't learn any actual attacks." "He will," said Ash promptly. "We're gonna work really hard, and catch lots of other Pokémon too." He patted Abra's Pokeball. "We'll be fine, Mom." She hesitated, but after a moment her face softened into a smile. "I'm sure you will, but you'll still call me every night, young man." Ash pulled a face, but didn't argue. Delia's eyes sparkled, and she handed him an armful of clothes. "Now, why don't you ask Professor Oak if you can borrow a room to dress? Unless you want to head to Viridian City in your pajamas." "Mom." 10 minutes later, Ash was ready to go. His bag was packed, his Pokédex was in his pocket, and 6 Pokeballs were clipped to his belt. His neighbors gathered round with well wishes and last bits of advice, and Professor Oak shook his hand, until finally Ash was left with just Delia. His mother's eyes were suspiciously bright, but she smiled at him. "You will call me whenever you get to a Pokémon Center," she said firmly. "And make sure you eat properly. Don't spend all your money on TMs." Ash shuffled impatiently. "I won't, Mom." He had been getting the same lecture for the past month. "And don't push yourself too hard. You're only 10, and you've got plenty of time before the Indigo League." "Yeah, I know, Mom. And make sure you change your underwear every day. Mom." Ash yelped. "I'm going right now." But he didn't protest when she pulled him in for a quick hug. He firmly ignored the prickling in his own eyes and stepped back. "I'll call you later." "You'd better. Take care, Ash." Ash waved, and set off in the direction of the path to Viridian City. He glanced back at the outskirts of Pallet Town. Most of his neighbors had disappeared, but he recognized his mother's slender form, and the silver of Professor Oak's hair, and had to swallow down the lump in his throat. This was the best day of his life, but he was still leaving the only home he had ever known. But Ash had never been one to dwell on the past. The open road lay before him, a road full of new friends and new challenges. The sun was warm on his face, and Abra's Pokeball rocked on his belt, and Ash couldn't hold back a triumphant laugh. He was on his way, and nobody was going to stop him. Pure excitement bubbled up in his chest, and he launched himself forward. "Come on, Abra," he shouted. "It's a long way to the Pokémon League." He wasn't really expecting a reply, but a moment later his steps faltered and he nearly fell as a sigh reverberated within his mind. "What dash? I am literally attached to you. There is no need to shout, especially when some of us are trying to sleep." Ash winced, but lowered his voice. "Sorry." Then he paused. "Wait, are you going to be listening all the time?" He wasn't sure how he felt about that. As much as he wanted to get to know his new friend, he didn't think he wanted all his thoughts to be shared. There was another sigh, and this time it was joined by the distinct impression of Abra rolling his eyes. "I did say I would know when you were addressing me. Communicating like this isn't as easy as I'm making it look." Ash nodded. "Got it. I'll let you get some sleep then." There was no verbal reply, but Ash got a sudden feeling of approval, and smiled. This would take some getting used to, but he couldn't deny that it was cool. It was a perfect day for setting out on his journey. The sun was warm on his back, but not too hot, and the clouds in the sky looked far away. A pair of Rattata raced past before vanishing into the grass, and Ash threw back his head and basked in the joy of finally being on his way. He hadn't gone far before he spotted something interesting. Ash had spent a lot of time thinking about what sort of Pokemon he wanted, and a good flying type had been at the top of his list. He liked walking, but flying would just be cool. Since Pidgeot were both fairly common in Kanto, and known as one of the fastest species in the world, seeing a lone Pidgey pecking at the soil by the edge of the road was exactly what Ash had been waiting for. He bit back the urge to start yelling, and grabbed for an empty Pokeball. "All right," he whispered. "Let's do this." He raised the ball ready to throw, only to pause when another ball at his belt burst open. Abra materialized next to him, and fixed him with a flat look. "You do remember that you are supposed to weaken them first." Ash blushed, and replaced the Pokeball on his belt. Yeah, course I did." He pointed at the Pidgey. "Can you attack that Pidgey?" Abra eyed the oblivious flying type, and for the first time Ash thought he looked uncertain. "I think I can hold him in place," he said after a moment. "But not for long." Ash frowned. "We'll have to get you a decent attack after this." Maybe he should have a proper look through the Pokédex. There had to be something in there about what moves Abra could learn. First though, they had a Pidgey to catch. Ash glanced round, then brightened. "Hey, can you move things with your powers?" Abra frowned. "Within reason, but again, not for long." "It won't need to be for long," Ash assured him. "Just long enough for you to hit it with something hard enough to stun it." "That doesn't sound very sporting," Abra muttered, but he did levitate slightly higher in the air and look around. "Does this mean I'm using Rock Throw?" Ash grinned. "Sure, and it sounds fair enough to me. Bruno's Pokemon throw things at their opponents all the time." Abra sighed, but waved a claw and a rock the size of Ash's fist rose slowly into the air. "All right. Let's see if this works." He gestured, and the rock flew at the unsuspecting Pidgey. Unfortunately, it didn't fly very fast. The Pidgey had plenty of time to see the incoming missile, and it launched itself into the air with a mocking chirp. The rock sailed out of sight, and Abra frowned. "Perhaps I should have started with something smaller." "Maybe," Ash agreed. "But it was good for a first try. It was on target and everything. We'll just have to practice." "This sounds like a lot of effort," Abra grumbled. "Well, yeah, I guess, but it'll be worth it. There are loads of ways you could use something like that in a battle, and I bet it'll be just as useful when we're out exploring." Just thinking about the possibilities was enough to get him excited, but Abra just sighed. Ash rolled his eyes fondly, but before he could say anything else the quiet of the morning was disturbed by a shriek of rage. Ash froze. Hey, Abra. Where did that rock end up? Abra stiffened. Warily he floated a little higher. Ash took a few steps forward and gulped. Ah-oh. The two of them were standing at the edge of a gentle slope. At the bottom of the slope was a flock of Spearow. One of the Spearow was squawking angrily, and next to it. Ah, said Abra quietly. Oops. Ash swallowed, and started to back up. Come on. Let's get out of here before they realize it was us. Naturally, that was the moment when the Spearow looked up. It zeroed in on Ash and Abra, and its eyes gleamed with manic hate. Ash glanced at Abra. Run. No, let's stay and wait for them to get organized. Yes, run. Ash didn't have time to tell him to cut the sarcasm. He just grabbed his partner and ran for it. It was just as well Abra weighed next to nothing. Ash slung him onto his shoulders so that he was sitting on his backpack, and took off as fast as his legs could carry him, but he could hear the Spearow calling its friends, and seconds later came the terrifying noise of hundreds of wings cutting through the air towards them. Ash cursed and picked up the pace. He wasn't sure if he could outrun one Spearow, let alone an entire flock, but he had to try. Abra was counting on him. I don't want to alarm you, said Abra quietly. But they are catching up. And they are very angry. Ash gritted his teeth, and sped up. He didn't have any breath to spare for talking, but then again. Can't you do anything? Tell them we didn't mean it. I did. They don't care. Then his carefully controlled tone changed to alarm. Ash, duck. Ash threw himself sideways, and felt wind whip at his cheeks as a Spearow missed him by inches. He changed direction, but there were Spearow ahead of him as well as behind now, and he knew it was no good. There was a river nearby, and a forest up ahead, but he knew he would never reach either before the Spearow attacked. There was only one thing to do, and Ash didn't hesitate. Abra, he gasped. You have to get in your Pokeball. It was a long few seconds before Abra replied. I beg your pardon. Ash ducked a flashing talon by inches, and shook his head. Get in your Pokeball, he repeated. You'll be safe there. But you dash. Don't worry about me. I'll be, gah. Distracted by the argument, Ash hadn't seen the other Spearow. White fire blazed down his cheek, and he stumbled, and lost his footing. He had enough presence of mind to land on his stomach, rather than crush his partner, but then he could only cover his head as the rest of the Spearow attacked. Now, Abra, he pleaded. You have to be safe. Abra was on the ground next to him, staring up at the rapidly approaching Spearow, but at Ash's words, he turned to face Ash and Ash gasped. His partner's eyes were wide open, and blazing with fury. No, he said. We have to be safe. He raised his hands, and Ash's eyes widened in horror. Wait, you're not strong enough. Dash. Teleport. Traveling by teleport was not an experience that Ash would recommend. He felt like he was being pulled and twisted apart, with every limb being yanked in a different direction. He couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything, and when he tried to scream he couldn't even open his mouth. He had no idea if Abra was with him, or if his partner had stretched himself too far and Ash would be stuck in this twisted hell forever. Then there was solid ground under his hands, and the sun was warm on his head, and Ash sked in air like he would never get the chance again. We are never doing that again, he managed, in between gasps. Never. He waited, but the sarcastic reply he was expecting never came. Despite the warmth of the day, Ash suddenly felt cold as ice. Abra? Every muscle hurt, but Ash dragged himself to his feet. If Abra hadn't come, if he had been left for the mercy of the Spearow. What did I tell you about shouting? Ash spun around so fast he almost tripped over his own feet. There, lying a few feet away, was Abra, but Ash's pounding heart only sped up. He stumbled over and dropped to his knees next to his partner. Abra. Abra looked terrible. His golden skin had turned an unhealthy shade of yellow, and he hadn't moved a muscle. If not for the faint flicker of warmth in the back of his mind, Ash would think him unconscious, or worse. Long distance. Passenger. Interesting. Not doing that again for a while. Ash choked out a laugh that was more of a sob. His hand trembled when it touched Abra's head, and Ash didn't care in the slightest. You saved us. Abra still didn't move, but the warmth in Ash's mind brightened a little. Partners. We save each other. Ash's eyes stung, and he had to take a moment to wipe them. Yeah. We do. He took a deep breath, and forced himself to think. You need to rest. He didn't recognize his surroundings at all. Abra could have brought them halfway across the region for all he knew. He was certainly tired enough. Safe place, Abra sent softly. His voice was not early fainter, but he cracked open an eye enough to glare at Ash. Even you should be able to stay out of trouble for a few hours. Hey, Ash muttered, but his friend did kind of have a point. Less than an hour into his journey, and they had already had a near-death experience. His cheek stung at the reminder, and he forced away the terror with an effort. Instead, he took Abra's pokeball and held it out. Sleep, he repeated. I'll be fine. Abra held his gaze a moment longer, but was too exhausted to argue. He vanished with a flash of red light, and Ash cradled the ball carefully in his hands. Thank you, he whispered. Despite the warmth of the day, he couldn't stop himself from shivering. That had been far too close. If Abra hadn't been able to get them away, if he had been just a little bit more tired. Ash gritted his teeth, and forced that thought away. They were okay. They had survived. They would train, and they would make sure that the next time they ran into trouble, they were able to handle it better. And they would run into trouble, Ash had no doubts about that. It was funny really, Ash had always concentrated on the fun parts of being on a journey, meeting new people and Pokémon, training hard, winning through all the gyms until he finally reached the Indigo League. He had never really considered the reality, that he was on his own, in a world filled with creatures that could kill him with hardly any effort, with only one relatively weak Pokémon to defend him. They had gotten lucky once. They couldn't count on that again. Ash's hand closed around Abra's Pokeball, and he took a deep breath. Never again, he promised. We're going to get stronger. And then nothing is going to stop us. He was still going to be the world's greatest Pokémon Master. If he was the strongest trainer in the world, then his Pokémon, his friends, would be safe. Until then, Ash would do whatever it took to look after Abra, and anyone else he might meet in the future. For now, though, Ash only had Abra, and until he knew his friend was all right, he wasn't going anywhere. He had the vague idea of finding a Pokémon Center, but looking around brought absolutely no clues as to his whereabouts. There wasn't even a path he could follow, and until Abra recovered, Ash was wary about venturing any further into the woods. He had learned his lesson about antagonizing wild Pokémon. Bushes rustled behind him, and Ash swallowed. Professor Oak's words echoed in his ears, the first thing he said to anyone who wanted to learn about Pokémon. Do not go into any area of wild Pokémon, whether long grass, forest, cave, or sea, without a partner of your own for protection. Still clutching his exhausted partner's Pokeball, Ash slowly turned around. Ash had been looking forward to his Pokémon journey for as long as he could remember. He had had it all planned out, what Pokémon he would choose, where they would go, what they would catch first, where their first gym battle would be. He had known exactly what he was going to do. So far, absolutely nothing had gone to plan. Instead of a Squirtle, or Bulbasaur, or even a Charmander, he had left Pallet Town with an Abra that didn't know any actual attacks. Then, not even an hour later, when he did try to catch another Pokémon, they had been attacked by a horde of Spearow. Only Abra's ability to teleport had saved them, but now Ash didn't have the faintest idea where they were, and Abra was completely exhausted. That would be bad enough, but Ash wasn't too surprised when things got even more complicated. It had been just that kind of day. So there he was. Alone, but for a single Pokémon that was in absolutely no shape to fight, with no idea where he was, and no way of calling for help. And now he was surrounded by wild Pokémon. Normally, Ash would have been delighted by the opportunity. He was finally seeing Pokémon in the wild, rather than at Professor Oak's ranch, and there were species he hadn't seen even there. He recognized a few of them, only an idiot wouldn't recognize Caterpie and Weedle and their evolutions, but the rest were new to him. He could recognize the fact that they were angry though. That was pretty clear. Ash swallowed, and slowly began to back away. He was starting to regret not paying more attention when Professor Oak lectured them all about all the different species native to Kanto. He really needed to start looking through his Pokédex properly. He reached for the gadget on his pocket, only to freeze as a Pokémon he did recognize moved to the front of the group. Bulbasaur. Ash had always liked Bulbasaur. Not quite as much as Squirtle perhaps, but they were still awesome Pokémon. Seeing one in the wild was a real streak of luck. Or it would be, if Ash had any way of battling it. As it was, he was more alarmed by the fact that the Bulbasaur looked like the most angry Pokémon of the lot. 2 vines had already extended, and Ash could read enough into its body language to know that it was ready to attack at any second. He might be able to run, but this was the Pokémon's home turf. Besides, Ash had had enough of running for one day. He took a deep breath, and raised his hands. "Hey, I'm not going to hurt you," he said. "Any of you. I promise." The Bulbasaur's eyes narrowed. None of the other Pokémon looked particularly convinced either. Ash liked suddenly dry lips, and tried again. "My name's Ash, from Pallet Town. Today is my very first day as a trainer." Inspiration struck, and he held out Abra's Pokeball. "And I couldn't battle any of you, even if I wanted to. I've only got one Pokémon, and he's completely exhausted." Bulbasaur's eyes narrowed, and his glare moved from Ash to the Pokeball. Ash frowned, then his stomach lurched as understanding hit, and he pulled his hand back. "No. No, I won't let you touch him." He clipped the ball firmly back onto his belt, and glared at the Bulbasaur. "He's my friend," he growled. "He just saved my life, and if you want to battle him, you'll have to go through me." It was a stupid thing to say. Even weak Pokémon would have no problems injuring or killing a 10-year-old human, and Ash could tell that this Bulbasaur was not a weak Pokémon, but he couldn't help himself. In his weakened state Abra was in danger, and he was only in that state because he had saved Ash's life. Ash would do whatever it took to repay that debt, no matter the risk. The Bulbasaur seemed to know it too. Its vines were still extended in readiness, but it pet its head to one side as if it were listening. It made no move to attack at least, and that was all the encouragement Ash needed. "I don't want to fight," he said softly. "I just want to get somewhere where my Pokémon can recover safely. I won't try to catch any of your friends, I promise." A Paras clicked its mandibles in what Ash would swear was derision, and a small green plant-like Pokémon ducked even further behind a pair of Kakuna, but Ash kept his eyes on the Bulbasaur. That was the one that would make a decision, and somehow Ash could tell that the rest of the group would follow its lead. He could only hope that the wild Pokémon could see that he meant every single word he had said. It felt like forever, but was really only a few minutes. Bulbasaur finally pulled its vines back, and sat back on its haunches, and Ash let out a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding. "Thank you," he whispered. "We won't cause any trouble." Bulbasaur grunted something. Ash was willing to bet that Abra would have translated it as, "You'd better not," but that was all right. Ash would be wary of strange trainers appearing out of thin air too. At least the other Pokémon seemed more reassured by the turn of events. The Paras, and a few of the other bug types disappeared back into the undergrowth, but the little Pokémon Ash hadn't recognized bounced over to Ash and butted cheerfully against his shin. Ash laughed, and crouched down to pat the budding leaves that made up its head. "It's nice to meet you too," he said. "I'm sorry for scaring you." He paused, and looked the Pokémon up and down. It was almost certainly a grass type, but beyond that he was lost. Then he imagined what Abra would say, and his cheeks heated as he grabbed his Pokédex from his pocket. He really needed to remember he had a complete database on every known Pokémon with him. The screen lit up, and Ash studied the readout. Mewtwo, he read. Grass and poison type, native to Hoenn and Sinnoh. Ash paused, and lowered the Pokédex to stare at the Mewtwo. It wasn't unheard of to encounter Pokémon that were native to other regions, but it was unusual for them to be this young. Then again, it also wasn't usual to find a Bulbasaur protecting a whole bunch of other Pokémon. He shrugged it off. He'd get an explanation eventually. In the meantime, he smiled at his new friend. Hi, Mewtwo, he said. Sorry for scaring you. The Mewtwo beamed up at him, and Ash smiled back, pleased to be so easily forgiven. Encouraged by the success, a Bellsprout and a Rattata came over to join their friend, and Ash was soon surrounded by Pokémon. None of them were aggressive towards him in any way, they seemed more curious than anything else, and Ash was just as pleased to be able to meet new friends. It would have been the perfect opportunity to ask if any of them wanted to come with him, but Ash had promised not to catch anything, and he kept his promises. He would have plenty of time for that in the future. The only one that hung back was Bulbasaur. The designated protector of the group continued to sit and bask in the sunlight a short distance away from them, but Ash noticed that its gaze never left the little group. One wrong move, and Ash knew that it would have no doubts whatsoever about attacking. Ash didn't mind. He couldn't be mad at someone who so clearly cared about other Pokémon. If anything, it made him admire the Bulbasaur even more, but he kept his distance too. If he was going to earn the Bulbasaur's trust, he was going to have to tread very carefully. As pleased as he was to meet them all though, Abra's Pokeball was an unforgettable weight on his belt. Ash looked round at them. It's really nice to meet you all, but do you know if there's anywhere safe nearby? My Abra needs help. The Pokémon arranged a series of incomprehensible looks and sounds. Bulbasaur frowned and padded forward, but before he could do anything, Ash's stomach gave a loud rumble. Ash winced. Guess I'm getting kind of hungry too. Now that he thought about it, he was definitely hungry. The sun had risen high in the sky while he was convincing the wild Pokémon he meant no harm, and Ash had been so excited to leave that morning that he had skipped breakfast. His stomach rumbled again, even more loudly this time, and Ash grimaced. It was definitely time for lunch. Before he could start raiding his rucksack, though, Mewtwo hopped over to Bulbasaur, and the two of them began a short, but intense conversation. Ash didn't have the faintest idea what was going on, but judging from the way Bulbasaur's eyes had narrowed, he guessed that the Bulbasaur didn't like it. He frowned and got to his feet. Hey, is everything all right? Both Pokémon paused their argument long enough to look up at him. Bulbasaur's eyes narrowed and he looked between the two of them, then he finally sighed, and turned away. Mewtwo beamed and bounced over to stand in front of Ash, before nudging at his ankle. Ash stared down at her. You want me to go with you? No wonder Bulbasaur had not looked very happy. He was not arguing though, merely glaring at Ash, so Ash decided it must be okay to follow Mewtwo's lead. He grabbed his bag, made sure Abra's Pokeball was still clipped to his belt, and looked down at the little grass type. After you then, I guess. Without the Pokémon guiding him, Ash would have been lost within minutes. There was still no path in sight, and with the trees blocking out the sun, Ash didn't have the faintest idea which direction they were going. Mewtwo and Bulbasaur didn't hesitate, following some secret way of their own, with Mewtwo glancing back every few steps to make sure Ash was still with them. Ash tripped over a tree root, and pulled a face. Hey, don't suppose we're nearly there? Bulbasaur glanced back long enough to give a rather disgruntled shake of his head. Mewtwo let out a cheerful squeak, and bounced ahead of them. Her leaves dipped forwards, and she turned back to them expectantly. Ash brightened. We are. Awesome. Maybe there would be someone who could have a look at Abra. His friend had seemed okay, other than being completely exhausted, but Ash wanted to make sure. He followed Mewtwo around another clump of bushes, then stopped short. Whoa! Ash wasn't one to pay much attention to nature, but even he had to admit that the little cottage sitting by the edge of the crystal-clear lake, surrounded by lush green forests, made a pretty cool picture. From where he was standing he could see more Pokémon of all different species gathered quite peacefully around the house, and the sight made him smile. This is really cool. You both live here? Mewtwo nodded cheerfully, and started towards its friends. Bulbasaur rolled his eyes and followed, leaving Ash to hurry after them. Hey, wait up! His shouting attracted the attention of the other Pokémon. All of them tensed, and some even started gathering energy for attacks, but Bulbasaur barked something, and to Ash's astonishment, every single Pokémon subsided. They still watched him, but they returned to their previous occupations, and Mewtwo joined them with a bright smile. You're lucky. Bulbasaur doesn't trust many trainers here. Ash jumped, and spun round to find himself face to face with a teenage girl. She looked to be a few years older than him, and was dressed in practical clothes with her long hair tied back. She was balancing several bowls of Pokémon food expertly on her arms, and she smiled as she met his eyes. Take some of these for me, will you? Ash blinked, then jumped forward. Right. He took the bowls in her hands and set them down in front of the Pokémon. Okay guys, tuck in. The Pokémon needed no encouragement. The girl set another bowl at the water's edge and started throwing food to the Magikarp and Staryu in the water. Ash joined her, and she gave him another smile. I'm Melanie, by the way. Ash grinned at her. Nice to meet you. I'm Ash, from Pallet Town. He gave her a curious look. What did you mean when you said I was lucky? Melanie took a moment to pass a handful of food to a shy little Horsia, before raising an eyebrow at Ash. You might have noticed that Bulbasaur isn't the most trusting of Pokémon. Ash snorted. Yeah, I got that. He looked round at the happily playing Pokémon. But I think I can see why now. Melanie rose to her feet, brushing dust from her jeans, and smiled at him. This is a sanctuary for Pokémon, she said. Especially Pokémon that have had bad experiences with humans in the past. Bulbasaur feels responsible for protecting all of them. Bad experiences? Ash repeated, with a frown, then he caught himself and grimaced. Despite the best efforts of the police, gym leaders, and concerned organizations, Ash had heard enough stories from Professor Oak to know that not everyone appreciated Pokémon like they should. Melanie's face was equally grim. Some people do not deserve to be trainers. Ash looked over to where Bulbasaur was standing guard over Mewtwo and the others, and just nodded. Melanie scattered the last of the food, and started collecting the empty bowls. So, how did you meet Bulbasaur? She asked. And how did you get here from Pallet Town so fast? It wasn't surprising that she knew he was a new trainer. Professor Oak's Pokémon distribution dates were well known, but Ash was suddenly too preoccupied to think about that. Abra. Melanie blinked. What dash? My starter, said Ash impatiently. We got attacked by a flock of Spearow and we couldn't fight, so he teleported us all the way here, but he was really tired afterwards. Dash. Ash, slow down, Melanie interrupted. You say he teleported you from Pallet Town? Ash nodded, and she started in the direction of the little cottage. Then it's probably just exhaustion, but I'll have a look just to be sure. Ash followed, his heart pounding with a mixture of relief and guilt. They were lucky to have found someone who could help, but he couldn't believe he'd just forgotten about his partner like that. Abra had saved his life. He deserved better. Ash gritted his teeth. From now on, his Pokémon came first. Abra didn't stir when Ash released him onto the cot in the corner, but Melanie took one look at the little psychic type and blinked. I know this Abra. Ash stared at her. You do. Then he thought about it and brightened. So that's why he brought us this way. He knew we'd be safe here. Melanie smiled and began a careful examination of the exhausted Pokémon. Abra are very intelligent, and this one used to visit us quite often. It's not surprising that he would think of this place as a sanctuary. Ash smiled, pleased to have an explanation. He would be even happier when Abra woke up, but at least he knew they would both be safe here. Melanie finished her examination and smiled at Ash. "He'll be fine," she said gently. "He'll sleep for even longer than usual, but he should be back to normal in a day or two." Ash let out a long breath and sat down in one of the wooden chairs. "Thanks," he said. He hesitated, but it was worth a shot. "Is it all right if we stay until he's better? I mean, I can take him to a Pokémon Center, but Ash, do you really think I'm going to let you go wandering through these woods with only an exhausted Abra for company?" Melanie interrupted. "Of course you can stay the night." Her eyes twinkled. "Provided you make yourself useful and help keep an eye on my other guests." Ash laughed. "I can do that." It was really the least he could do, and spending a couple of days looking after rare Pokémon was hardly going to be a problem. Melanie nodded in approval, but just as she opened her mouth to reply there was an excited squeak. Ash jumped and glanced round in time to see something small and pink disappear behind a corner. "What dash?" Melanie smiled and rose to her feet. "I suppose I should probably tell you if you're going to be staying." She walked across the room and crouched down. "It's all right," she said gently. "This is Ash. He's a friend." There was silence for a moment, then a little pink Pokémon inched around the doorframe. Ash smiled, and squatted next to Melanie. "Hi there," he said. "I'm Ash. It's nice to meet you." The Pokémon ducked behind Melanie's ankles with another squeak, and Melanie gave Ash a rueful smile. "She's a little shy." Ash nodded. "What kind of Pokémon is she?" "A Happiny," Melanie replied. "They're the unevolved form of Chansey." Ash's eyes widened. "That's so cool. I didn't know Chansey evolved from anything." Melanie smiled, and lifted her friend into her arms. Happiny huddled against her chest, sparing a quick wary glance in Ash's direction, and Melanie patted her head. "Not all of them do," she said. "But if a Chansey is holding a particular type of incense, then their egg will hatch into a Happiny." Ash frowned. That sounded a lot more complicated than anything Professor Oak had told him. Then again, Ash had always been more interested by the idea of battling than breeding. His confusion must have shown on his face, for Melanie shook her head. "It's not important. She's been practicing her healing moves though, so she should be able to help Abra recover more quickly." Ash brightened at that. "Really? Thank you so much." His voice rose in his excitement and Happiny shrank back, but any apology was cut off by the vine that flicked at Ash's ankles. Ash yelped, and looked down to find Bulbasaur glaring at him. "What was that for?" Bulbasaur growled and moved to stand in front of Melanie, who winced. "Bulbasaur is a little protective of her," she said. Bulbasaur continued to glare at Ash, and she sighed. "Perhaps you could wait outside while she works." As much as Ash wanted to be there for Abra, he wasn't quite stupid enough to argue with Bulbasaur. He slipped past and out the door, where he was promptly tackled by an excited little grass type. "Whoa! Take it easy there." Mewtwo shuffled back with an apologetic squeak, and Ash couldn't hold on to his irritation. He crouched and patted his new friend's head. "It's okay," he said. Mewtwo brightened immediately, and promptly launched itself at Ash's chest. The impact was just enough to knock him off balance, and Ash winced as he sat down hard in the grass. "You sure have a lot of energy." Mewtwo chirped happily and hopped off Ash's chest in the direction of the other Pokémon, then paused and waved her leaves at him. Ash blinked, then grinned. "Okay, I'm coming." Ash spent the next hour playing with Mewtwo and some of the other visiting Pokémon, including what his Pokédex identified as an Oddish, a Weepinbell, and a Farfetch'd, but despite his best efforts, Ash wasn't able to keep his thoughts from wandering back to the cottage. Sure, Melanie had said that Abra would be fine, but it was one of those things that Ash needed to hear from himself. Something bumped against his ankle, and Ash looked down to see Beauty watching him in obvious concern. A smile came without an effort. The little grass type was proving surprisingly good at noticing when he was getting upset. Ash shook himself and picked up his new friend. Come on, let's see if Bulbasaur will let us in yet. Bulbasaur was soaking up the sun in front of the house, but as soon as Ash approached its eyes snapped open and it let out a low growl. Ash stopped and scowled. Hey, I'm not gonna do anything. I just need to know if my friend is okay. Beauty added an emphatic squeak. Bulbasaur continued to glare at them, but just as Ash was opening his mouth to continue the argument, the door swung open and Melanie stepped out, Happiny in her arms. She paused at the sight of Ash and smiled. He's awake. Ash needed no further encouragement. Thanks, he called, as he darted past her. Beauty fidgeted in his arms, but Ash only had eyes for his partner, who looked fast asleep. Ash huffed a laugh, and slumped into the chair next to him. You really had me worried there. I'll try not to make a habit of it. Especially if you're going to start fights the minute I close my eyes. Bulbasaur was the one who wanted to fight, Ash protested, but he was smiling so hard his cheeks hurt. Warm amusement brushed against his mind, and he settled back into the chair. How are you feeling? Tired. How are you feeling that's different from normal? Ash clarified, with a grin. Abra snorted. I'm fine. He paused, dark eyes flickering to Beauty. I see you've made a friend. Beauty chirped in agreement, and Ash patted her on the head. Yeah, she's awesome. He chewed on his lip from a moment, grin fading. Abra? I'm sorry you got hurt, said Ash quietly. I should have been more careful. Abra eyed him. I don't recall you hitting a Spearow with a rock. Ash opened his mouth, but the psychic type beat him to it. It was an accident. I wasn't paying enough attention, and I'm sorry too. We'll both do better next time. Ash swallowed, then nodded firmly. Yeah, we will. He felt the now familiar dry amusement, and let himself relax for the first time all day. They had learned their lesson and they would be more careful, and above all, they were getting to get stronger. Neither had to speak, they knew it was true. The moment was broken when Beauty shifted on Ash's lap. Abra glanced at her, then at Ash. She likes you. Ash opened his mouth, then caught himself and concentrated. I like her too. He felt the silent question. And lifted one shoulder in a faint shrug. Dunno yet. Abra eyed him a moment longer, then closed his eyes again. I'll leave you to it. Don't wake me up. Ash rolled his eyes. Wouldn't dream of it, he murmured. There was no reply, and Ash spared a moment to marvel at his friend's ability to fall asleep at the slightest opportunity. Beauty wriggled out of his lap and onto a folded blanket with an imperious squeak, and it took Ash only a second to get the message. Thanks, he whispered to her, as he spread the blanket over Abra. His starter sent a fuzzy flicker of appreciation, and Ash picked up Beauty and made his way back over to where Melanie was mixing medicines at the table. She looked up as he sat down opposite her. He'll be fine by tomorrow, she said quietly. Try not to worry. It was easier to smile now that he had actually spoken to his partner. Right. He craned his neck to look at the herbs and berries in front of her. What's all this? Melanie scooped some tangy-smelling salve into a jar. Just some basic medicines. Happiny is too young to heal every injury that comes by, and it's useful to have some alternatives for the Pokémon that are wary of human medicines. Ash nodded thoughtfully. He had potions and other items with him, but maybe it would help to know a bit about this kind of thing. He and Abra hadn't exactly managed to stay out of trouble so far. Melanie caught his eye and smiled. I can show you some if you'd like. Ash grinned back. Thanks. He turned to look at the array of berries on the table, but before he could ask any questions, Beauty wriggled out of his arms and hopped back over to where Abra was sleeping. Ash started to follow, but paused when Melanie shook her head. "She's just going to keep an eye on him," she murmured. Her smile turned rueful. "It's not like she doesn't know all this already." Ash lowered his own voice. "Hey, Melanie. You know you said some Pokémon were here 'cause they'd had bad experiences with humans." He trailed off, unsure how to finish the question. Melanie's smile faded. "Yes," she said softly. Mewtwo was abandoned by her original trainer. Ash had suspected as much, given how unusual it was to find one in Kanto, but the knowledge still left him gritting his teeth. Melanie didn't take her eyes from the grass type as she continued. "Bulbasaur found her a few months ago. I don't think she really likes staying here, but she's too young to go out into the wild by herself." Bulbasaur growled in acknowledgement, and Ash looked down to see him rocking the sleepy Happiny in his vines. Even with most of his attention on her, he was still keeping an eye on Mewtwo. Ash scratched his head. "He really looks after everyone here, doesn't he?" Melanie's smile turned a little rueful. "I've told him he should go and see the world, but he cares too much about Happiny and the others. It's a shame really. I try to encourage the Pokémon that come here to return to the wild, or find themselves a friend when they can." Ash didn't need the not-so-subtle mental nudge from his starter to catch the lead. "All of them?" Melanie opened her mouth, but before she could say anything Mewtwo launched herself into Ash's lap with an excited shriek. Ash quickly steadied her, and smiled to find her vibrating with anticipation. "I guess that answers that question." He glanced up at Melanie. "If that's okay, I mean." Bulbasaur let out a low grumble but didn't move. Melanie's eyes narrowed as she looked at them, then her face broke into a smile. "She's met a few trainers passing through, and she's never liked them as much as you. And she is old enough." Ash blinked, then laughed and hugged his new friend. "Hear that, Mewtwo? You want to come with me?" He might not be able to communicate with her as easily as with Abra, but there was no mistaking her response. Seeing no point in wasting time, Ash grabbed a Pokeball from his bag, then paused and grinned at Abra. So much for having to fight them first. Abra didn't move, but Ash could feel him rolling his eyes. Ash didn't care. He watched Mewtwo vanish into the Pokeball, and wondered if it was possible to explode from happiness. Abra was going to be fine, and now they had a new friend to continue their journey with. It had been an awesome day after all. Ash left Melanie's sanctuary bright and early the next morning. Abra was fully recovered and snoozing quite contentedly in his Pokeball, while Mewtwo bounced at his feet. She was busy saying goodbye to Bulbasaur and Happiny, and Melanie took the opportunity to give Ash a few final tips. "Remember that those herbs will make your Pokémon feel a lot better, but they're also horribly bitter, so don't expect them to like it. Berries are a much nicer option, but at least the herbs won't spoil." "I'll remember," Ash promised. He was a lot better supplied than he had been when he left Pallet Town, that was for sure. Melanie smiled at him. "Remember to come back and visit. We'd all love to see how you're all getting on." "You got it." He glanced down at Mewtwo, who chirped and returned herself to her Pokeball with a final cheerful wave, and then took a deep breath. "Okay then. Thanks for everything, Melanie. Take care, Bulbasaur." He started down the path, only to pause when Melanie called after him, "Ash, Cerulean is the other way." Ash blushed, and corrected himself. Stupid Forest looked the same in every direction. Heading for Cerulean had been a fairly easy decision to make. It was closer than either Celadon or Saffron, and it had a gym that specialized in water types, a fact that both Ash and Mewtwo had found very interesting. Abra had gone with sleeping over expressing a preference, so they had settled on Cerulean. Ash didn't even try to keep the smile from his face. It would take about a week to reach the city, but that just meant there would be plenty of time for training. He might even catch something else. Abra and Mewtwo were awesome, and gym leaders never went too hard on beginner trainers, but it still couldn't hurt to have more options. More importantly, this was his first real step on the road to becoming a Pokémon Master. It was a great day to be a trainer. It was just Ash and his Pokémon, and the open road. Hey, you! Or maybe not. Ash spun round and found himself face to face with a purple-haired boy about his own age. There were 3 Pokeballs on his belt, and a cocky smile on his face. Ash grinned back. Hi. You're a trainer, right? You got it, said the boy. Now battle me. Ash felt the flicker at the back of his mind that indicated Abra was paying attention, but that question wasn't one he needed to think about. Yeah, let's do it. Hold it, called a sharp voice, and Ash blinked as a teenager came jogging up to them. He looked enough like the boy that they had to be related, and the frown on his face as he looked at Ash's challenger only supported that conclusion. What have I told you, Paul? Paul blushed slightly, and drew himself up as he turned back to Ash. Hello, my name is Paul. Would you like to have a battle with me? Ash blinked again, then smiled. Sure. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. He held out his hand, and Paul shook it with a smile. The older boy nodded approvingly. That's better. And I'm Reggie, Paul's older brother. Ash eyed him. He wasn't old, not like his mom or Professor Oak, but he was way older than them. You're not doing the gym challenge, are you? Reggie laughed, but it was Paul who answered. He did that ages ago. He's got badges from all over the home islands. Ash's jaw dropped. That's so cool. Most people didn't even complete their home region's challenge, let alone anywhere else. Paul smirked at the acknowledgement of his brother's skill, but Reggie rubbed the back of his head rather sheepishly. I like traveling. Anyway, there's this new challenge I'm trying now, and so Paul's starting his journey here instead of back home in Sinnoh. I've got my first badge already, said Paul proudly. He grabbed a case from his bag, and held out a shiny badge. Erica was so easy. That's so cool. The name rang a faint bell. Ash made a mental note to look up gym leaders, and felt Abra roll his eyes. Paul was grinning as he carefully replaced his badge case. Yeah, I know. How many badges do you have? None yet, Ash admitted. But I only started yesterday, he added, when Paul raised an eyebrow. I'm on my way to Cerulean so I can get my first one. Paul eyed him, his grin fading into a frown. Ha. Well, guess you won't be much of a challenge, but my Pokémon could use the practice. Hey. Paul, said Reggie, with a sigh. That was unnecessary. Ash just glared. Who did that stuck-up pest think he was? Paul rolled his eyes. Whatever. We gonna battle or not? You bet, Ash growled. He grabbed Mewtwo's Pokeball and held it up. When I win you'll have to see that I'm going to be the greatest Pokémon Master ever. We'll see about that, Paul scoffed. He had his own Pokeball ready, and his eyes were gleaming. How many Pokémon do you even have? 2, and they're both way more than you can handle. Paul opened his mouth, but before he could say anything there was a flash of red light and Abra appeared in midair. He ignored Paul completely in favor of glaring at Ash. You do remember that none of us have ever been in a battle before, don't you? Ash scowled. So. The glare intensified. I have no attacks. Have you even checked to see if Buta does? Ash opened his mouth, then noticed Paul and Reggie staring, and closed it again. I'm not stupid, he thought fiercely. She knows all the powder moves. And what? Ash demanded. She's going to do great. As if sensing that she was the topic of discussion, Mewtwo appeared from the Pokeball and bounced happily at Ash's feet. Ash grinned at her, but Abra just sighed. So we're going to fight a trainer who is more experienced than you, and whose Pokémon have already beaten a gym leader. We, meanwhile, have never been in a battle, and have only one move between us that can actually damage an opponent. Yes, this is definitely going to go well. Ash glared at him, but Paul chose that moment to run out of patience. Are we going to battle or not? He smirked. Not that I could blame you if you're scared. Ash vaguely felt Abra groan, but all his attention was focused on his opponent. Scared? We're not scared, and we'll prove it right now. You ready, Beauty? Beauty nodded and did her best to look threatening. Reggie broke into a coughing fit, but when Ash eyed him, his face was carefully blank. He looked at them, and nodded. All right, we'll make this a two-Pokemon battle. Paul, are you ready? For this loser? Reggie frowned, and Paul rolled his eyes. Yeah, I'm ready. He hefted the Pokeball. Spearow, get ready to battle. A small but very angry bird appeared, leaving Ash wincing. Oh man. Why did it have to be Spearow? The memories of being swarmed were still a bit too raw for comfort, and the scab on his cheek was stinging. Judging from the way Abra shifted behind him, he wasn't the only one having problems. She doesn't have to deal with that, said Abra curtly. She wasn't there, but this still isn't a good matchup. Wait, Ash, please tell me you do know the type chart. Ash scowled, but the reminder was enough to distract him from the previous day and he waved a hand. I'm not an idiot. Could have fooled me, Paul called. I wasn't talking to you. All right, said Reggie loudly. Are you both ready? Ash looked at Beauty. She seemed utterly undaunted by the flying type glaring at her, and Ash found a smile tugging at his lips. Even with his lingering wariness, and the concern emanating from Abra, their teammates' enthusiasm was infectious. Yes. Paul nodded, and Reggie smiled. Then begin. All right. Beauty, powders. Abra's eyes actually opened. Don't you need to be a bit more specific than that? Ash grinned. Nope. Okay, so he wasn't going to admit it, but he hadn't paid much attention to type advantages and disadvantages when Professor Oak tried to teach him about it. That stuff had always seemed so boring, and there was loads of cool stuff Ash could have been doing, and had ended up doing, instead. But after his first day hadn't quite gone according to plan, Ash had changed his mind. Medicines weren't the only thing Melanie had helped him go over the previous evening. After realizing that one of the Pokémon under her care was going to be going headlong into battle, she had been only too happy to let him bounce ideas off her. Flying types were a common sight in Kanto, and after the mess with the Spearow, figuring out a counter had been at the very top of Ash's priorities. Sure enough, seconds later Beauty could barely be seen through the haze of purple, yellow, and green spores. Ash nudged Abra. See? She can't get hurt if they can't get near her. He raised his voice. That's great, Beauty. Beauty squeaked in acknowledgement, and the cloud of powder around her thickened. Ash grinned. As soon as Spearow tried to attack it would be immobilized, and then Beauty just had to stay out the way long enough for the poison to work. It was a perfect plan. Spearow, use Gust. What? Ash yelled. Beauty, more of everything. Beauty obeyed, her small form vanishing completely as the storm of powder intensified. For a moment Ash thought she might actually pull it off, but Spearow was too strong. The wind picked up with a howl, scattering the various powders and leaving Beauty completely exposed, and barely able to dodge the viciously stabbing beak. Beauty. Abra sighed. Really? You didn't expect a flying type to use wind attacks. You see those feathered things, those are called wings and they're good at blowing things away. Not helpful, Ash shot back, then raised his voice. It's okay, Beauty, just keep moving. But it was too late. Spearow lunged forward with a bloodthirsty shriek, and Ash's friend went tumbling across the grass. Paul rolled his eyes. I just beat Erica, remember? She did stuff like that too. Ash ignored him in favor of running to Beauty. Are you okay? Beauty blinked up at him and gave a weak squeak. Ash swallowed. Don't worry, you did great. He paused, but though Beauty managed to flip herself upright she ended up staggering against him, and that made up his mind. Beauty can't battle anymore. Reggie nodded, and Ash returned her to her Pokeball. For a moment he crouched there, heart pounding. That had been intense. Ash, look at Spearow. Ash scowled round, then blinked. Despite the decisiveness of the battle, Spearow hadn't come out unscathed. Its breath was coming in sharp rasps, and even as Ash watched it stumbled on its feet. Paul stared at it. What? But it blew away the powder. Reggie hummed. Interesting. Ash, it looks like your Mewtwo has the poison point ability. Really? He looked at Spearow, then at Mewtwo's Pokeball and smiled. Awesome. At least he'd learned something a bit more promising this battle. There had to be a way they could use that. He felt Abra's interest, and made a mental note to look up his starter's ability after the battle too. I'm going to change Pokemon then, Paul announced. Spearow needs a rest. Reggie nodded approvingly, and Ash frowned. Going back into the Pokeball wouldn't cure the poisoning, but it would let the flying type recover some energy. Abra was going to be in for a tough time. Okay, he said quietly. I guess try and take his other Pokemon out quickly so Spearow can't recover too much. In a louder voice, he added, Abra, I choose you. Of course you do, Abra muttered. I'm the only other Pokemon you have. He floated forward to take up his position in front of Ash, and Ash winced. You okay with this? It's a bit late to be asking now, Abra pointed out, rather waspishly. Can you see anything that I can throw at whatever he picks? Or have any other ideas? Ash scanned their surroundings, but aside from the odd sticks and branches, the clearing was annoyingly free of potential weapons. They really needed better attacks. Or any attacks. Dodge until they're worn out, then throw them into a tree, he finally suggested. And see if you can get those psychic attacks worked out like Melanie suggested. A wave of Abra's frustration washed over him. Once this is done, we need to do some serious training, his partner grumbled. I am not doing this again. Fine by me. A loud cough interrupted the discussion, and Ash looked up to see both Paul and Reggie staring at him. Reggie raised an eyebrow. Are you ready to continue? Ash nodded for the both of them. Paul frowned, but took one of the other Pokeballs from his belt. Turtwig, get ready to battle. Turtwig? Ash repeated. His eyes widened at the sight of the green and brown Pokemon. Cool. Is that Pokemon from Sinnoh? He had certainly never seen one before. Paul nodded. The Sinnoh starters are Turtwig, Chimchar, and Piplup, he explained. But Turtwig is the best. Turtwig barked in agreement, and Ash grinned. Yeah. Well, my starter is the best of all. You show them what you can do, Abra. That won't take long. Ash rolled his eyes. Stop thinking like that. You'll be fine. Reggie smiled, and stepped back out of the way. Then let round 2 begin. As before, Paul immediately went on the offensive. Turtwig, Razor Leaf. Turtwig lowered his head, and a wave of spinning leaves shot through the air towards Abra. The attack was dead on target, but at the last moment Abra blinked out of sight and reappeared behind his opponent. All right. Ash yelled. That's how we do it. Abra gestured, and a pulse of energy sent Turtwig stumbling forward. It wasn't enough to cause any damage though, and only another quick teleport saved him from a sudden tackle. Any ideas? Ash frowned. Can you do that attack again, but make it stronger? Abra's tail flicked as he teleported again. I think so, but I can't keep this up for long. Ash winced, remembering Oak's words about Abra's sleep needs. Okay, do your best. You're doing great so far. There was a warm flicker of acknowledgement from Abra, but the moment was interrupted by an indignant shout from Paul. Hey, he's not calling attacks out loud. Reggie, that's not fair. It's a perfectly acceptable use of a psychic type's abilities, Reggie called back. You might as well get used to it now. Ash smirked. If they couldn't get by with brute force, they had to be sneaky. Paul scowled, and looked back at Turtwig. It won't make a difference anyway. Turtwig, use Absorb. Abra dodged again, but Ash didn't miss the fact that the green energy got closer than the leaves had. Abra unleashed another psychic wave, but Ash could feel his weariness growing, and the attack barely made Turtwig flinch. Paul's eyes gleamed. All right, he's getting tired. Turtwig, use Bite. Watch out! Ash yelled. He could see the dark-type energy swirling around Turtwig's mouth, and there was no way he wanted Abra anywhere near that. He felt his partner try to teleport, but he had used too much energy and Ash could only watch in horror as Turtwig's jaws clamped down on Abra's shoulder. Up until that moment, Ash had assumed that Abra communicated solely through telepathy, and that their species didn't ever see the need to make actual noise. The scream that burst from Abra's lips proved him wrong. Abra! The psychic roar of pain that echoed in his mind was even worse, and Ash forgot about Paul, forgot about everything else, and ran to his partner. Turtwig backed off at his approach, and Ash dropped to his knees. Abra? Both screams died out as Abra huddled into his chest. All he was broadcasting were disjointed impressions of pain and fear that made Ash's head spin. It's okay, he whispered, as he tried to think comforting thoughts. I've got you. Told you I'd win, Paul announced. Ash's head snapped up, but before he could start yelling Reggie was in between them. Paul, he said grimly. You did well. Now show some compassion. To Ash's surprise, a pink tinge spread across Paul's face, and he ducked his head. Right. He recalled Turtwig, then walked over to crouch next to Ash. How is he? Ash looked down. He couldn't see any blood, Turtwig's teeth had been too blunt to break the skin, but the dark-typed energy of the bite attack had been more than enough. Abra was still shaking, and Ash guessed it was as much from the shock as the pain. Here. Ash looked up to find Reggie holding out a citrus berry. The older boy gave him a reassuring smile. He will be all right, he promised. The first battles are always hardest on a young Pokémon, but Turtwig didn't cause any serious damage. Course not, Paul muttered. It was only a friendly battle. Reggie raised an eyebrow at him, but said nothing. Ash helped Abra eat the berry, and as Abra's shaking began to fade, Ash finally found he could breathe more easily. Battling had been fun, but there was nothing fun about seeing his partner hurt like this. It's perfectly normal for a psychic Pokémon to react like this the first time they really encounter a dark-type Pokémon or move, Reggie explained quietly. Void, Abra whispered. Void? Ash repeated. What does that mean? Paul asked, glancing up at his brother. Reggie shook his head. Dark types, and ghost types for that matter, aren't quite like other Pokémon. They're different. He gave a helpless shrug. You'll need to ask someone a lot smarter than me for more than that, but I think that's why those two types are strong against psychic Pokémon. Ash frowned. You mean they can't handle the weirdness? And it messes with their powers? Abra flinched against his chest. Hurt, he agreed. Other. Disruption. Couldn't focus. Couldn't think. The fear in his thoughts was enough to make Ash's heart rate pick up, and he rested a protective hand on his friend's back. It's okay, he said quietly. We'll work out a way to deal with it. Abra was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and levitated out of Ash's arms. He regarded Paul in silence, before turning to Ash. Please thank him for the battle, he said. I know how much we need to improve now. Ash relayed the message, and Paul grinned at him. You were tougher than I was expecting, he said generously. We'll have to have a rematch when you've trained up a bit. Abra's enthusiasm for that idea fed Ash's, and he grinned back. Fine by us, but you'd better get ready to lose. They shook hands under Reggie's watchful eye. The older boy muttered something about rivalries under his breath, before shaking Ash's hand in turn. You did well for your first proper battle, he said. Get to know your Pokémon, train them up, work out new strategies, and I think you'll go far. Thanks, both of you, said Ash. It was our pleasure, Reggie assured him. He checked a slightly battered gadget on his wrist, and pushed himself back to his feet. But we'd better get going. I'm trying to track down the battle pyramid, and every time I get close it moves. Ash and Paul got up too, and Paul grinned at his brother. But when you do find it, you're gonna kick Brandon's butt. Reggie laughed and ruffled his hair. I certainly plan to. Hey, Paul protested, ducking out of arm's reach. He grabbed his bag, and waved to Ash. See you then. Make sure you're stronger next time we meet. You too. Ash yelled after him. Reggie chuckled, and picked up his own bag. I think this is going to work out. He paused then, his expression turning serious. One question though, Ash. Yeah. You want to be a Pokémon Master, said Reggie. But what does that mean to you? Ash blinked. Huh. Reggie smiled and settled his rucksack into place. Think about it. We'll see you around. With that, he headed after his brother. Ash stared after them for a moment. What was that supposed to mean? A Pokémon Master was a Pokémon Master, that was all there was to it. They were the strongest, smartest, most skilled trainers in the world. That was all Ash had ever wanted to be. Ash chewed on his lip. Maybe he did have to think this through a bit. Then everything flew from his mind as he lunged forward just fast enough to stop Abra from crashing into the ground. Hey, you okay? Tired, Abra mumbled. Ash couldn't blame him. That had been a lot of teleporting, and it had been his first try battling. He glanced at the sun, guessing it was around midday, and nodded. Okay, we're stopping for a bit. He settled Abra carefully under a tree out of the beating sun, then grabbed his bag and joined him. Beauty burst out of her pokeball as Ash sat down, and Ash looked her over carefully. How are you feeling now? She butted his hand with a cheery chirp. Her wounds were superficial, to Ash's relief, and a potion was enough to clear up the worst of it. Ash patted her head. You were great, he told her. We just need to work out some more strategies. There's gotta be some good grass moves you can learn. He grinned. And poison ones too. Beauty squeaked something. Ash frowned. You're worried about flying types? She nodded, and he scratched his head. Yeah, me too, but we'll think of something. I promise. She seemed happy enough with that assurance, her usual exuberance returning immediately, and Ash turned to Abra. So, what did you think of your first proper battle? It was more STMLTNG than I was expecting, Abra admitted. Apart from the getting bitten part. He shuddered, and looked up at Ash. What moves can I learn that are effective against dark types? Ash grinned and opened up his Pokédex. Beauty hopped onto his lap, and together they looked at the lists. After a moment, Ash blinked. Huh. Okay. I guess that explains why that attack wasn't working. He turned the screen so that Abra could read it. The psychic type took one look at it and let out a huff. Why shouldn't I be able to learn a new move without using a TM? Ash had to laugh at his indignation. Well, you do have to sleep for a few hours every time you do anything right now. I guess it gets easier to handle more power when you evolve. He certainly hoped so anyway. Abra glared at him, but the effect was ruined a moment later by a jaw-cracking yawn. Ash grinned, and after a moment his partner relented. Then I will train as best I can. Increasing my stamina will only help me after I evolve. Great, said Ash cheerfully. He looked back at the list. I guess we can have a look at TMs when we get to Cerulean, he added after a moment. A fairy-typed one would be good. I've heard they can take a lot of training to use properly though, so maybe we should wait a bit, huh? He looked down at Beauty, who had been bouncing impatiently on his leg, only for the grass type to nod at Abra. Ash followed her gaze, and smiled. His partner was once again fast asleep. Ash returned him to his Pokeball with a quiet movement, then glanced at Mewtwo. You want a rest too? Or would you rather stay out for a bit? There was a happy squeak, and she bounced out of the shade to start soaking up the sun. Ash watched her for a minute, then folded his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. He had a lot to work on. How to use Mewtwo's poison point, how to teach both his friends how to use proper damaging attacks, how to build up Abra's strength so that he didn't get exhausted by only a single battle. Despite all of that though, there was one thought that kept running through his mind. What sort of Pokémon Master did he want to be? Oh, Ash, isn't she adorable? Ash cringed, even as Mewtwo beamed at the screen. Mom. He was really regretting doing this in the middle of the Pokémon Center. Yeah, he'd promised to call as soon as he could, but did moms have to be so loud? He ignored the grins he could see out the corner of his eye, and focused on his mom's smiling face. She's doing well, he told her. She's getting really strong. Mewtwo preened under the attention and Ash rubbed her head. She deserved it. It had taken the whole of the journey to Cerulean, but they had Absorb and Poison Sting down. Neither were strong moves, but when combined with her array of powders they had been enough to take down most of the wild Pokémon they had encountered. I'm glad to hear it, said Delia, with a smile. She certainly looks very happy. And how is Abra getting on? Abra released himself from his Pokeball long enough to wave a claw at the screen, then returned to his nap. Ash scratched his head. He's okay, I guess. Ash? Ash glanced down at the Pokeball on his belt and sighed. He's been getting kinda frustrated. Ash thought his partner had been doing great. He could do loads more teleporting before getting tired, and he was gaining power and accuracy with telekinesis as well. It was just the pure psychic attacks that were the problem, but it was a problem that Ash just didn't know how to handle. Delia listened with a sympathetic frown, and when Ash finished she sighed. It sounds like you're already doing what you can, Ash. You're building up his stamina, and I'm sure that will make it easier for him to develop his techniques. You'll both just have to be patient. Ash pulled a face, and they both laughed. Patience had never been one of Ash's strong points. For Abra, though, he would try. Are you planning to challenge the gym now, Ash? Delia asked, once she'd stopped laughing. I thought you wanted to catch all the Pokémon you could. Ash frowned as he tried to think how to explain himself. I was going to, he said slowly. But then I had that battle with Paul. He couldn't help scowling at the memory of his defeat. He had done his best, but it hadn't been good enough. Delia's eyes softened, but she let him gather his thoughts without interrupting. I lost because I hadn't spent enough time with my Pokémon, Ash said finally. I shouldn't have let Abra battle when I know he couldn't attack properly, and I should have had more than one strategy to use with Mewtwo. It didn't matter that he had only been a trainer for 2 days at that point. His Pokémon were his partners, and they needed him to be better. Ash nodded to himself and looked back at his mom. I'm not going to let any of them get hurt because I was too busy trying to catch lots of different Pokémon. Delia gave him a warm smile. That sounds like a very good way of thinking, Ash. Oh, my baby boy is growing up. Mom, Ash groaned. Delia laughed. So, are you sure you're ready for the gym? Mewtwo let out an indignant chirp. Ash grinned. We won't know until we try, but I think so. We've worked really hard. I can tell, said Delia fondly. I'm so proud of you, Ash. Ash felt his cheeks heat up, and he ducked his head. Thanks, Mom, he mumbled. He ended the call a few minutes later feeling much better. The Pokémon Center was fairly empty now, and so Ash had space to set Mewtwo on the sofa next to him and send Abra out. His starter shot him an annoyed look. Am I going to get any sleep today? Ash eyed him. The last 15 hours weren't enough. He was only half teasing. He wasn't going to fight a gym battle if his partner wasn't on top form. Abra tilted his head to one side, then shrugged. Fine. Are we ready? Beauty nodded vigorously, almost falling off the seat in her excitement. Ash looked at the two, and his heart swelled with pride. He'd anticipated catching a lot more Pokémon before tackling a gym, but that was before he battled Paul and realized just how hard he would have to work to be a good trainer. He was definitely going to catch more Pokémon in the future, but for now Abra and Beauty needed all the attention he could give them. Ash? Ash shook himself and grinned. Yeah. Let's do this. The Cerulean gym was easy to find. Ash had checked with Nurse Joy while he registered for the Indigo League, and was glad he had when she told him that the gym had not one, but 4 certified leaders. They all specialized in water types, and they would all scale their challenge appropriately for a first badge challenge. Abra and Beauty knew what they were doing, and Ash was ready to earn his first badge. There was just one slight problem. How can they all be doing dance shows? The teenager on the desk rolled her eyes. Come back tomorrow and you can ask them. But this is a gym. Ash exploded. They're supposed to be battling, not dancing. They can do what they want, the girl said, with a shrug. Don't like it, go somewhere else. Ash opened his mouth, but a mental nudge checked him. What? Yelling at her isn't going to help, Abra pointed out. Now are we going to wait for them to finish, go and train, or go somewhere else? He paused. And go and sit down before she decides you're even weirder than she thought. Ash blinked and realized that the receptionist was eyeing him with open wariness. He had probably looked like an idiot just standing there. Blushing, he slumped over to the seats against the wall and released his Pokémon. Abra settled on the chair next to him while Beauty hopped onto his lap, and Ash forced a smile. You heard all that? He asked her. She nodded, and he rubbed a hand over his face. So what do we do now? There wasn't much point in going anywhere else now that they were here, but Ash chafed at the thought of having to spend however many hours just waiting around. He wanted to get his first badge. The automatic doors hissed open behind him as someone hurried in, probably to see the stupid show, but Ash was more preoccupied in digging his Pokédex out of his pocket. If he had to sit around, he might as well go over his strategy again. Hey, you! Ash glanced round, and suddenly found himself face to face with a very angry girl. Not being an idiot, he promptly stepped back. What? The girl folded her arms. You're here for a gym battle? Yeah, I am, said Ash warily. But all the leaders are doing some show, so. He trailed off as the girl threw her hands in the air with an explosive snort. They told me one of them was going to be available for challenges. Of all the stupid, irresponsible. Ash glanced at Abra, and was relieved when his starter looked as lost as he felt. Clearly realizing that they knew nothing, the girl turned her glare on the receptionist. Why didn't you call and tell me there was a challenger? I forgot, the teenager protested. What? You've only been back, like, a day. The girl pinched the bridge of her nose, grumbling something under her breath that Ash didn't catch, before spinning back to face him. You, what's your name? I'm Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town, said Ash quickly. He waved a hand at Abra and Beauty. These are my partners. Great. So, Ash, do you still want a gym battle? Of course I do. Ash exclaimed. But there's no one for me to have a battle with. Ash, I think Abra began, but the girl's snort cut him off. Weren't you listening? My name is Misty, and I'm the 4th Cerulean gym leader. Ash gaped at her. You. Her rather cocky smirk vanished, and she glared at him. Yes, me. What's so strange about that? But you can't be a gym leader, Ash argued. You're really young. She couldn't be more than a year older than he was, and he was only just starting his journey. Misty's eyes narrowed, and she folded her arms. I might be young, but I'm just as qualified to run this gym as my sisters. And that should tell you something about how good I am. She shrugged, and started to turn away. But if you don't want to have a battle after all. No, wait, I do. Ash yelped. I'm sorry. I really want to get first badge. For a long moment, Misty didn't move. Ash's heart sank. When Misty did turn back, though, she was grinning. Well, you can have your battle, she said. But there's no way you're going to win. Ash blinked, then felt the flicker of Abra's amusement and grinned back. Yeah. We'll see about that. Mewtwo bounced into his arms with a delighted squeal, and Ash couldn't resist throwing her up into the air. Abra caught her in a psionic grasp with a tolerant sigh and set her back down, and Ash laughed. There was no way they were gonna lose. Misty led them through the gym to one of the smaller pools at the rear of the building, muttering all the while about stupid sisters and their stupid shows. If we have to go in here, it's probably just as well it's your first badge, she said, as she pushed open the door. Some people trying for their last badges have really strong Pokémon that could cause too much damage to a small pool like this. I have powerful Pokémon, said Ash indignantly. Misty raised an eyebrow at him. Powerful enough to bring down the roof? Don't even think about it, said Abra shortly. Ash opened his mouth, then saw the way Abra's tail was twitching and caught himself. He reached up to rub his partner's head. Don't worry, he thought. You're gonna do great. Like the last time. That was a week ago, Ash pointed out. We've done loads of training since. He smiled. We can do this. I know it. Abra didn't reply, but some of the niggling anxiety at the back of Ash's mind faded, and that was answer enough. The moment was broken by a whistle from across the pool. Hey! Are we having a battle or not? Ash winced, and ran to the platform opposite Misty's. The gym leader was bouncing a pokeball in her hand, and looked like she was completely in control. This battle will consist of 2 Pokémon each. You can switch whenever you want, but I can't. Any questions? No, Ash called. Let's do this. Misty grinned. She threw the ball, and Ash caught a split-second glimpse of a sleek Goldeen before it vanished under the water. Ash grabbed Mewtwo's ball from his belt, then hesitated as he took a proper look at the battlefield. Abra pet his head to one side. Those are very small platforms. Ash scratched his head. Yeah, he muttered. Another thought struck him, and he frowned. Hey, can Mewtwo swim? Can you swim? Abra gave him an incredulous look. It's a bit late to be worrying about that now, isn't it? Ash, get on with it. Ash shrugged. Guess we'll just have to improvise. Oh, joy. Ash ignored him. He took careful aim, and Mewtwo materialized on the platform nearest them. She squeaked happily at him, unfazed by the fact that they were fighting for their first badge, until Ash had to smile. You can do this. Misty shook her head. If you're finally ready, then let's go. Adrenaline flooded Ash's body. All right. Mewtwo, use Absorb. Green energy gathered around Mewtwo's leaves, but she suddenly paused and shot him a questioning look. What is she supposed to use Absorb on? Abra supplied dryly. Goldeen was nowhere to be seen. Ash opened his mouth, then closed it again. This might be more tricky than he had expected. Opposite him, Misty rolled her eyes. Did you think about what a gym specializing in water types would involve at all? Yes. Ash shot back, stung. And we'll prove it. Misty didn't look convinced. Nor did she look worried. Sure. Okay, Goldeen, horn attack. A plume of water erupted to Ash's left, and Goldeen shot towards Mewtwo, horn blazing white. Mewtwo, dodge and powders. Ash yelped. He had been expecting the attack, but he was still only just in time. Mewtwo sprang sideways, dodging the horn by a breath, and launched a glistening cloud of powders into the air right in front of Goldeen. The water type hit the water with an ungainly splash, and Misty pursed her lips. Not bad, she said. But not good enough. Goldeen broke the surface just long enough to demonstrate that all the powder had been washed from her scales, and Ash scowled. He had hoped they would take effect fast enough for that not to be an issue. We're not out of tricks yet. Poison sting, Budu, as much as you can. Budu obeyed immediately, jumping into the air and launching a storm of stings into the water. More. Ash urged. Goldeen was fast, but if they could get it at least once it would make things a lot easier. Misty was starting to look worried, which could only mean he was on the right track. Abra suddenly twitched. You got her. Ash blinked. I did. Wait, is you telling me that cheating? I don't see how, Abra huffed, but a second later Goldeen resurfaced, and the sight of the stings embedded in her side made the question redundant. Ash didn't waste the opportunity. Now use absorb. Buda gathered the energy faster now that she had something to target, but even poisoned as she was, Goldeen was still faster and she vanished back under the water. Buda's attack fizzled out against the surface. Ash groaned. Come on. Misty grinned at him. Type advantage isn't everything, Ash, she called. You sure you prepared enough? Ash gritted his teeth. Poison sting again, Budu, he said. We need to drive her out of the water. Budu nodded, and jumped into the air to spray the water's surface with stings, but there was no sign of the Goldeen. Misty shook her head. That won't work a second time, she said. Haven't you got anything else? Ash scowled. How was he supposed to attack when Goldeen wouldn't come out? Sure, she was poisoned, but that would still give her too much time to fight back. If only there was a way of getting her out of the water. The thought struck Trainer and Pokémon at the same instant, and Ash looked back at Misty. Wait, I can switch, right? Misty's eyes flickered between him and Abra, and she sighed. I did say so. Awesome, said Ash with a grin. Time to take a rest, Budu. His grass type disappeared back into her Pokeball, and Ash glanced at Abra. You ready, buddy? Abra's tail was flicking from side to side again, but he nodded and floated forwards. He remained motionless for a moment as he concentrated, then abruptly waved a claw. The furthest platform suddenly flipped upside down, sending a stunned and startled fish flying into the air. That was awesome, Abra. Ash yelled. Now don't let it back in the water. Goldeen came to a halt in midair, and Abra spared Ash a look. That was the plan, yes. Ash laughed. Now all they had to do was before he could say as much though, Goldeen gave one final shudder and fell still. Silence fell. Abra looked at Goldeen, then at Ash, and shrugged. Well, I'm not complaining. Ash rolled his eyes, but he was in too good a mood to mind his partner's laziness. He was halfway to his first badge. Misty pulled a face as she returned her Pokémon. Nice work on the poisoning, she said begrudgingly. I guess having to keep out of the way of your attacks made it spread faster. And you know your types too. Her eyes gleamed. But you're not the only one with psychic types. She grabbed a Pokeball, then paused. Wait, first badge. Oops. She switched the Pokeball for another, and tossed it. Well, let's see how you deal with this. Come on out, Stereo. Ash squinted at the brown, star-shaped Pokémon that materialized. Okay. You know anything about Stereo? Why would I? You act like you know everything, Ash grumbled, as he dug his Pokédex out of his pocket. He scanned the entry and frowned. Huh. It's not a psychic type. Never mind, it's not a dark or ghost type either, you'll be fine. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Unlike Goldeen, Stereo remained on the platform opposite the one Abra was hovering 5 feet above. Ash shivered. The gleaming red jewel was strangely unsettling. All right, Ash, Misty called. If you can beat Stereo, you'll have won your first badge. All right. Ash cheered. There's no way we're gonna lose, right, Abra? We'll see about that, said Misty. Staryu is one of my strongest Pokémon. Right, Staryu, let's start things off with Bubble Beam. Abra promptly blinked out of existence. He reappeared behind Staryu, and unleashed a burst of energy that sent the water type staggering. Behind you. Misty warned belatedly, but Abra had already teleported away. Ash glanced round for him, until a mental sigh filled his mind. Above you. Way above. No, don't look. Ash blushed, and forced himself to keep his eyes on Staryu. You got a plan. Keep doing this. I keep trying to pick it up so I can throw it, but it's fighting me. It must have some psychic power of its own. That's not good, said Ash, frowning. How long can you keep this up? They had tried to work on Abra's stamina issues, but a week wasn't long enough to have made much of a difference. Then he groaned as Staryu avoided the next psychic blast by diving into the water. Not again. Abra flickered back to hover in front of him. Do you want to switch back to Mewtwo? Ash chewed on his lip. It wasn't an option he liked, but he didn't really have many others. He opened his mouth, then paused as the floor shuddered. Water splashed out of the pool, soaking his retainers, and he glanced at Misty. Whoa! Your Staryu is strong. Another tremor sent both of them stumbling, and Misty shook her head. That's not us. Her eyes widened, but before she could say anything, the wall exploded. There was no time to think. Ash grabbed Abra and threw himself to the floor. Concrete and plaster rained down around them, a lump the size of his fist cracked Ash on the leg, and he twisted to keep his partner out of the way of the falling debris. His mind was spinning with shock and fear, and it was all he could do to hold on to Abra and pray to whatever might be listening that they would be okay. It seemed like an age but could only have been a few seconds before the chaos subsided. Ash tentatively raised his head. What dash? He broke off as the dust made him cough, but could still feel Abra's concern blazing painfully bright in his mind. Ash? I'm fine. You. Then the dust settled enough that Ash saw what had caused the explosion, and his jaw dropped. Abra followed his gaze. Is that a giant mechanical Meowth? Ash barely noticed Mewtwo popping out of her ball to see what was going on. Two people in their late teens, a girl with long dark red hair and a blue-haired boy, both dressed in white uniforms, were standing on the Meowth's shoulders, chanting some weird motto, and... Did that Meowth just talk? He demanded. That's so cool. He glanced at Abra. How come you can't do that? Ash, focus. They just broke down the wall. He pointed a claw. And what's Misty doing? Ash looked, and saw the gym leader stalking over to the newcomers. Dunno, but we'd better help. He scooped Mewtwo up into his arms, and sprinted round the pool to join the group. He wasn't entirely surprised to find Misty shouting. Told you to stop following me. What's going on? Ash demanded, but his question went unanswered as the older girl laughed. Nice try, but we're not going to stop until we get that precious Starmie of yours. You tell her, Jessie, the boy said. The boss is the only person who deserves such a powerful Pokémon. Misty let out a wordless snarl of frustration and turned to Ash. Ash, meet the most useless Team Rocket cell in the world. They tried to rob a Pokémon Center while I was there, and since they only have Poison-type Pokémon, my Starmie was able to stop them. And now they want it and won't leave us alone. Ash stared at her, then at Team Rocket. That's crazy. You can't steal her Pokémon. You shouldn't steal any Pokémon. This twerp's even worse than the first one, the Meowth growled. Seeing's as you're here, you can hand over the Abra and the baby grass thing too. Ooh, I know what the grass type is, the boy interrupted. It's a Mewtwo. I used to see lots of them in my grandparents' garden in Sinnoh Dash. We don't care, James, Jessie snapped. It's rare, so we're taking it. Ash would be the first to admit that he wasn't always great at keeping his temper. Everyone had told him about it, from his mom to Professor Oak. He wasn't great at staying mad though, so it didn't usually matter too much. The anger he felt as he listened to Team Rocket planning to steal his Pokémon, his friends, was different. It bubbled up from deep inside, but instead of making him lose control he found himself focusing better than ever. He would do whatever it took to protect his friends. "Hey, Misty," he said. "I think I've had enough of these guys." Misty caught his eye, and gave him a grim smile. "You and me both. Starmie, let's go." A large purple Pokémon with an even more sparkly jewel than Stereo's appeared next to Abra. Stereo hopped up to its other side, and Ash took a deep breath. "Be careful, guys," he whispered. Buta glanced back at him and nodded, her usual exuberance quelled for once. Abra said nothing, but warm reassurance filled Ash's mind and it steadied him. "You guys get out of here," he called. "Go bother someone else. You're not getting our Pokémon." To his surprise, Jessie and James laughed. "Look at them, all ready to fight," Jessie cooed. "All ready for something," James agreed, with a snigger. Ash frowned, but Misty gasped. "Everyone look out." She was too late. A panel of the Meowth slid down and a large net shot out. Before Ash could so much as blink, all 4 Pokémon had been dragged inside the machine. The panel slammed shut. "No!" Ash screamed. Not his Pokémon. He couldn't lose his Pokémon. "Abra! Butu! Give them back!" Misty demanded, but the Rockets just laughed. "Finders keepers," Meowth jeered. "What a haul we've got for the boss today." Ash saw red. "Give me back my Pokémon." He lunged forwards, not knowing what he was going to do but knowing he had to do something, only to nearly trip over his own feet as a deafening crack echoed through the wrecked room. Ash spun round, and stared. Abra looked nearly as exhausted as he had the day they escaped from the Spearow, but his mind was thrumming with satisfaction. What kind of morons think a cage can stop a teleporter? Ash laughed, and it was bordering on hysterical but he didn't care. He caught up Butu and Abra in his arms and hugged them tight. "I thought I'd lost you." "Not yet," said Abra quietly. "Not ever, if I have anything to say about it." Ash could only hug him close. "Starmie. Stereo." Misty looked up from her own Pokémon and beamed at Abra. "Nice work." Abra waved weakly, and let his head fall against Ash's neck. Butu, though, jumped out of Ash's arms and glared at Team Rocket, who were still gaping at Abra. "Not fair." Jessie squeaked. "Fair?" Ash repeated incredulously. "You're thieves." "So?" "Don't bother, Ash," said Misty grimly. "Let's just teach these losers a lesson." The Rockets exchanged a look and started to back up, but Ash was way ahead of them. "Butu, stun spore." "Oh dear," James ummed, as all 3 crashed to the floor and started twitching. "I know what's coming now." "Starmie, use Psychic," Misty ordered. "Stereo, Hydro Pump." "Yep," Meowth whimpered. "Here we go." Ash watched in awe as the combined attack sent the trio and their crazy robot flying into the air. The robot exploded in midair, and by the time Ash could look back, Team Rocket were nowhere to be seen. For a minute there was silence. Ash found his head spinning as he tried to work out what had happened. He had expected to see strange stuff on his journey, but that. Butu broke the moment with a satisfied chirp, and Ash came back to his senses. He ran forwards, and caught Butu up again. "That was awesome." "Yep," said Misty proudly. She checked her Pokémon over quickly, before glancing at Ash. "I'm really sorry about that. Are you all right?" "We're fine," Ash assured her. Butu chirped agreement from his arms, and Ash hugged them both tighter. He had no intention of letting them go any time soon. Abra was already fast asleep, and for once Ash didn't blame him. He owed him big time. Misty's eyes softened. "I am sorry," she repeated. "And thank you for your help. I've told Officer Jenny about them, but they're surprisingly good at not getting caught." Ash frowned. "Are you gonna be okay? It sounds like they really want your Starmie." He shuddered at the thought. He couldn't imagine what he would do if Team Rocket wanted one of his Pokémon so badly. Misty grimaced. "I can handle them, especially when my sisters are around." She gave him a half-hearted smile. "It's good training if nothing else." Ash shook his head. "It's not right," he insisted. "Why isn't anyone doing anything about them? Or about Team Rocket in general?" He had never really paid much attention before, but he had heard his mom and Professor Oak talking about how they were always causing trouble. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't remember a time when there wasn't something going on. Misty sighed. "People are trying. The Champion and Elite Four have been working with Interpol for years, and we gym leaders help out too. It's just really hard to get to the people in charge." She shook her head sharply, and straightened up. "But that isn't something you need to worry about." "But Ash, it's not your problem to deal with," she said firmly. "At least wait until you've got a few more badges before trying to take on criminal organizations." It was clear she wasn't going to change her mind. Buda nuzzled into his arm, and Ash had to admit that she had a point. They had barely managed one battle, and that was against a weak team and with a gym leader for backup. "I guess," he muttered. Misty nudged him. "Cheer up. This is a start at least." Something in her voice made him look up, and his jaw dropped. "A badge?" "The Cascade badge," Misty clarified, with a smile. "And it's yours." She held out the badge, but Ash hesitated. "But we didn't finish our battle." Misty raised an eyebrow. "You helped me fight off a gang of criminals. That's more important." She shrugged. "Besides, you demonstrated an understanding of the type chart, and some rudimentary tactics. That's enough for a first badge." "Rudimentary?" Ash protested, but he couldn't help smiling as she placed the badge in his hand. "His first badge." "Rudimentary," Misty confirmed. "You come back when you have 8 badges, and I'll show you how good I really am." Ash pinned the badge to the inside of his jacket, and grinned. "Yeah, well, I'll be a lot stronger too. No one was ever going to take his Pokémon from him again." Misty smiled. "I know. I think I'll have to keep my eye on you, Ash Ketchum." She held out her hand, and Ash shifted Abra and Budu around until he could take it. She winked at him. "Stop by if you're ever in Cerulean." "You bet," Ash agreed. Budu hummed agreement, and he finally let himself relax. He had won his first badge. He had earned a gym leader's respect. His Pokémon were safe. Ash still had a lot of work to do, but for now that was enough. "Are you sure this is the right way?" "Of course I am," Ash snapped. "Misty said to keep the river on the left until we get to the woods, and then turn right and follow the path to the cape." Abra sighed. "Ash. The river is currently on our right. And I can see 3 different paths, but no trees." Ash huffed and folded his arms. "Okay, you find the way if you're so clever." He was beginning to wonder if this trip had been worth it. The original plan had been to head to Selden for their next badge, but after hearing about the Team Rocket mess, Professor Oak had suggested that his Pokémon could use a break. A conversation with Misty had provided the perfect idea. It had also involved another Team Rocket attack. Ash was beginning to see why Misty wasn't particularly worried about them. On the plus side, Abra had been getting a lot of practice with his psychic powers. Starmie was a surprisingly good teacher. Once the dust had settled, Ash had had to agree with the professor. His Pokémon deserved a break, and visiting Misty's friend sounded as good an option as any. Unfortunately, Ash had never been known for his sense of direction. "Come on, Abra," he groaned. Help me out here. Abra eyed him for a minute, then sighed and floated up into the air. Ash shaded his eyes against the sun. See anything? Abra returned to his side with a pop. Yes. Great. Which way? No, said Abra flatly. We are not doing this again. What dash? Ash began, but then there was the now familiar lurching and spinning that came with a teleport. The craziness faded a second later, and Ash sat down hard. Little warning next time, buddy, he managed. Sorry, said Abra unapologetically. But the practice is useful, and I just cut about 3 hours off the journey. It would not have taken 3 hours, Ash grumbled. Okay, maybe it'd taken them a bit longer than necessary to get here, but they definitely hadn't left the Pokémon Center more than an hour ago. 2 at most. Definitely not more than 2.5. Stomach recovered, Ash looked around. Abra had brought them straight to Cerulean Cape, and even Ash had to admit that the view was spectacular. A trio of Pidgey swooped around his head and down to the water, as the sight of the beach sparked Ash's memory. Hey, water types. Let's go, Abra. But weren't we supposed to be visiting Dash? We can do that later, Ash yelled back over his shoulder. He skidded to a halt on the sand, and squinted round. It had been Misty's idea. The young gym leader was so enthusiastic about her chosen type that it was impossible not to get caught up in it. Her reminder that a water Pokémon would be able to protect Mewtwo from fire types had just been the icing on the cake. Abra teleported next to him and sighed. What about those two? Ash followed his gaze. A broad grin spread across his face. Perfect. A Slowpoke and a Psyduck were sitting side by side, placidly watching the waves. Ash reached for Mewtwo's Pokeball, then paused. Can't hurt to ask first, right? Abra shrugged, and Ash walked over and crouched down between them. Hey you two, he greeted them. My name's Ash Ketchum, and I'm a Pokémon trainer. Do either of you want to come with me? Neither Pokémon moved. Ash glanced at Abra and got another shrug in reply, and raised his voice. I said, do either of you want to come with me? I can make you really strong, promise. Still there was no response. Instead, Mewtwo burst from her Pokeball to see what was going on. She hopped over to headbutt the Slowpoke, and turned a disbelieving look at Ash when it didn't so much a blink. Ash scratched his head, but before he could say anything, Abra let out a very put-upon sigh. They both heard you, he said, before Ash could ask. Slowpoke is still processing the question. Ash thought about how much effort it would take to give order in a battle, and winced. Okay. What about Psyduck? To his surprise, the Psyduck looked up at him. It held his gaze for a moment, then glanced at Mewtwo and Abra. Then it shrugged, and before Ash could say anything it reached out and tapped one of the empty Pokeballs on Ash's belt and vanished in a flash of red light. She's fine with it, said Abra dryly. He settled down on the warm sand with a yawn, and Ash grabbed at the newly occupied ball just as it gave the click of a successful capture. Mewtwo beamed. Still completely bewildered, Ash tapped the button, and Psyduck appeared before him. She looked him up and down in silence. Ash stared at her for a moment, then recovered himself and grinned at her. Okay, that's great. Nice to meet you. Psyduck held his gaze, then nodded. She waved goodbye to Slowpoke, who continued to stare at Ash, and waddled over to join them. Mewtwo bounced up to her, squeaking happily all the while. Psyduck blinked at her, then at Abra, who in turn glanced at Ash. She'll be fine, Abra promised. Ash smiled at him. Thanks. He patted Mewtwo on the head and shook Psyduck's hand, catching Mewtwo automatically with the other as she jumped at him. Ash grinned up at Abra. This wasn't the team had planned, but right now he couldn't say he minded in the slightest. Naturally, it was Abra who interrupted the moment. So, are we visiting this fanatic person, or not? Ash rolled his eyes. Yes, Abra. He looked at Mewtwo and Psyduck. Do you two want to stay out? This guy's supposed to have loads of really rare Pokémon. Mewtwo nodded, and hopped out of his arms. She nudged Psyduck until the water type also agreed, albeit after giving her an odd look. Ash looked at them both, wondering if subjecting Psyduck to Mewtwo's boundless energy right away was a good idea, but dismissed that thought after only a second. The sooner they got used to each other, the better. Instead, he turned to eye the long path back up to the cottage. No, said Abra, just as Ash opened his mouth. I've already teleported you there once, it's not my fault you wandered off again. You're the one who said you wanted to practice. Yes, and I've done my practice for the day. Ash scowled at him. You're such a pain. You're the one with the attention span of a ninjask. Psyduck and Mewtwo have already gone, by the way. Ash yelped, and raced off after his Pokémon. It didn't take long, considering Mewtwo could only travel in tiny hops and Psyduck's waddle wasn't much faster. Psyduck glanced up at him and raised an eyebrow, and he grinned at her. So, what moves do you know? He could look it up on the Pokédex, but it seemed nicer to ask. Psyduck tilted her head to one side, then sprayed a jet of water from her bill. A second later she followed it up with another, more powerful one that Ash recognized from the second confrontation with Team Rocket. Water gun and water pulse. Awesome. He tried to remember what else he knew about Psyduck and Golduck. What about psychic moves, like confusion? Psyduck wobbled a flipper back and forth. Ash smiled. That's okay. You and Abra can work on that together. They looked at each other, and both nodded. Great, said Ash. Oh yeah, would you be happy to work with Mewtwo too? It'll be good practice for when you have to fight grass types. Psyduck didn't look quite as happy about that, but Mewtwo bounced up to her and waved her leaves in cheery acknowledgement. Psyduck sighed, but didn't seem actively against the idea, and so Ash decided not to worry about it. By the time Ash had finished working out some basic training ideas, they were nearly at the cottage. Ash paused at the door and looked at his friends. Okay, everyone ready to meet an awesome Pokémon researcher? Can we just get this over with so I can go back to sleep? Psyduck sniggered. Ash just rolled his eyes. He thumped on the door, and waited. And waited. Can we go now? Ash shot him an incredulous look, and it was Psyduck's turn to roll her eyes. She scowled at the door, but before she could do anything Ash would probably have to apologize for, there was the sound of hurried footsteps and the door was flung open. Sorry, a young man wheezed. It was feeding time. Oh, you have an Abra. Excellent choice, the first Pokémon I caught was an Abra. Abra raised an eyebrow at Ash. I like him. He has good taste. Ash pulled a face, but the man's smile became even brighter. Ah, I see you're already comfortable with telepathy, he said. That's very good, you'll find that very useful as you progress on your journey. Who are you again? Ash blinked, then shook himself and held out his hand. I'm Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town. Misty said you had lots of rare Pokémon, and I was wondering dash. Of course you can see them, the man said. He spun round, then checked himself and spun back. Oh right, I'm Bill. Nice to meet you, Ash. Come with me. He disappeared back into his house. Ash exchanged a bemused look with Abra, and started after him. The interior was surprisingly spacious, and filled with all things Pokémon. Bill had paused in the hallway to feed a berry to a Clefairy, but glanced up with a grin as Ash entered. So you started with an Abra, huh? How's that going? Ooh, is that a Mewtwo? He exclaimed, before Ash could even open his mouth. That's amazing, I've never seen one in person. Where did you find her? I don't need to ask about that Psyduck, of course, I'd recognize the locals anywhere. Humans do still need to breathe, don't they? Abra asked. Ash could only shake his head. Bill seemed to have had more thoughts in the last minutes than Ash had had all morning. Mewtwo didn't seem to mind, and she was dragging Psyduck around behind her as she bounced up to say hello to Clefairy. Bill trailed after her, somehow managing to make notes on her behavior while keeping up an unending flow of questions and observations. I think she's a little smaller than average, based on what I've read, but she looks in the prime of health, so that shouldn't be a problem. You might want to try a few nutritional supplements in winter, or if you spend too much time underground, or at any time when she might not be getting enough sunlight, and I'm assuming the Psyduck is new. You'll have to make sure her skin stays moist in dry environments, or if she can't self-moisturize for any reason. Yeah, Ash mumbled. I'll do that. He cast a pleading look at Abra, but his partner had spotted an unoccupied cushion and was fast asleep, so there was no help coming from that direction. Ash sighed and shuffled after Bill. There were Pokémon around that Ash had only ever seen on TV, but every time he tried to ask a question, Bill exploded with another round of helpful remarks and suggestions. It was all useful. There was no doubt that Bill knew what he was talking about, but it wasn't exactly how Ash had planned to spend the day. To Ash's relief, a distraction appeared. A sleek Espion slipped into through the piles of books and Pokémon to wind itself around Bill's ankles. The self-professed Pokemaniac actually shut up, and crouched down to pat its head. "Hey, boy," he said softly. "Everyone all right?" Espion purred, and flicked his tail at Ash. Bill bounced up with a grin. "You'll want to see this, Ash," he said. "Come with me." A glance round the room assured Ash that all of his Pokémon were happily occupied. He followed Bill down the corridor to a smaller room filled with soft cushions and a remarkable amount of chew toys. Espion went straight to an enormous padded basket containing half a ton of blankets, a snoozing Umbreon, and... "Are those baby Eevee?" Ash breathed. One of the Eevee blinked sleepily up at him, and showed tiny fangs in a yawn. Bill scooped it up with a smile. "Well, they're about 8 weeks old now, so they're not really babies anymore, but yes." He settled the Eevee in Ash's arms, and sat back on his heels. "6 kits," he said proudly. "All healthy and doing well." "They're amazing," said Ash quietly. The Eevee in his arms was wide awake now and sniffing curiously at his neck. Ash stroked the thick ruff, and was rewarded by a happy bark. "He likes you," said Bill. He pet his head to one side, but before he could say anything else there was a loud pounding on the front door. Bill frowned and pushed himself up. "I am popular today," he said in bemusement. "I haven't had this many visitors in a long time." Ash reluctantly set the Eevee back in the basket with his family. The little normal type whined and tried to scramble after him, until Ash couldn't help lingering for a final pat. "Sorry, buddy," he said. "I'll come back and say goodbye before I go, all right?" Eevee huffed. Ash ruffled his ears and went to see what Bill was up to. His Pokémon were all where he had left them, but as Ash headed up the corridor a familiar, but very unwelcome voice met his ears. "Heard from my grandfather that you collected rare Pokémon. He's Professor Oak, the world-renowned Pokémon researcher, and I'm Dash." "Gary!" Ash yelled. "What are you doing here?" His rival stood on the doorstep, the smirk that always made Ash want to punch him plastered to his face. At least he had left his cheerleaders with that stupid car at the base of the path. Gary's grin widened. "Well, fancy seeing you here, Ashy boy." Bill looked between them in bemusement. "You two know each other?" "We grew up together in Pallet Town," said Ash, still glaring at his old friend. "We started our journeys at the same time. Or at least we would have if someone hadn't been late," Gary jeered. "You're always lagging behind me, Ash." Then he paused, a frown crossing his face. "Wait, how did you get here before me? There's no way you made it through Mount Moon faster than I did." Ash grinned and folded his arms. "Well, you wasted your time, 'cause I didn't have to go through Mount Moon. And I've got 3 Pokémon, and I've won my first badge, so how's that for lagging behind?" Gary snorted. "About what I expected. You see, Ash, I've caught 12 Pokémon, and I've already got 2 badges." Ash gasped at him. How had Gary caught 4 times as many Pokémon as him, and got more badges? It had been tough enough for Ash to get this far on his own journey. The old anger was stirring again, but before the argument could escalate, Bill clapped his hands together. Marvelous, he exclaimed. Simply marvelous. You two might be just what I need. Ash and Gary exchanged a startled look. Bill beamed at the pair of them and started to usher them down the corridor. I'm sorry to interrupt your catch-up, but I have a proposal that the two of you might find interesting. Gary raised an eyebrow. Okay, I'm listening. Don't know how a loser like Ash would be able to help you though. Ash was barely listening. Hey, isn't this Dash? Then Bill threw open the door, and Ash's question was lost as Eevee launched himself at Ash with an excited yip. Ash caught him easily and laughed. I was only gone for a minute. Eevee just continued snuggling into his neck. Ash rubbed his ears, and looked up to see Gary staring at the basket of Pokémon. Eevee, he breathed. Grandfather was right. You do have really rare Pokémon. I do, Bill agreed. And now I'd like to give one to you. What? Ash and Gary had spoken in unison, and promptly glared at each other. Bill smiled. I'm not much of a trainer, you see, but I am interested in how trainers raise their Pokémon. He waved a hand at Ash and Gary. The two of you were raised together and started your journeys together, but you've taken very different approaches to raising and training Pokémon so far. One of the Eevee stumbled out of the basket, and he paused to pick her up. These Eevee are ready to leave home now, and I was planning to find them good homes soon. Of course, if you don't want to raise one then I'll completely understand, but Dash. Are you kidding? Ash yelled. I'd love to raise one. He hesitated, glancing at the Eevee in his arms. If that's okay with you, I mean. Eevee let out a delighted bark and started licking Ash's face, his dark eyes shining. Ash laughed and hugged him close. You and Mewtwo are gonna get on so well. Bill chuckled. I think you might be right. He glanced at the Eevee he was holding, and then at Gary. What about you? Would you like to look after this little lady for me? Gary finally snapped his mouth shut and nodded. Well, I guess I can't leave Ash to screw this up. But his hands were very gentle as he took the Eevee from Bill, and stroked her fur. She looked curiously at his hand, and the smile that lit his face held none of its usual arrogance. I'll take good care of her. Ash looked at the Eevee in his arms, his Eevee, and nodded. Me too. While the two Eevee said goodbye to their parents and siblings, Bill handed Ash and Gary a pen and notebook each. I know neither of you have looked after Eevee before, so I thought I'd better give you some tips. Just some vital information about diet and grooming, that kind of thing. Ash eyed him warily. He had a distinct suspicion that they had different definitions of vital information. He wasn't wrong. By the time Bill had finished telling them exactly which cotton blends Eevee liked to use as blankets and which ones were only acceptable under dire circumstances, the sun was starting to dip towards the horizon, Ash's stomach was rumbling, and he was thoroughly fed up. Eevee had curled up on his lap for a nap, and Mewtwo and Psyduck had returned to their Pokeballs after even Mewtwo's enthusiasm had started flagging. Abra, of course, hadn't moved. Next to him, Gary groaned. Is there much more? He asked. People are going to be wondering where I am. Ash smirked at the thought of all the cheerleaders having to hang around doing nothing all afternoon. Bill blinked, then glanced at the clock. Ah, I do seem to have kept you longer than I planned. My apologies. He gave a self-conscious chuckle. Eevee is my favorite Pokémon, you see. Ash smiled. That's okay. I bet all this is going to be really useful. He placed the notebook carefully in his pocket, returned Eevee to his new Pokeball, and stood up. Thank you so much, Bill. Yeah, said Gary. We'll let you know how they get on. But don't be surprised when mine turns out to be stronger. We'll see about that, Ash growled. Bill laughed. Well, you've got my number, so don't hesitate to call if you have any problems. And feel free to come by any time you're in town. He led them back through the cottage. Ash detoured off to collect Abra, and when he got back he found Gary shaking hands with Bill on the doorstep. You again for everything. I promise I'll take really good care of Evie. I know you will, said Bill, with a smile. Give my regards to your grandfather. He shook Ash's hand. Take care, both of you. We will, Ash said. Goodbye, and thanks again. Bill waved, and closed the door. Gary sighed. He's a cool guy, but that was way too much. You can say that again, Ash groaned. Even the cheerleaders had given up and gone back to cerulean. Gary scowled at the deserted beach, and Ash had a sudden flash of inspiration. You know how we could wake ourselves up? Gary frowned, then his eyes lit up. All right. Time to finally prove who's the greater trainer. Already know the answer, Ash snorted. But yeah. We'd better make it quick though, it'll be dark soon. 1 Pokémon each? Gary nodded. Sounds good to me. Then he paused. But we can't battle the EV. It's past their bedtime. I know, said Ash indignantly. I was listening too. Gary rolled his eyes, and spun a pokeball on his finger. We'll use our starters then, but I'll tell you now Ashy boy, there's no way you're beating my Pokémon. Even with a type advantage, your Pikachu won't last a second against me. Ash glared at him. Well you're already wrong, because I don't even have a Pikachu. Gary's eyes widened, and he lowered the ball. Wait, seriously? You actually went for the Abra? He shook his head. Wow, this is gonna be even easier than I thought. You shut up, Ash snapped. Abra is the best starter in the world, and we're gonna prove it. Do we have to? Yes, Ash told him, and sent him out before he could argue. Abra materialized with a yawn, but Ash's attention was soon focused on their opponent. Hey, you never said your Squirtle had evolved. Gary smirked. You never asked. You shouldn't be surprised though. Unlike some people, I train my Pokémon properly. Ash glared at him, but even as he opened his mouth Abra's calm voice cut through the anger. Calm down. You know he's just trying to wind you up so you'll rush in like an idiot. I wasn't going to do that, Ash shot back. Yes, you were, but now you're not so I don't care. Just keep your attention on the Wartortle, not your friend. He's not my friend, Ash muttered, but his partner had a point. He couldn't afford to be reckless when they were facing an evolved Pokémon. He tried not to think of the last battle Abra had had with a trainer's starter Pokémon. They were stronger now. Gary looked slightly disappointed by the lack of a temper tantrum, and it was enough for Ash to get the last of his irritation under control. Ready? Course I am, Gary shot back. We'll show you how strong you are. Water gun, Wartortle. Abra rolled his eyes and teleported out the way, and Ash grinned. Yeah, being strong is a great help when you can't even hit the target. Shut up, Ash, Gary growled. Come on, Wartortle, he can't keep that up forever. Try bite. No, not doing that again, Abra snapped. He teleported to right over Wartortle's head, and fired a shaky confusion before flickering back to the ground and following it up with a volley of rocks. The water type staggered back, and Ash had a sudden brainwave. Forget the rocks, there's sand. Gleeful understanding filled his mind, and Wartortle yelped as Abra flung what seemed like half the beach in its face, and followed it up with another sort of confusion. Hey! Gary yelled. Those aren't proper attacks. Anything's an attack as long as it works, Ash said. Gary glared at him. Wartortle, wash the sand away. Wartortle did so, but by the time it could see clearly Abra had once again disappeared from sight. Ash frowned. We need to do more damage. I'm open to ideas. What about Psywave, like Starmie was showing you? I don't know Dash. Over there, Wartortle. This time the jet of water was just fast enough to clip Abra as he vanished, and he hit the sand with a crash as he reappeared. Finally, said Gary. Now use Bite before he can recover. Abra, try it. Ash shouted. This battle was not going to end like the one with Paul had. Abra could do it. Ash knew he could. Abra's eyes opened, and he raised his claws. For a split second Ash felt a crushing pressure between his ears, then purple light exploded from Abra's hands and Wartortle went flying. All right, it worked. Abra didn't waste the opportunity. He flickered over to Wartortle, eye glowing with the power of his newly mastered attacks, and another burst of psychic energy hammered Wartortle into the sand. The water type growled and tried to rise, but Abra raised a claw again. No. You're not going anywhere. Wartortle snapped something that Ash didn't really need translated, but as much as it struggled against Abra's power, it was no use. Ash could feel the strain, and knew his partner couldn't keep this up for long, but he didn't have to. Wartortle finally slumped down, and closed its eyes, and Ash turned to Gary. Looks to me like Wartortle can't battle anymore. For a long moment, Gary could only stare at the two Pokémon. He finally returned Wartortle to its Pokeball and looked at it for a second before putting it away and turning to Ash. Not bad, Ash. Ash blinked. That was the closest thing to a compliment he'd heard from Gary in years. He was vaguely aware of Abra flickering back to his shoulder, but before he could say anything Gary visibly pulled himself together. I guess you won't be a total disappointment as a rival after all. Total, we just beat you. Ash spluttered. Gary snorted and folded his arms. Yeah, in one battle with one Pokémon. If we were using our full teams, it would be very different. But dash. And I've got more Pokémon and more badges than you, Gary continued, without batting an eyelid. So it's obvious that I'm the better trainer. He looked Ash up and down and shook his head. Face it, Ash, I'm still way ahead of you. You. Ash trailed off, words failing him. Gary's eyes gleamed. Well, it's true. I bet you couldn't even make it through Mount Moon, that's why you had to dodge it. I could too, Ash shot back. You managed it, so it can't be that hard. Yeah, but we just established that I'm the better trainer, said Gary. I beat you. This time, and only because I was going easy on you. He shook his head and turned away. It'll be different next time. Smell ya later, Ash. Ash's hands clenched into fists and he started after him, but before he'd taken more than a step he found himself frozen in place. Let me go, Abra. What did I just say about letting him antagonize you? Abra demanded. He lost fair and square and he knows it, and he's trying to make himself feel better by putting you down. Stop being an idiot and falling for it. Ash glared at him, but then something in Abra's voice caught up with him and he frowned. Are you okay? Oh, I'm just fine, Abra snapped. It's not like I just had to use a move I've barely practiced in the middle of a battle, or had to immobilize a much stronger opponent, or dash. But that was as far as he got before Ash grabbed him into a hug. Why didn't you say something? He demanded. Are you okay? Now that he was paying attention, he could say that Abra's color looked nearly as bad as it had after their escape from the Spearow. Abra huffed. I will be, once you stop being a fool and let me get some sleep. Ash rubbed the spot on his neck he knew his partner liked, and was glad to see Abra relax into his arms. Sorry, he said quietly. And thank you for that. You were amazing, and you've gotten loads stronger. Abra huffed again, but the irritation in Ash's mind had been replaced by sleepy satisfaction and Ash could only smile. Gary's words still bothered him, but they didn't change the fact that he had lost and Ash and Abra had won. Maybe Gary did have more Pokémon and more badges than them, but none of that mattered tonight. Ash stood on the beach, his partner taking a well-deserved rest in his arms, and two new friends and Pokeballs on his belt, and forced himself to forget Gary. He was doing just fine. The waves gleamed silver in the moonlight, and Ash shook himself. It was late, and he had a lot to do in the morning. He turned from the water, then paused. Which way is Cerulean again? Explain to me again why we're doing this. Ash tripped over a rock, swore, and scowled at Abra. Because Gary thinks we can't, and there's no way I'm letting him get away with that. Abra's ensuing silence spoke volumes. Ash kicked another rock out the way. Besides, we were going to challenge the pewter gym at some point anyway, he muttered. And there are loads of rock types for Budu and Psyduck to train with here. Abra just snorted. You have got to stop letting your rival get to you. Ash didn't dignify that with a reply. He knew how to handle Gary. He'd won their first battle, hadn't he? Abra huffed and returned himself to his Pokeball, leaving a lingering ember of annoyance in Ash's mind. Ash gritted his teeth, and looked down at Psyduck. You don't think this is a waste of time, right? Psyduck just shrugged, and blasted another lurking Geodude out of the way with a well-aimed water gun. The rock type skittered away down a passage, and Psyduck turned an inquiring look up at Ash. I guess not, said Ash. You're getting really good at that. Psyduck nodded, then waved a hand and Ash glanced back at the rocks hovering behind her. That looks like it's going really well too. Now that Abra actually knew how to attack things, they had lost no time in working out some tricks for Psyduck to practice. She had been making great progress, and Ash felt his decision to travel through Mount Moon for more training had absolutely been justified. Proving Gary wrong was just a bonus. Really. Still, Ash was getting a bit bored of caves. Everything looked the same, and he hadn't seen anything more exciting than a Paras the whole time he'd been down here. He'd toyed with the idea of catching a Zubat or Geodude, but the first were too fast to corner, and the second just didn't appeal to him for some reason. It would be different if they could explore properly. Ash eyed the dark passages, but before he could even start to consider the idea he felt a sharp mental poke. What part of stick to the marked paths is so difficult to understand? But there's nothing here. Ash whined. Come on, Abra, you know cool Pokemon aren't going to come up here. Sure, the clearly marked, well-lit passages made getting through the cave easier, but all the really interesting Pokemon lived much further in, away from all the travelers. Ash took a step closer to the tunnel. It's not like we'd get lost. You could teleport us back to the entrance, no problem. And then we'd have to do this all over again. Yes, that sounds like a wonderful plan. Come on, Abra. No. Psyduck shook her head, and continued along their original path. Ash scowled, and started after her. Fine, he grumbled. I bet Gary doesn't have to deal with this. We defeated Gary. Ash opened his mouth, then closed it again. Abra sent an exasperated huff. I'm going back to sleep. Try to stay out of trouble for the next few hours. It's not like I go looking for trouble, Ash protested. I know. That's what worries me. Ash rolled his eyes. Just go to sleep. His starter worried way too much. The resentment lingered, but the lack of reply assured Ash that Abra had fallen asleep. His hand rested on Budu's Pokeball, then he remembered how little she liked the caves so far and picked Eevee's Pokeball instead. Hey, you wanna come out? The words had barely left his lips before Eevee burst from the ball. He landed on the rocky ground with a happy bark, and immediately jumped into Ash's arms to lick at his neck. That tickles. Ash laughed. He gave his newest Pokemon a scratch, then lowered him back to the ground. You can stay out a bit longer today, Bill said I had to build up your stamina. You can practice some moves with Psyduck too. Eevee nodded, and bounded after Psyduck. Ash hurried after them, his bad mood forgotten. It was just as hard to be grumpy around Eevee as it was Budu. He caught up to his Pokemon in time to see Psyduck add another rock to her train, and grinned at her. You're gonna be better than Abra at this rate. Which wasn't really surprising, considering the amount of time his starter spent sleeping, but that was okay. Psyduck gave him a rather smug look, then hurled one of the rocks at a lurking Zubat before it could attack. The startled poison-type flitted away with a squeak, and Psyduck reclaimed her weapon with clear satisfaction. Eevee batted at one of the rocks, only to frown when Psyduck promptly levitated it out of reach. Ash smiled at the two of them. "Eevee, how about you try practicing Swift? Psyduck, leave the next Zubat for Eevee to tackle, okay?" Both his Pokémon nodded, Psyduck with some reluctance, and Ash continued along the passage. Eevee followed at his heels, his eyes narrowed as he tried to keep his Swift from disintegrating before he could launch it. He was making good progress, and Ash was sure that a bit more practice was all that he needed. Bill had supplied both him and Gary with lists of moves that Eevee could learn, and Ash had spent an afternoon with all his Pokémon working out what they each needed to focus on. A grin tugged at Ash's lips. There was no way he was losing to Gary any time soon. Another Zubat swooped over his head, and Ash stopped short. "You ready, Eevee? Then use Swift." Eevee barked, and launched the stars with a flick of his tail. The first few fizzled out before making contact, but the rest homed in exactly as they were meant to, and the Zubat abandoned its attack with an irritated screech. It disappeared down another passage, and Ash grinned. "Nice one, Eevee. You're really getting the hang of it." Eevee rubbed his head against his leg in delight, and Ash gave him a quick pat before continuing down the trail after Psyduck. "A bit more practice, and then we'll move on to Bite. How does that sound?" Silence met his words. Ash glanced back, and frowned. "Eevee." His friend was standing at the edge of the passage where the Zubat had vanished. His ears and nose were twitching, and even as Ash watched he took a slow step closer to the tunnel. Ash waved for Psyduck to wait, and took a few steps back to join him. "What's wrong? That's not the right way." Eevee barked, but it wasn't one of the happy barks Ash had gotten used to, and he didn't move. Ash opened his mouth to try again, but before he could say anything Eevee took off down the passage. "Eevee, stop." Ash raced after him. He had no idea what had gotten into his partner, but he had to make sure he was okay. "Eevee, wait up. What's wrong?" Eevee just barked again and ran faster. Hearing Psyduck struggling to keep up, Ash returned her to her ball and increased his own pace until he caught up with Eevee. "Stop it now." Eevee skidded to a halt, ears drooping. Ash picked him up and gave him a light shake. "What's wrong with you? You can't just run off like that, it's dangerous down here." Eevee whined, and Ash shook his head. "No, you can't do that. Come on, let's get back to the path." Abra would never let him hear the end of it otherwise. He ignored another protesting whine from Eevee, but just as he was turning to head back to the main passage a faint sound caught his ears. "What dash?" Ash paused, straining his ears. For a second he thought he had imagined it, but then it came again. A faint, desperate cry for help. "It sounds like someone's in trouble." Eevee barked, and Ash looked down at him. "Is that what you heard? Is that why you came down here?" Eevee nodded, and wriggled out of Ash's arms to the ground. His ears twitched in the direction of the dark tunnel, but he didn't move. Instead, he turned a questioning glance up at Ash. Ash took a step down the tunnel, then paused. He wanted to help, but Abra's words were ringing in his mind. Mount Moon was dangerous, and he wouldn't do anyone any good if he got into trouble too. He chewed on his lip for a moment, then sent out Abra. His starter yawned, and fixed him with a glare. "What was the one thing I told you not to do?" "I didn't have a choice," Ash protested. "Eevee heard someone in trouble, and we've got to help them." Abra hesitated, tail lashing from side to side. "I don't think I can feel something," he said reluctantly. "But it could be dangerous." Ash shook his head. "I don't care. I've got you and Eevee and the others, and I'm not going to stand around here when there's something I can do to help." Abra held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. "I can't say I expected anything else." "All right, but be careful. Ash smiled at him, feeling his partner's support echoing in his mind, and looked down at Eevee. Okay, Eevee, lead the way. Eevee needed no encouragement. He took off down the tunnel, and Ash paused just long enough to make sure Abra was secure on his shoulders before racing after him. Abra, can you sense what's going on? He felt Abra shake his head against his neck. Not clearly. There are wild Pokémon involved, poison types, I think. Probably Zubat and Golbat then, Ash grunted. You'll have to help Eevee, he's still working on long-range attacks. Of course. Watch out. Ash leapt over a startled Paras without stopping. Thanks. They had to be getting close now. It was hard to hear over his footfalls and the pounding blood in his ears, but Ash could definitely hear the cries from earlier growing closer. Eevee bolted down another tunnel without hesitating, then let loose a howl that echoed through the dark passages. Ash stumbled round the corridor, and stopped short. A gangly figure in a white lab coat was crammed in between two rocky outcroppings, but it was impossible to make out details through the horde of Zubats surrounding them. What was very clear was the terrified screams, and Ash didn't waste time thinking. Eevee, use Swift. Abra, use whatever you've got that has the widest range. Very specific, thank you, said Abra dryly, but he raised his hands and let loose a pulse of psychic energy that sent the Zubats scattering. A flurry of stars followed, and Ash grinned as they homed in on the startled flying types. Great job, both of you. Now do that again. Eevee barked acknowledgement and started to charge another attack, and Ash took a deep breath. Okay, cover me. Wait, what are you dash? Not now, gotta help that guy, Ash yelled. He covered his head and charged at the few Zubats still targeting the white coat guy. You leave him alone. Ash. The panic in his voice was enough to send a spike of guilt through Ash's stomach, but then he was in the middle of the Pokémon and there wasn't time for anything else. At least these flying types didn't have claws. They did have fangs though, and they were poison types. Then another Psybeam, more tightly focused this time, sent the nearest Zubat smashing into the opposite wall. Abra followed up with two more precise blasts, and Ash took advantage of th reprieve to run to the rocks. Thanks, Abra, he gasped. Hey, are you okay? He was surprised when the lab coat guy turned out to be a teenager only a few years older than him. His coat was torn and scuffed, and he stopped screaming long enough to glare at Ash. Of course I'm not okay, he screeched. I'm being attacked. Get me out of here. It's okay, we're working on that, Ash promised. He ducked as a Zubat swooped down, then grinned as one of Eevee's swift stars sent it spinning off course. That was awesome, Eevee. Wait, it's just you, the teen yelped. You're just a kid. Hey. Ash protested. I know what I'm doing. He felt a flash of incredulous disbelief from Abra, but his plan was actually working. Most of the Zubat had scattered down the maze of tunnels, and those that remained were hanging back instead of attacking again. Ash waved for Eevee to join them, and Abra appeared at his shoulder with a soft crack. Okay, we've nearly got them on the run. Once more, both of you. The combined Psybeam and Swift was too much. The last few Zubat disappeared to seek out easier targets, and Ash laughed in pure exhilaration. All right. That was awesome. He caught both his friends into a tight hug and spun them round. You guys were brilliant, thank you. Let go of me, Abra grumbled. He wriggled out of Ash's arms and hovered out of reach, but Eevee let out a delighted bark and licked at Ash's neck. Ash grinned and scratched his thick ruff. Nice work, he repeated. You've definitely got the hang of Swift now. Eevee nodded, his eyes very bright, then his tiny face scrunched into a yawn. Ash frowned. Yeah, you've had a busy day. Get some rest, okay? Eevee disappeared into his Pokeball without protest. Ash replaced it carefully on his belt, and Ash turned up at Abra. Thank you. I know you wanted us to stay out of trouble, Dash. I did, but you were right, Abra interrupted. You couldn't ignore someone in trouble. He sighed, tail waving lazily. I suppose I should get used to it. Ash smiled, but the moment was interrupted by a loud groan. Ash winced, and turned to the guy they'd rescued. Hey, are you okay? The guy squeezed himself out from between the rocks, and slowly straightened up. Yeah, I think so. Thanks to you. He held out a hand. I'm Miguel. Ash shook it. I'm Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town, and this is my partner, Abra. He looked Miguel up and down and frowned. What happened? He couldn't see any pokeballs, and this wasn't a place where people just wandered around. Miguel coughed and adjusted his glasses. I wasn't really meant to be down here, he admitted. I'm doing an internship with the Pewter City Museum, and we're on a trip to look for fossils. I thought there might be something interesting down here, but I got lost, and then the Zubat came. He shuddered, face paling under the grime. What if they come back? I don't have any Pokémon, what am I going to do? Calm down, Ash said firmly. I'll help you find your friends. Miguel stared at him. You will? Thank you so much. Then he frowned. But how? I got so turned around, I have no idea which way it is. Ash grimaced. There were so many small passages that he couldn't remember how he had got here either. Eevee might be able to scent their way out, but he really needed a break. Ash thought for a moment, then glanced at Abra. You were able to tell that someone was down here, he said. Do you think you could find the scientists? Abra pet his head to one side. My range isn't that extensive, but I can try. Thanks, said Ash, with a nod. Abra closed his eyes, and Ash glanced at Miguel. Abra's gonna see if he can sense them. Miguel looked skeptical. Well, that might work. Abra aren't exactly known for their power though, are they? Ash was really getting sick of people telling him his starter was useless. He glared at Miguel. Abra is great, he snapped. Just you wait. Miguel had the grace to look abashed. He started fussing with his lab coat, and Ash forced down his annoyance with an effort. He knew how strong Abra was. One day everyone would see it too. Though he couldn't help wondering just when his starter would evolve. I think I have something. Everything else was instantly forgotten. Ash grinned and bounded over to Abra. Really? Awesome. Miguel's head snapped up. He found them. Possibly, said Abra. It's hard to tell from so far away, but I can sense a number of minds, and none of them seem particularly hostile. That's good enough for me, Ash announced. Even if it wasn't Miguel's friends, they would be safer with a large group. He glanced at Miguel. Come on, let's see if it's them. Lead the way, Abra. Abra shot him a look, and settled pointedly on his shoulder. Ash rolled his eyes. Fine. Which way? Which of us just fought off a horde of Zubat? That one. Ash turned to the indicated tunnel, and nodded. Okay then, let's go. Miguel gave the pair of them a rather wary look, but followed without arguing. Ash kept a careful eye out for any more Zubat, but the noise of the battle seemed to have driven anything in the area away. It had also scared away any more interesting Pokémon that might have been lurking away from the more well-traveled areas, but that couldn't be helped. Miguel still looked worried though, twitching at every stray sound and movement and never moving more than a few feet away from Ash. Ash cast around for a distraction, and something his new friend had said earlier came to mind. So why are you guys looking for fossils anyway? Miguel blinked. Because they're fascinating. Have you never been to the Pewter Museum? You have to go as soon as you reach the city, Ash, it's incredible. We found fossils that show the evolution of all sorts of Pokémon dating back millions of years. And some facilities have even managed to revive prehistoric Pokémon from fossils. His eyes glazed over. Can you imagine it, Ash? Meeting a Pokémon that lived before humans even existed. He had forgotten his worries at least. Ash felt a faint flicker of amusement from Abra, but his own interest was piqued. That is really cool, he agreed. Have you ever revived a fossil Pokémon? Miguel shook himself, and sighed. No. We don't really have the funding. It's really expensive to revive fossils, he explained, when Ash gave him a blank look. The Cinnabar lab managed to get a grant, and the Devon Corporation in Hoenn has been developing their own techniques, but we don't have anything like that. I guess that makes sense, said Ash slowly. He tried not to be too disappointed. Prehistoric Pokémon sounded awesome, but if they were that hard to revive then it was unlikely he would ever get to see one. He shook off the thought, there were hundreds of awesome Pokémon out there. Yeah, it's a shame, said Miguel. He ducked under a sharp outcropping, promptly tripped over another rock, and sighed. I think I should stick to lab work. Not much further, said Abra. His tail wrapped more tightly around Ash's neck as he yawned. You owe me a full day's sleep. Ash reached up to pat his head. I know, but you've been brilliant today. And it has been good training, right? Abra grumbled but didn't contradict him, so Ash counted that as agreement. He ducked around another corner, then paused. Can anyone else hear that? It was very faint, but he thought he could make out the faint murmur of voices. Miguel squinted into the gloom, and Abra nodded. That's them. Keep going in that direction, I'm going back to sleep. Don't call me unless you absolutely have to. With that, he vanished back into his Pokeball. Miguel jumped back with a start of surprise. Is he alright? He's fine, said Ash, shooting a fond smile at his belt. Just tired out. Don't worry, it's not far. And I've still got 2 more Pokémon if we do run into any trouble, he added, when Miguel started twitching again. Miguel chewed on his lip for a moment, then nodded. All right. Thanks. Ash smiled, and started heading in the direction of the voices. No problem. No, I mean it. You put yourself in danger to help me. Ash blinked, then grinned at him. Anyone would have done the same. Now come on, let's find your friends. Miguel stared at him for a long minute, then shook himself and followed Ash down the passage. I think I can hear them too now. Ash nodded, he could definitely make out distinct voices instead of just an indistinct babble. He followed the passage round to the left and blinked as they ended up in a surprisingly large cavern. Electric lights lined the walls, powered by a bored-looking magneton, and people in white coats carrying clipboards were huddled together. One of them looked up at their entrance, and waved. There you are, Miguel. We were starting to get worried. Then he looked at Miguel properly and all but ran across the cave. What happened? Miguel flushed as he began to explain himself. Ash was only half listening, he was too interested in watching the nearest scientist start screeching at each over a dull gray rock, but he glanced back when he heard his name. But Ash and his Pokémon drove them off, and then helped me get back here. The man's eyes were very wide by the time he finally turned to Ash. It looks like we owe you. My name's Seymour, I'm part of the research team at the museum. I'm Ash Ketchum, Ash said, shaking his hand. And it was no trouble at all. It was to me, Miguel interrupted. I'd have been in real trouble if you hadn't shown up. Thank you. Seymour looked the teen up and down and shook his head. Next time, perhaps you'll stick to the designated areas, but never mind. Go and check in Haruki, she's got the first aid kit. Yes, sir. He gave Ash a final warm smile, and headed for the rest of the group. Seymour shook his head. He was lucky you found him when you did. Speaking of which, are your Pokémon all right? They're okay, Ash assured him. They're just a bit tired. I'm glad to hear it, said Seymour with a nod. He rummaged in his belt pouch and retrieved 2 large citrus berries. Here, these will help them recover more quickly. Ash blinked, then smiled. That's really nice of you, thank you, but, well, Abra's asleep and I don't think he'd want to be woken up, and Evie was kind of tired too. Seymour nodded, but before he could say anything there was a flash of light and Evie appeared at Ash's feet. His tail was drooping, but his eyes were very bright and he jumped into Ash's arms with a bark. Ash caught him automatically and stroked his ears. "Are you okay?" he said. "That wasn't much of a rest." Evie liked his cheek, and scrambled out of his arms to cling to Ash's shoulder. Ash spared a moment to wonder why his partners liked sitting there so much, before shaking himself and turning back to Seymour, who was smiling at them. "I guess Evie isn't that tired." Seymour chuckled. "So I see." He offered the berry to Evie. "Thank you for helping my friend, Evie." Evie licked at his fingers, and accepted the treat with a cheerful yip. Ash reached up to scratch his ruff. "Thanks, but it was really nothing." A crash sounded from behind them, making Ash jump, but Seymour just rubbed his eyes. "Please be careful with the samples, Tony." "Sorry, sir." Seymour shook his head. Ash glanced round at the hustle and bustle and decided it couldn't hurt to ask. "So, have you found any fossils here?" "Not on this trip," said Seymour, with a sigh. "But that's okay, it just works out like that sometimes. I don't even specialize in fossils, to be honest, but we're a bit short-handed at the moment." He shook his head, and smiled. "Anyway, you must be keen to get back to your journey. Thank you again for your help." "No problem," said Ash cheerfully. He started to turn away, then paused. Which way is Pewter City again?" 10 minutes later, Ash was back on his way with a very detailed map clutched in his hand. The way back to the main path was clear enough, but he wasn't too worried. He had his Pokémon, and after today he had no doubts whatsoever about their capabilities. He was particularly impressed with Eevee, who had refused to return to his Pokeball despite Ash's promises that he wasn't going to run into another horde of Zubat. The little normal type had been brilliant all day, and Ash felt a warm rush of pride. There was no way Gary's Eevee had had such a tough challenge and done so well. A bark drew his attention from a very pleasant daydream about utterly destroying Gary, and Ash looked down in time to see Eevee drop something at his feet. "Huh? What have you found?" He crouched down, and blinked. "A rock." He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. The rock was about the size of both his fists and roughly oval, but it was just a rock. Eevee looked so proud of himself though, that Ash had to smile. "Thanks, Eevee." Eevee's eyes brightened, and he batted his prize towards Ash's hand. Ash looked at it, then at him. "You want me to bring it with me?" Eevee barked again, his dark eyes shining. Ash hesitated. He wasn't sure he really wanted to be carrying a rock around, but he also couldn't bear to disappoint his friend. "Okay then." He picked it up, and hefted it in his hand for a moment. It was lighter than he expected, and when he brushed some of the dirt off it gleamed an odd golden brown in the dim light. Ash shrugged, and stuffed it down to the bottom of his rucksack, and ruffled Eevee's ears. "Thank you." Eevee licked at his hand, then his tiny fangs showed in another massive yawn. Ash shook his head. "I think you should get some more sleep. I promise I'll call if I run into any more trouble, okay?" Eevee gave him a look of pure adoration, and returned to his Pokeball. Ash swung his bag back onto his shoulders, and sent out Psyduck. She gave him a look and the closest rocks floated into the air to hover behind her, and Ash smiled. "Same as before then?" Psyduck nodded, and waddled off ahead of him. Up ahead were the bright lights of the main passage, and Ash picked up his pace. Pewter City, and his second gym badge awaited. Ash liked Pewter City. It wasn't as new and shiny as Cerulean had been, but it was still very different from Pallet Town and Ash wanted to see as much of it as he could. His mom had suggested a bunch of things that travelers should do in Pewter, though he would definitely be skipping the museum. He had had enough of rocks. First things first. Ash took a deep breath, and looked down at the 4 Pokeballs on his belt. Everyone ready? Two of the ball rocked in confirmation. The others remained still, and a faint sigh echoed in Ash's mind. Of course we are. Let's get on with this. Ash rolled his eyes, and pushed open the door. The interior was also about as different from cerulean as it was possible to be. Instead of the bright lights and show business of the sensational sisters, the interior was plain but for the rock-covered arena. At the far end of the room on a slightly raised platform stood a boy a few years older than Ash, and he folded his arms as Ash approached. "Welcome to the Pewter City Gym," he called. "My name is Brock." Ash didn't like how he had to tilt his head to look up at him. "My name is Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge you for a badge." Brock pet his head to one side, and looked Ash up and down. "Is this your first gym battle?" "Nope," said Ash, shaking his head. "I got my first badge from Misty, in cerulean." Brock frowned. "But you're from Pallet. How did you get to, actually, never mind. If you know what's going to happen, then let's get on with this." He stepped down from the platform and moved to one side of the arena. "This will be a 2-on-2 battle, and you may switch Pokémon whenever you want." Ash nodded. That worked out fine for him. Eevee would be disappointed, but there would be other battles. He took up his position opposite Brock, and selected his first Pokeball. "Okay, I'm ready." "I hope so," said Brock grimly. He sent out his first Pokémon, a tough-looking Geodude that glared at Ash and cracked its knuckles. Ash gulped, but he had trained for this. They were ready. "Psyduck, I choose you." Psyduck promptly materialized on the field in front of him. She scratched her head and nodded to Ash before turning to fix Brock with a glare. The gym leader nodded. "Good choice, but type isn't everything. Let's see how she does against Geodude." Ash grinned. "All right. We know how to handle Geodude, right, Psyduck?" Brock pet his head to one side, then smiled. "Right, you must have come through Mount Moon from cerulean. We'll see how much you learned. Are you ready?" "Yeah." "Then let's begin. Geodude, start us off with Rock Throw." "You know what to do, Psyduck." Ash called. Psyduck nodded. She waved a flipper, and the rock came to an abrupt halt in front of her. She gestured again, and the rock flew back through the air to crack against Geodude's head. Body. Whatever it was. Perfect. Ash cheered. They had realized in Mount Moon that Psyduck wasn't agile enough to dodge attacks like the rest of his Pokémon were, but working on her psychic powers had paid off. Now follow up with Water Pulse. Geodude wasn't built for speed either, and the jet of water sent it flying across the arena. Ash held his breath, but Brock's Geodude was a lot tougher than the ones in the caves and it bounced upright straight away. Ash clenched his fists. "Okay, Psyduck, keep that up." "Not bad, Ash," Brock called. "But let's see what you make of this." Geodude, Sandstorm. Geodude waved a rocky fist, and his figure was soon obscured in a cloud of swirling sand. "What?" Ash demanded. "What's that gonna do?" Brock folded his arms. "So this is your first time dealing with weather conditions in battle. Interesting." Ash scowled at him. "It doesn't matter, we're still gonna win." Water Gun. Psyduck did so, but although the attack was on target, Geodude seemed more annoyed than hurt by the impact. Ash frowned, then saw Psyduck wince. "Psyduck? What's wrong?" She flinched again, and Ash saw red marks appearing on her skin. He squinted awkwardly through the sand. "Sandstorm's doing that? That wasn't fair." Brock smirked. "Only rock, ground, and steel types are tough enough to be out in sandstorms, Ash." Ash gritted his teeth. He didn't have any of those types. Maybe he should have caught a Geodude of his own after all. He wrenched his attention back to the battle when Brock raised a hand. "All right, Geodude, let's go back on the offensive." Use Rock Tomb. Psyduck, catch it. Psyduck tried. Ash could see her trying, but the stinging sand was too much of a distraction. She was barely able to slow the rocks enough to make an awkward dodge. The rocks thudded into the floor far too close for comfort, and Ash swallowed. It's okay, Psyduck. We can still do this. Psyduck shot him a brief but very expressive look over her shoulder. Ash stared out at the battlefield, thoughts racing. Her attacks were somehow being absorbed by all the sand. The sand was hurting and distracting her enough that she might not be able to keep catching all the big rocks Geodude was attacking with. She couldn't catch the big rocks. Psyduck, use your psychic power to keep the sand away from you. Psyduck did a double take, but waved her flipper. Ash held his breath, and then cheered. All right. It was hard to tell with the sandstorm still raging, but the sand was being diverted around her. Ash grinned, the success of his idea revitalizing his flagging spirits. Great. Now, can you do that over a larger distance? Enough to get a proper attack through? Psyduck hesitated. Ash cast a quick glance at Brock, but the gym leader seemed content to see what he could come up with, and Ash glanced back at his partner. I know you're tired, but this will work, I know it. Please, just try. It. Psyduck caught his eye and nodded. She glared back at Geodude, and the wind seemed to fade slightly. It's working. Ash urged. Keep it up. But Psyduck was shaking, and even as Ash watched she staggered and nearly fell. Ash bit his lip. Come on. You can do it, Psyduck. Psyduck glanced at him again, and something in her face shifted. She closed her eyes and gripped at her head. Psyduck? Ash asked. Are you okay? Psyduck didn't reply. Ash bit his lip, but just as he was considering switching her out something stopped him. She was shaking her head like she was in pain, and her body was glowing with a faint light. Psyduck? Psyduck opened her eyes. Still gripping her head, the light exploded into a brilliant blue flash that left Ash blinking back stars. He tried to speak, but Psyduck shook her head and every particle of sand seemed to freeze in place before crashing to the floor. Watch out, Geodude, Brock called, but Ash was faster. Awesome, Psyduck. Now use Water Pulse. Psyduck needed no prompting. The attack hit Geodude right on target, and the rock type went flying back through the air and hit the wall with a crash. When the dust and sand finally settled, Geodude was out cold. Geodude is unable to battle, Brock announced. Nice job on beating our sandstorm. Ash though, was so focused on his partner that he barely heard the praise. Psyduck. Are you alright? Psyduck continued to hold her head, but she managed a weak nod. Ash let out a breath. Good. You were awesome. Psyduck nodded again and Ash had to smile. They were halfway to their next badge. You did well, Brock agreed. Even if we were going on easy on you, a lot of new trainers have trouble with that. Ash grinned, then paused. Wait, you were going easy on us? If you had more badges I'd have made it harder by ordering Geodude to hide underground, Brock explained. But as it was, the weather was enough of a test. He smiled, and held up his second Pokeball. Let's see if you can keep it up. He threw the ball, and a flash of light appeared. A lot of light. Ash craned his neck and swallowed. That's an Onix, right? Onix let out a deep rumble that Ash could feel through his trainers, and Brock grinned. Right. He was my first Pokemon, and he's one of my toughest. Ash bit his lip. Psyduck was strong, and she had a great type advantage, but she had been through a tough battle already and was still clutching her head. Onix roared, and Ash made up his mind. Come back, Psyduck, he called. Take a quick rest, okay? He thought he saw approval flicker in Brock's eyes as Psyduck returned to her Pokeball. Choose wisely, Ash. Onix is strong. Ash grinned. I know exactly who to use here. Beauty, I choose you. Beauty appeared with a happy squeak, and waved her leaves at Ash before turning to glare up at Onyx. Brock's jaw dropped. Where did you get a Beauty? I thought they were only native to Hoenn and Sinnoh. I got lucky, Ash told him, with a smile. She was the first Pokémon I caught, and she's been a great friend. Beauty glanced back to beam at him, and Ash's smile widened. She had been awesome against Misty, and he knew she wouldn't let him down here either. Brock, though, was frowning. I can see that, but are you sure you want to use her here? Beauty gave an indignant squeak, but Ash could kind of see his point. Onyx towered over him, let alone the tiny grass type. Not that it made any difference. Beauty would never let him down. She can handle it. I trust her. Brock didn't look completely convinced, but he nodded. All right then. Let's see what you can do. Onyx, use Wrap. Dodge it, and stick to the plan, Ash shouted. Beauty nodded, and waited until Onyx was too close to change direction before bouncing out of the way. As she did so she launched the now familiar flurry of powders, and Ash grinned as some of the golden spores settled into the cracks between the boulders that made up Onyx's body. All right, that's perfect, Beauty. They were lucky that Psyduck had dealt with the sandstorm. All the wind and sand would have been a serious problem. Onyx's movements were already becoming stiff and awkward though, so it had paid off. Good move, Brock agreed. But Onyx is still the toughest thing on the battlefield. Ash didn't need telling twice. Doesn't matter if he can't touch her. Stay out of reach, Beauty. Beauty chirped, and danced out of the way of another lunging tackle. Onyx was left off balance, and Ash seized the opportunity. Now, use Absorb. Green light suffused Beauty's body for a moment before lancing out, and Onyx let out a roar as it made contact. Beauty's leaves perked up as she regained energy, and Ash grinned. Great! Now keep that up. Beauty nodded and started gathering energy again, but this time the green glow was a lot brighter and Onyx visibly sagged at the energy drain. Brock frowned. You got lucky, Ash. It looks like your Beauty has learned Mega Drain. Really? That's awesome. You hear that, Beauty? There's no way we're gonna lose this battle. Beauty waved, but Brock was shaking his head. That was a good start, but we're not done yet. Onyx, use Rock Polish. What? What does that do? We have got to sit down with a list of moves and their effects after this. Not now, Abra. Ash scowled up at Onyx, whose body seemed to be gleaming. Okay, Beauty, don't let him do whatever he's doing. Use Mega Drain again. Beauty nodded, but this time Onyx was ready. It whipped sideways, moving far faster than it had been up until now, and the grass-typed attack went wide. It got faster, Ash realized, with a groan. Be careful, Beauty. Beauty nodded, but even with the warning she was unable to avoid the full-bodied tackle that seemed to come out of nowhere. The impact sent her flying through the air, and she bounced twice on the rocky ground before skidding to a halt. Beauty. For a long, heart-stopping moment, Beauty didn't move. Ash's nails were digging into his palms, and it was all he could do to keep his fear from his voice. Come on, Beauty, get up. I know you can do it. The tips of Beauty's leaves twitched ever so slightly. Ash swallowed. Please, Beauty, he called. You're strong and tough and there's no way you're gonna lose. Slowly, painfully, Beauty raised her head. Ash held her gaze, trying to let her see his faith. His heart was hammering so hard it was almost painful. He hated seeing his friends hurt, but he knew Beauty and he knew she could do it. She just had to believe it. Beauty's eyes narrowed, and she got up. All right. Ash cheered. Now let's win this thing. Beauty nodded and turned back to glare at Onyx. The giant rock-type roared, and Ash had to fight the urge to take a step back. He couldn't let Beauty see him worry. She was in bad shape as it was. If he looked like he doubted her, then they would be in real trouble. Ash shook his head. Onyx had taken a lot of damage too. They could do this. He concentrated on Onyx again, trying to work out a weak spot. He had seen how fast it could move with the speed boost, but its movements were still kind of awkward, and Ash remembered with a jolt that it was still paralyzed. "Okay, Beauty," he said softly. "I know it's really fast, but so are you, and it's too big to change direction easily. Wait until you see an opening, and then give it everything you've got." Beauty chirped in acknowledgement and waved tauntingly Onyx. It reared back with a snarl, and Brock raised a fist. "We'll take you down with one strike. Onyx, use tackle." "Careful," Ash called, but his words were drowned out in the grinding of rock as Onyx launched itself at his tiny grass type. But this time it was Beauty who jumped aside, her body already glowing bright green, and before Onyx could correct its course the Mega Drain struck home. It let out a pained shriek and Beauty's scratches faded as she absorbed energy, but she didn't stop the attack until Onyx finally crashed to the floor and lay still. There was silence, then Brock sighed and returned his partner. "Onyx is unable to battle. Congratulations, Ash." For a moment Ash could only stare at him, then the words sank in and a grin spread across his face. "We did it." Beauty turned to beam back at him, and Ash let out a shout of delighted laughter. "You did it, Beauty." He sprinted out onto the field and caught his little grass type up into a hug. "You were amazing. Thank you so much." Beauty nuzzled into him with a delighted squeak, then she suddenly paused. Ash looked down, and blinked. Huh. Beauty was glowing again. Not like when she used Mega Drain, but with a soft white light that seemed to spread through her entire body. "She's evolving," Brock gasped. Ash set her back on the ground and stepped away as the light blazed bright. She shot up, twin roses blossomed, and then there was a final flash that left Ash blinking back stars and the light faded. Ash rubbed his eyes and took in the sight of his newly evolved Pokémon. She had grown. Not much, but it was definitely noticeable. A red rose had bloomed from her right hand, and a blue one from her left, and as the last of the light subsided she did a delighted twirl. "Wow," Ash breathed. He fumbled for his Pokédex and flicked it open. "That's a Rosalia." Ash tore his eyes from his partner to find Brock standing next to them. He looked Rosalia over, and gave them both a warm smile. "Congratulations." Rosalia bowed, and Ash grinned. "Thanks. You look great, Rosalia." There was another flash of light, and Abra appeared next to her. He pet his head to one side, as she did another twirl, and nodded. She patted him on the head with one of the roses, and Abra flickered away to reappear on Ash's shoulder. "She likes having arms." Ash burst out laughing. Brock shot them a bemused look, but Rosalia giggled and Ash had to pick her up for a hug. "Thank you," he repeated. Rosalia flung her arms round his neck, and Ash felt the weight disappear as Abra teleported out of arm's reach again. He hugged Rosalia back, mindful of her poisonous thorns, and smiled. He'd won a gym battle, and one of his Pokémon had evolved. This was the best day ever. Even if he was kind of surprised that Beauty had evolved before Abra. Most people's starters evolved quickly. Gary's Squirtle had evolved into a Wartortle ages ago. Abra hadn't shown any signs of evolving yet. Brock coughed, and Ash looked up to find the gym leader smiling at him. Ash blushed. "Sorry. Thanks for a great battle, Brock." "It was my pleasure." He pet his head to one side. "You know, Ash, the thing about a lot of baby Pokémon is that they only evolve when they really love and trust their trainer." Ash blinked. "Really?" Brock nodded, his smile widening. "Yeah. And I could feel the bond between you in that battle." He held out his hand. "It's my pleasure to present you with the Boulder Badge." Ash had completely forgotten about the badge. Rosalia chirped, and Psyduck appeared in a flash of light to study their prize, until Ash finally took it. Thanks, Brock. We all had a lot of fun. It was, Brock agreed. My Pokémon enjoyed it too. He held out a hand, and Ash set Rosalia down so he could shake it. Do you know where you're headed next? Ash shook his head. Not yet. We've got 6 more badges to get, so anywhere with a gym, I guess. Brock nodded. In that case, you could try Viridian. The gym leader is tough, but it is the closest one to us. That sounds good, Ash agreed. Thanks. You're welcome. Even through his own delight, Ash couldn't help but notice that Brock's smile had turned rather wistful. A faint flicker of concern echoed from Abra, and Ash frowned. Brock? Is something wrong? Brock blinked, then rubbed the back of his head. What? Oh no, everything's fine. Ash eyed him, and after a moment the smile faded and he sighed. I guess I just envy you. What? Ash asked. Why? Because you get to travel all around the country with your Pokémon, Brock explained. You get to see so many places, and meet new people and Pokémon wherever you go. He looked round at the gym, and sighed again. Don't get me wrong. Being a gym leader is fine. I like getting to meet new trainers and test the bonds they have with their Pokémon, but sometimes I think it'd be nice to be able to go out and explore. Ash nodded slowly. He had only been on the road for a couple of months, but already he couldn't imagine doing anything else. Brock shook his head. Ah well, never mind. Sorry for going on like that. No, it's fine, said Ash quickly. But if you want to go and travel for a while, what's stopping you? There must be other people who could run the gym for a while. Brock's jaw clenched. There should be. My father was the gym leader before me. But he's gone now, and it doesn't look like he's coming back any time soon, so I'm stuck here. Ash's stomach lurched. He could understand the bitterness in Brock's voice all too well. Abra shot him a curious look, but Ash focused back on Brock before his starter could start asking questions. I'm sorry. That must be hard. Brock shrugged. I guess, but it's necessary. I have 9 younger siblings, he said, when Ash frowned. With both our parents gone, I'm all they've got. I can't go and leave them too. Ash's hands clenched into fists, but before he could say something he would probably regret, Brock forced a smile. And being a gym leader isn't so bad really. I still get to meet new trainers, like you. The smile turned slightly more genuine as he looked over Ash's Pokémon. And if you're ever in the area, feel free to drop by for a rematch. Just to warn you, I won't go easy on you next time. And I wouldn't want you to, said Ash immediately. But we're gonna get a lot stronger too. Brock laughed. I don't doubt that at all. Good luck on your journey, Ash. Thanks. I'll come by and visit sometime. Rosalia waved and Psyduck nodded, and then the two of them returned to their Pokeballs. Abra settled back on Ash's shoulder, but Ash couldn't help lingering. Hey, Brock. Yes. Ash hesitated, but now he had to know. What would you want to do? If you didn't have to run the pewter gym, I mean. I want to be a Pokémon breeder, said Brock, without a moment's hesitation. To focus on raising and looking after Pokémon, rather than just battling with them. He caught Ash's eye and smiled. Don't worry about it, Ash. Who knows what might happen in the future? Slowly Ash nodded. I guess. I hope you get to follow your dream one day. Me too. Take care, Ash. Ash left the gym in rather lower spirits than he had expected. He could feel Abra's growing concern, but despite his pride in his victory, and in how his partners had performed, he couldn't help thinking back to the look in Brock's eyes. Ash, the Pokémon Center is in the other direction. Ash stopped, sighed, and turned round. Thanks. What is the matter? You got the badge, Psyduck got stronger, and Rosalia evolved. This was a good day. Yeah, it was, Ash agreed. He shook his head, and squared his shoulders. There was nothing he could do to help Brock, and he didn't think the gym leader would want him brooding over it. He reached up to pat Abra's head. Sorry. I'll stop it. Abra hummed, leaning into his touch, and Ash smiled. His starter was really smart, and a good friend. They made it back to the Pokémon Center without any more wrong turns. Ash showed off his new badge to Nurse Joy, and then to Eevee while Nurse Joy took Psyduck and Rosalia through to get healed, and then to some other random trainers he heard talking about challenging Brock. I'm glad you're feeling better. Ash rolled his eyes. I just got it, I'm allowed to be proud. Eevee yipped in agreement, though he still looked disappointed. Ash scratched his ruff. I know you wanted to battle, but a rock gym just wasn't a good matchup. You can have a go at the next one, I promise. Eevee's ears pricked up at that, and he liked at Ash's hand. Ash smiled, and pinned the badge carefully to the inside of his jacket. He would have to show his mom the next time he called. Eevee curled up in a patch of sunlight to nap, but instead of disappearing back into his ball like usual, Abra settled on the sofa next to Ash. Ash eyed him. Are you feeling all right? Why wouldn't I be? Eevee's sleeping, and you're not, Ash pointed out. It's weird. Abra huffed and shook his head. I'm fine. It's not like I've done anything today. His tail flicked from side to side. May I ask you something? Ash blinked. Sure. What's up? Abra was silent for a moment, then tilted his head up to look at Ash. You're always talking about your mom. You call her whenever we get to a Pokémon Center. But you never talk about your dad. Ash grimaced. You noticed that, huh? He shouldn't really be surprised. Abra was smart, a lot smarter than him. He had been bound to notice something eventually. His partner nodded but said nothing, and Ash scratched the back of his head. It's nothing, really, he finally said. He left when I was little, and we haven't seen him since. Shock that wasn't his own echoed through his mind. He left you? Yeah, said Ash grimly. He's never written, or called or anything. For a moment he let the old resentment swell up, but then he shook his head. It doesn't matter. He didn't care about us, so why should I care about him? Abra tilted his head to one side, and Ash elaborated, my mom was the one that was there for me. She cared about how I did in school, and what I wanted to do, and taught me about Pokémon. I don't need a dad, because I've got the best mom in the world. Abra held his gaze for a long minute, and then warm fondness burned in Ash's mind. I think I'd like to meet her. Properly, not just over a video call. Ash smiled at that. She'd like that too. Then he blinked. Wait, we could do that. Abra frowned, but Ash was already scrambling over to the large map on the wall. Abra floated over to join him, and Ash pointed. See, it's like Brock said, the closest gym to us now is the one in Viridian, and Viridian is only a few days' walk from Pallet. We could easily drop in on Mom. Now that he'd thought of it, the idea was looking more and more appealing. All this talk of his dad had made him really miss Mom. Abra hovered closer to the map, and nodded. That could work. And from Pallet we could travel on to Cinnabar Island. That symbol means there's a gym there, doesn't it? That's right, Ash confirmed. I think the gym leader there uses fire types, I've heard Professor Oak talk about it. Abra nodded again. That shouldn't be a problem, as long as you don't use Rosalia. Of course I wouldn't, said Ash, rolling his eyes. I'm not stupid. Then he felt a flicker of amusement and scowled. Hey! Abra smirked, and Ash felt a rush of fondness for his starter. He reached out to scratch Abra's head. Sounds like we've got ourselves a plan. Abra leaned into the contact with a faint hum. Agreed. He settled on Ash's shoulder, and his heavy tail wrapped round the back of Ash's neck. For what it's worth, I think your mom did a great job. Thanks, said Ash softly. He turned back to the map, all thought of his father set aside. He had mom, and some great friends, and that was all he needed. All right. Now finish it off with Psywave. Abra waved a claw, and the pulse of psychic energy sent the pincer slamming against a tree. It slunk to the forest floor and started to snore, and Abra teleported back to Ash's shoulder. I win. And I am not fighting any more bug types. Ever. Ash rolled his eyes fondly, and reached up to scratch his partner's head. Great job, Abra. He smirked at the pouting samurai. I told you my Pokémon were strong. But that's a psychic type, samurai. Spluttered. How did you beat my pincer? I'm good at this. Ash had to bite his cheek to keep from smiling, but shook his head. We've done a lot of training, but that was a fun match. Fun for you maybe, you weren't the one dodging the giant horns. And Abra had fun too, said Ash brightly. He ignored the flicker of exasperation, and shook Samurai's hand. Good luck with your journey. He watched Samurai disappear back into the forest on his never-ending bug hunt, until Abra poked him in the head. I need a potion. Ash winced. Yeah, sorry. I didn't think that pincer would be fast enough to catch you teleporting. He swung Abra off his shoulder and onto the tree stump next to his bag. Let me have a look at your shoulder. Abra hesitated, then slowly extended the injured limb. Pincer had only caught him a glancing blow, but the joint had already turned a dark bluish purple that made Ash slightly queasy. Abra scowled up at him. Yes, it does hurt. Well spotted. Can I please have that potion now? Right, sorry. He rummaged in his rucksack for his medical supplies. Is a normal one okay? Ash, I really don't care, so just give me the medicine. Okay. He hadn't used potions before, his Pokémon were usually fine with the berries Melanie had told him about, but they were simple enough. They weren't much good for serious injuries, but they were great for superficial stuff like this. Abra still flinched when the spray met the injury, and Ash rubbed his back. Sorry, but this will help. I know, Abra muttered. Thanks. But I meant it. No more bugs. Ash frowned at him. I get it, but you can't just not fight bug types. Same as dark types. Ugh. I mean it, said Ash gently. I know it's hard, but if I'm going to be a Pokémon Master then I need to be able to fight anyone. Abra frowned, but Ash didn't let him interrupt, and I know I'm gonna get other Pokémon, but you're my starter. I want you to be able to look after yourself. I can look after myself, said Abra. But I do see your point. He flexed his arm, and nodded. That feels a bit better. Thank you. Ash scratched his head. Any time. He set the empty bottle back in his bag. See, this is why I picked you to fight samurai. The more you practice the easier it'll get, just like when you were learning how to use your psychic attacks. Abra did not look convinced. Ash chewed on his lip for a moment, then brightened. I know, maybe we can teach you some moves that are good against bug types. And dark types. And ghosts, Abra supplied dryly. I knew that, Ash shot back. What do you think about the idea? Abra was silent for a minute. Ash took the opportunity to let his other Pokémon out for a break. Rosalia spun in delight as she drank in the bright sunlight, while Psyduck immediately waddled back to the shelter of the nearest trees. Eevee bounced around them both before racing off after a Pidgey, and Ash found himself smiling as he watched them. He settled himself on the stump next to Abra, and nudged his starter. Come on, what do you think? You want to learn some new moves? Abra eyed him. How long do we have? Because it's taken nearly a month to learn Confusion in Psybeam. Yeah, but now you've got the hang of learning new things, so it'll go much faster from now on. Eevee raced up for long enough for a pat and a hug before dashing off into the undergrowth again. Abra sighed. I don't know how successful it'll be, but I suppose we can give it a try. Great! Ash exclaimed. It would be hard work, but he was sure they could work it out. And it'll be easier when you evolve as well. His partner would have a lot more power as a Kadabra. Ash could hardly wait to see what they could do together. Rosalia was way stronger than she had been as a Mewtwo, and when Psyduck and Eevee evolved as well. Then Ash realized that the unease prickling at the back of his neck wasn't his own. Abra's tail was twitching, and Ash frowned. What's wrong? Nothing, said Abra curtly. Ash stared at him. Why do you do that? I can literally feel that you're upset. Abra's tail twitched more violently, and Ash rested a careful hand on his uninjured shoulder. Abra, you're my best friend. If there's something wrong then I want to make it better. Abra blinked. I'm your best friend. Well, yeah. You know me better than anyone. Except Mom, but that's different. He smiled. Come on, what's wrong? Abra held his gaze for a long moment, then sighed. Ash, you do realize that just because Mewtwo evolved quickly it doesn't mean that the rest of us will, don't you? I know I'm not ready yet. Okay, said Ash slowly. But why don't you want to evolve? You're not listening, Abra snapped. It's not a question of not wanting to, I'm just not ready to yet. I don't know when I will be. Ash opened his mouth, then paused and closed it again. He thought that through for a minute. That's fine, I guess. What do you want to do then, take part in more battles so you can get stronger? Abra shrugged. I don't know. Now I just want to sleep. He hesitated, and glanced up at Ash. You're not angry? Of course not. I don't want you to do anything you're not ready for. It would make things harder, but none of this had been easy so far. Ash wanted to be the best, but if there was anything Professor Oak had drilled into them it was that you would go much further when you worked with your Pokémon. Abra relaxed slightly. Thank you, Ash. No problem, said Ash quietly. Get some sleep. A pulse of gratitude echoed through him as Abra returned himself to his Pokeball. Ash sat back on the tree stump and sighed. That was kind of annoying, but it wasn't like he could force Abra to evolve. They would have to come up with another way of handling Abra's weak points. Maybe he should look into getting TMs. There had to be something good Abra could learn. Eevee came racing up again, and Ash reached down to give him a scratch behind the ears. You having fun? Eevee barked, and Ash had to smile. Don't suppose you feel like evolving? But Eevee had already caught sight of a low-flying Butterfree and bounded off after it. Ash laughed. Eevee was only a couple of months old. He didn't have to worry just yet. Psyduck glanced over from where she had settled against the tree and rolled her eyes. Ash just smiled. He didn't have to worry about her either. He slumped against the tree next to her, and handed her a berry. How are you doing? Feeling better after the battle with Brock? Psyduck shot him an incredulous look, and he held up his hands. I know it was over a week ago, but I was worried. He and Abra had been reading up on how Psyduck used their psychic abilities, so he knew about the headache thing now, but it had still scared him. Psyduck shook her head, but the look she shot him was fondly tolerant. Ash smiled, and dug around in his rucksack. They might as well stop for lunch now that everyone was comfortable. Eevee raced up as soon as Ash retrieved the bag of canine food, and Rosalia was only a little way behind. She at least was enjoying the journey through the forest. Her leaves were a much healthier green than they had been in Mount Moon, and her roses still looked great. Ash hadn't even had to give her any vitamins all week. Psyduck had been doing well too, but Ash still wanted to ask Professor Oak to give him some tips on taking care of them. He was getting better at battling, but he had a lot to learn about looking after his Pokémon when they were out on their own. At least he had Bill's extensive notes to help with Eevee. Ash had followed his advice and started adding a dash of Kelpsie berry juice to the food, much to Eevee's delight. The little normal type had already liked his bowl clean and was gazing imploringly up at him, until Ash had to pick him up for a hug. "Yeah, you're fine," he said softly. There was a tug in his trouser leg, and Ash glanced down to find Rosalia pouting up at him. Laughing, Ash shifted Eevee to the crook of one arm and scooped up his grass type with the other. "You like being evolved, right?" Rosalia chirped happily. Psyduck glanced up, and Ash barely had time to recognize the glint in her eyes before she doused them all with a light water gun. Eevee yelped and jumped on her, only to look comically confused when she caught and held him in midair. Ash laughed. All right, I'll stop talking and get moving." He shook his hat to get the excess water off, and held out the empty bowls. Another water gun and a quick drying off later, Ash stuffed them back in their capsules and shouldered his rucksack. "Everyone ready?" A series of nods met his words. Rosalia and Psyduck returned to their pokeballs, but Eevee remained sitting at Ash's feet, his tail wagging furiously. Ash ruffled his fur. "Okay then, let's get some training done on the way. How do you feeling about learning Bite?" A faint echo of annoyance resonated in Ash's mind, but he ignored it. His Pokémon needed to be able to fight, and Abra would just have to deal with it. Eevee barked happily, then his little face scrunched up into what was probably an attempt at a ferocious scowl. Ash fought back a smile with an effort. "That's it." He held out a stick. "Now think like a dark type." Eevee nodded and crouched down ready to attack, only to suddenly pause and pee his head to one side. He attempted a rather hesitant snarl, then yipped and flopped down and covered his head with his paws. Ash winced. "That was good, Eevee, but maybe try being a bit meaner. Imagine someone stole your food." Eevee's tail sagged, but he pushed himself up and tried again. The results were underwhelming to say the least. Ash chewed on his bottom lip. How was he supposed to teach Eevee about dark types when he knew nothing about them? "Your mom is an Umbreon, right? Did she tell you anything?" Eevee shook his head. He liked miserably at Ash's hand, and Ash hugged him. "It's okay. We'll figure it out." They had come this far. Ash kept thinking as they started to head back along the path. Maybe Professor Oak would be able to help. He had loads of Pokémon that he studied at the ranch, there had to be some dark types among them. Or maybe he would meet trainers on the way that might be able to help. They would think of something. Eevee's tail was still down between his legs though, so Ash reached down to ruffle his hair. "Come on, why don't you show me how good your quick attack is?" He knew from Abill's notes that all the kits had loved showing off their speed. Eevee's ears perked up, and he launched himself into the trees so fast his little legs blurred. "That's awesome," Ash laughed. Eevee was definitely faster than both Rosalia and Psyduck. That would be useful in battles. He headed after his friend, enjoying the chance to soak up the peace of the forest. He could see the high peaks of Mount Silver and the surrounding mountain range through gaps in the leaves, and the sight sent a thrill of excitement through him. He had never been outside Kanto. Once the Indigo League was over he couldn't wait to explore as many other regions as he could. Ash really loved being a Pokémon trainer. He kept walking, expecting Eevee to return quickly, but as the minutes passed with no sign of his partner Ash found his delight in the day fading. "Eevee? Where are you?" There was no reply. Surely his friend hadn't gone that far. Ash chewed on his lip for a moment, then glanced down at Abra's Pokeball. "Hey, you awake?" There was a faint sigh. "What's wrong?" "I don't know," Ash admitted, "but Eevee ran off and now he's not answering me." Another sigh echoed through his mind, then Abra released himself from his Pokeball and teleported onto Ash's shoulder. He was silent for a minute, then suddenly stiffened. He found trouble. That way. Ash felt the blood drain from his face and set off at a run. "What is it?" he demanded. "What's going on? Is he okay?" "Left a bit. He's fine, but he's found someone that isn't. Ash frowned, but he burst through a bush and then there was no need for further questions. Two metal birds, Skarmory Ash thought they were called, were standing over a slumped black form. Their claws were stained with blood, and they were screeching furiously at Eevee. The little normal type was standing his ground, the beginnings of a swift attack forming around his tail, but he looked up at Ash's arrival and barked firmly. Ash skidded to a halt next to him and glared at the Skarmory. Get away from them. He didn't know what was going on, but he did know that he couldn't let a Pokémon be hurt. Eevee barked again, and Abra left his shoulder to hover next to them, but both Skarmory let out another series of cacophonous screeches and started advancing. Ash, they're steel types, said Abra. None of our attacks will do much. Ash's hands clenched into fists. That wasn't good. Neither Skarmory looked as big as the ones he had seen on TV, so maybe they were still young, but they were angry and dangerous and Ash didn't want his Pokémon to be hurt either. He couldn't send Rosalia out against flying types, and so grabbed Psyduck's ball. Psyduck, we need your help. Psyduck had clearly been listening, but to Ash's surprise Rosalia released herself too. There was no time to protest though, the Skarmory were preparing to attack and Ash had to do something. Abra, hold the one on the left so Rosalia can paralyze it. Psyduck, use Bubble Beam on the other one, Eevee, Swift on both. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all they could do. One of the Skarmory froze in place as Abra grabbed it, and Rosalia immediately followed up with a flurry of gold powder before Abra threw it off to the side. The other Skarmory went flying back against a tree with the force of Psyduck's Bubble Beam. Eevee's Swift Stars had less of an effect, but every single one of them was on target. The Skarmory clearly hadn't been expecting such an attack. They fell back with a deafening crash of wings and screeching and finally turned on their heels and took off towards the distant mountains. Ash didn't waste time gloating about the victory. He ran to the injured Pokémon, his own partners at his heels, and dropped to his knees. Is it okay? He asked. What even is it? It wasn't a Pokémon he could ever remember seeing before. Abra leaned down from his shoulder. It's a Sneasel, a female I think. His voice was determinedly calm, but his claws were digging into Ash's arm. They must have chased her down from Mount Silver. She's not in good shape. Ash could see that for himself. The dark fur was covered in bleeding scratches, but worst of all was the deep gash that crossed her left eye. He leaned forward to help, maybe see if Sneasel would accept a potion, only for Abra to press a claw against his arm. Ash, be careful, he said urgently. They're dark types. She's hurt. Ash protested. We have to help her. Eevee barked agreement, but when he tried to get close Sneasel lashed out with blinding speed and Eevee fell back with a yelp. Rosalia hopped forward, squeaking indignantly, until a blast of cold air missed her by inches. Psyduck pushed her back and planted herself between them, her eyes never leaving Sneasel. Watch out, guys, said Ash. She's scared. If he was hurt that badly he wouldn't want strange Pokémon near him either. He inched slightly closer, ignoring how Abra tensed on his shoulder, and shifted to look Sneasel in the eye. Hey, he said gently, my name's Ash. I want to help you. Sneasel hissed, but Ash didn't move. Please, you're really hurt. There's a Pokémon Center in Viridian City, and Nurse Joy can get you all fixed up. Sneasel spat something. Abra's tail pressed heavily against Ash's shoulder. She doesn't want help. She says she doesn't need anyone. Of course not, Ash agreed, but this is different. We'll just go to the doctor, they'll make you better, and then you can go and do whatever you want. Sneasel continued to glare at him, but Ash didn't miss the way her shaking was getting more pronounced. Something made him keep his mouth shut, despite every instinct that screamed at him to try to convince her, until finally Sneasel's good eye closed and she gave a faint nod. Ash let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you. I'm gonna pick you up, okay? He started to reach forward, only for Abra to poke him in the side. Ash, wait. Listen to her breathing, look at her chest, there's something broken in there. If you pick her up you could hurt her even more. Ash froze. What can we do then? We can't leave her here. Abra shook his head, his fear and indecision rolling over Ash in waves. Eevee whimpered, but fell silent when Psyduck pushed him back towards Rosalia. Still keeping a wary eye on Sneasel, the water type reached up and tapped one of the empty Pokeballs on Ash's belt. You think I should catch her, said Ash incredulously. But she's hurt. Even as the words left his mouth though, he thought he saw what Psyduck was getting at. Pokeballs kept a Pokemon in exactly the same physical state as when they entered. It wouldn't make Sneasel better, but it would stop her from getting hurt further while they got her to a Pokemon Center. Sneasel snarled, and Ash swallowed. That still left the fact that Sneasel clearly didn't want to be caught. She was weakened enough that the Pokeball would probably work, but Ash didn't want her to hurt herself more trying to break free. He took a deep breath, and looked her in the eye. I know you don't want to be caught, he said softly, but you need help. Please, let me take you to a nurse. He stretched out a hand, only to yank it back an instant before her claws would have taken it off. Psyduck took a step closer and Abra's terror somehow increased, but Ash waved them both back without looking. It's okay. I know you're hurt, but everything will be okay if you just trust me. He racked his brains, and tried again. I'll even release you the moment we get there. I'll break the Pokeball and everything, I promise. Please, let me help. For a long minute, the only sound was that of Sneasel's ragged breathing. Ash held her gaze, trying to make her see how serious he was. He didn't care if she liked him, she just had to trust that he would keep his promise. Ash just wanted her to be safe. Finally, just when Ash was beginning to think he might have to chance it with the Pokeball after all, she gave a tight nod. Thank you, Ash whispered. I swear you won't regret it. Sneasel hissed, but the sound almost immediately degenerated into a broken whimper. Ash's heart ached as he grabbed an empty Pokeball. Try to rest. I promise you'll be all right. He touched the button to her less injured side as gently as he could. Sneasel's eye remained locked on his until she disappeared. Ash tucked the ball very carefully into his backpack, and stood up. How far is it to Viridian City? He knew they were on roughly the right track, but they had been wandering round Viridian Forest for a week and Ash's sense of direction wasn't the best. Abra shook his head. I don't know where the Pokémon Center is, but I've seen Viridian City. I can get us out of the forest at least. That would be awesome, Abra, thanks. The trip had been great for training, but they had to move as fast as possible now. Ash's other Pokémon returned to their ball without being asked, and Ash glanced at Abra. Ready? Abra floated down to rest in his shoulder, then there was the now familiar wrench of a teleport and Ash found himself looking down at Viridian City. Abra sagged against his neck, and Ash quickly reached up to steady him. You all right? I will be, Abra gasped. You need to get moving. Ash didn't need to be told twice. He returned his starter and set off at a sprint for the city. 20 minutes later Ash's heart felt like it was going to leap out of his chest and his legs felt like jelly, but he hadn't slowed down once and the Pokémon Center was in sight. He crashed through the doors and nearly tripped on his own feet on the way up to the desk. I need help. He gasped. I found a hurt Pokémon and it's really bad and she was bleeding a lot. Slow down, young man, said Nurse Joy. Her voice was kind but firm as she rounded the desk to lay a hand on his shoulder. Take a breath, and tell me exactly what happened. Ash sucked in a breath, and tried again. I found a Sneasel in Viridian Forest, he managed. He was vaguely aware of the other trainers in the room watching and whispering, but he didn't care as he dug around for the Pokeball. She was being attacked by some Skarmory. We scared them off but it was really bad, and Abra said that it would hurt her if I carried her so I put her in a Pokeball and then he teleported us here but I don't know if it'll be enough. He trailed off as his fingers finally found the Pokeball and he pressed it into the nurse's hands. We didn't know what to do. Nurse Joy's face was pale with concern, but she gave him a warm smile. You did exactly the right thing, she said. Now just leave the rest to us. Ash nodded, but when she went to turn away he caught her arm. Wait, can you let her out here? There's something I promised to do. The nurse hesitated, but after a moment she nodded and opened the ball onto the trolley that had just been brought up by a worried-looking Chansey. Both gasped at the extent of Sneasel's injuries, and the muttering from the other trainers increased, but Ash just shifted to look Sneasel in the eye. This is the Pokémon Center, he said. You'll be safe here, and Nurse Joy and Chansey will help you. And here. He took the empty Pokeball from Nurse Joy and snapped it in half. He dropped the pieces in the trash, and smiled at Sneasel. There. You can do whatever you want afterwards. Just get better, okay? Sneasel's eye went very wide. Nurse Joy touched Ash's shoulder, and he stepped back to let them will Sneasel through to the back. The door closed behind them, and Ash let out a shaky breath. He had done all he could. It was all up to the medical staff now. A lot of people were staring at him, but Ash was too drained to care. He slumped onto the bench by the window, and Abra appeared next to him with a flash of light. Well done, Ash. No one could have gotten here faster. Maybe, said Ash quietly. Thinking about everything that had happened and everything he could have done differently was making his head hurt, and he forced himself to focus on his partner. Are you okay? You didn't sound good earlier, and you were hurt from that battle. I can ask one of the staff here to help. Abra eyed him, but after a moment he shook his head. I just need rest. Let them focus on Sneasel. All right, if you say so. He rubbed his friend's head. Thanks for all your help. I know you're scared of dark types. Abra leaned into his touch with a hum. That doesn't mean I want them dead. He hesitated a moment. It's just that it's not just that their attacks hurt so much. I can't sense anything from them. Ash frowned, and evidently sensing his confusion Abra elaborated, I can always sense emotions, and even thoughts if I'm concentrating. It's part of how we navigate the world. Not being able to see dark types. It's like being blind. That sounds awful, said Ash quietly. He had kind of known that dark types were immune to psychics, but he hadn't thought about what it meant outside of battle. He gave his partner a hug. But you did great today. And you can still talk to dark types like you can with other Pokémon, right? I hate talking out loud, Abra grumbled. And it's weird. He relaxed against Ash, his tail finally falling still. I hope she'll be all right. Ash sighed. He did too. It was a good couple of hours before Nurse Joy returned. Ash had taken to pacing up and down in an attempt to burn off his nervous energy. The nurse looked exhausted, but she managed a small smile as she called Ash over. She will be all right, she told him. Ash let out an explosive sigh of relief, and she continued, her internal injuries were extensive but not life-threatening, and most of the lacerations were superficial. As long as she rests properly, she should make a full recovery. She hesitated. But we weren't able to save her eye. Ash's stomach lurched. He had known the injury was bad, but he had hoped that they would be able to do something. He had to swallow down the lump in his throat before he could speak. She's a wild Pokémon. Will she be okay? Nurse Joy sighed. She's strong, and she's determined. Pokémon are injured in the wild all the time, and it isn't easy, but they do manage. It's all up to her. Ash looked down at his feet. Sneasel was a fighter. He was sure she would be fine. It just made his chest hurt to think that she had had to go through all of this. A hand rested on his shoulder, and Ash looked up into Nurse Joy's face. You saved her life, Ash, she said gently. If you hadn't got her here when you did, and in the way that you did, she probably wouldn't have made it. You did very well. Thanks, Ash mumbled. I wish I could do more. Nurse Joy's expression turned thoughtful. You know, Ash, it is going to take some time for Sneasel get used to living with her injuries. I know she doesn't want a trainer right now, but I think she could use a friend. Abra was immediately on Ash's shoulder. I do not like where this is going. Ash shushed him automatically, but his mind was racing. Sneasel didn't want to be caught, and that was totally fine. Ash respected that, but she had trusted him to help once. Maybe she would let him help again. It couldn't hurt to offer. Ash couldn't leave without trying. This is certainly an interesting situation you've gotten yourself into, Ash. Ash laughed, and scratched the back of his head. I guess. What do you think I should do, Professor? Professor Oak hummed. Well, there are no league regulations prohibiting you from traveling with a Pokémon that you haven't caught. It's just a question of whether Sneasel will agree. From what you've told me, it sounds like she's a very proud Pokémon. Ash grimaced. That was the problem. I just need her to trust me. It would be so good for her to come with us for a bit. She could train against my Pokémon and get used to battling with just one eye somewhere she won't get hurt. I want to help her. Professor Oak gave him a warm smile. I know, Ash. I think she will too. His smile faded slightly. You will just have to make it clear that that's the case. Make sure she knows that you're not trying to trick her. I would never do that, Ash protested. Yeah, it would be awesome if Sneasel wanted to join his team, but that wasn't what this was about. He just wanted her to be safe. If things changed in the future then they would talk about it then, but he would never trick a Pokémon into joining him. Of course not, Professor Oak soothed, but that's what she might think. It's going to be up to you to convince her otherwise. He shook his head. But I have every faith in you, my boy. Ash smiled. He'd gotten Sneasel to accept his help before. He was sure he could do it again. And are you still planning to challenge the Viridian Gym? Ash pulled his mind back to the present and nodded. Yeah, I thought it would be a good chance for Sneasel to see what we can do. We might have to wait until Nurse Joy says she can leave, but that's fine. Professor Oak nodded, but his expression had turned serious. Be careful, Ash. The gym leader of Viridian is known for having very high standards. Then it'll mean even more when we beat him, said Ash firmly. There was no question of losing, not when it was his best chance of proving to Sneasel that he could help her. Getting his next badge was important too, sure, but he was really worried about Sneasel. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Professor Oak was called away to deal with a misbehaving Rapid Ash. Ash stared at the blank screen for a moment, then took a breath and went to look for Nurse Joy. The nurse was not particularly enthused by his idea. I understand that you're worried, Ash, but her injuries are extensive and she needs to rest. I know, Ash insisted. I just want to see if she's okay. Nurse Joy hesitated, but then just as Ash was beginning to think that she would send him away her eyes softened. You have been waiting all day. All right, but just for a few minutes. She needs her rest, and so do you. Thank you. Ash didn't give her a chance to change her mind. He dashed past and threw open the door, then promptly stopped short. If he hadn't seen Sneasel before he would have had no idea what color her fur was. She was almost completely covered in bandages, from under which ran a number of lines hooked up to various medicines and bags of fluids. Her bandaged eye was closest to him, and Ash saw her ears prick up at her entrance. She started to try to lift her head, and Ash hurried round to her good side. Hey, it's okay, it's just me. You need to rest. Sneasel hissed, but she did lie back down so Ash counted it as a win. She continued to watch him, and Ash had to resist the urge to fidget. How are you doing? Sneasel's eye narrowed, and Ash winced. Stupid question, sorry. He pressed on before she could get too annoyed. Nurse Joy said you'll be back on your feet soon. Sneasel grunted. Ash shifted from foot to foot. Look, I'm really sorry about what happened. I wish we'd been able to do more. And, well, I think there's a way we can. That got Sneasel's wandering attention. Slightly encouraged, Ash continued, I was thinking that maybe you'd like to travel with me for a bit. Not as one of my Pokémon, he said quickly, when Sneasel hissed, just as a friend. The dark type did not look convinced. Ash faltered under her glare, but he couldn't give up yet. I've just started on my journey, you see. I'm traveling all round Kanto battling other trainers and trying to get stronger. You could train with us. It would be great for my Pokémon to get some practice against tough opponents, and you could get used to battling with ... you know, he trailed off weakly. Nice going. Shut up, Ash sent back. He shook his head and refocused on Sneasel. I know you're really strong, but it's still a lot to get used to. I just want to help. You could leave whenever you wanted, if you thought it was a waste of time or we were annoying, and I wouldn't do anything to stop you. I promise. Something flickered in Sneasel's eye. Ash didn't know if it was a good thing or not, but he took a step forward. I won't make you do anything you don't want to do. I never would. I won't ask you to fight against other trainers or gym leaders, or anything like that. You could just train with my Pokémon, and everything else is up to you. Sneasel still didn't reply, or react in any way, and Ash bit back a sigh with an effort. Look, I'm going to battle the gym leader tomorrow. He's one of the strongest trainers in Kanto. Why don't you come and watch? You can see how we battle, and how I've trained my friends. You can see how strong we are. There was a long pause, then Sneasel let out a faint sigh. She held his gaze for a long moment, before finally nodding once. Ash stared, then smiled. Thank you. You won't regret it, I swear. Sneasel didn't look convinced, but that was fine. Ash would prove her wrong. The next morning came all too clear. The sun was hidden for once, and Ash found the gray skies strangely appropriate. He had to take this battle seriously, for more reasons than one. Do you think we can do it? Abra gave him a slow blink. Do you? Ash opened his mouth, then hesitated. Abra watched him patiently, the tip of his tail flicking from side to side. The rest of Ash's Pokémon were in their Pokeballs and ready for the day ahead, but Ash wasn't quite ready to head down yet. Abra sighed, and teleported to Ash's shoulder. We've been training. We're all stronger. If we keep our heads, I don't see any reason why we can't defeat this Giovanni. I know, said Ash. We're gonna win, just like we beat Misty and Brock. I trust all you guys to do that, no problem. Abra pet his head to one side, then understanding washed over them both and Ash felt a mental sigh. You're still worried about Sneasel? Well, yeah, said Ash. He couldn't help the hint of defensiveness that crept into his voice, but pressed on regardless, she'll never trust us if she thinks we're weak. I still don't understand why this is our problem, Abra grumbled. We got her here, we saved her life. Why do we have to try and impress her as well? Ash frowned at his starter. Because we can help her, and if we can help then we should. It was that simple. His mom and Professor Oak had taught Ash a lot of things, but he'd never had to be told to help people. Abra pet his head to one side, then sighed. You're a good person. It's going to get very annoying. Ash laughed, and when a wave of fondness washed over him he had to pull his starter into a hug. Thanks, he mumbled. And don't worry. I'd never let her hurt you. I know that, Abra grumbled, but his tail finally stopped twitching. Ash smiled, and shouldered his rucksack so that he could sit Abra on top. Come on. Let's go and see if she's ready to go. Nurse Joy was waiting for them outside of Sneasel's room. In her arms was a green box, which she pressed into Ash's hands. What dash? This, Nurse Joy interrupted, is everything you will need to look after an injured Pokémon. She fixed Ash with a piercing look. I agreed to this idea of yours because Sneasel is a wild Pokémon, and is stubborn enough to do whatever she wants anyway, but she is still injured and you are going to be responsible for looking after her until she can look after herself. Ash swallowed. He hadn't really thought about that bit. Nurse Joy's eyes narrowed as she continued, "Now, we will go into more detail after your battle, but in case anything does happen there are fresh bandages and ointment at the top. There are dried citrus berries in there too, but I'd encourage her to eat a fresh one if you can." "Got it," said Ash, with a nod. "I'll take really good care of her, I promise." Nurse Joy's severe expression relaxed into a smile. "I know. I wouldn't let her go with you if I didn't. But she has been through a traumatic experience, and it will take some time for her to heal." Ash nodded again, and the nurse finally opened the door. Abra stiffened, and Ash calmed him with a hand on his head before taking a deep breath and heading inside. Sneasel looked better. Not much better, but then she couldn't have looked much worse. All of the 4 lines had been removed, along with some of the bandages, but the one covering her injured eye remained. Pink scabs crisscrossed her arms and torso, and Ash had to fight back a wince. Chansey were great healers, but this many wounds still took time. But all of the injuries faded into insignificance next to the fire in Sneasel's eye. Ash stared at her for a moment, then smiled. "Let's go." Sneasel nodded once, and hopped off the bed. Ash knew better than to try to help her, but he stayed on her good side and slowed his steps enough that she didn't have to strain to keep up. He waved to Nurse Joy, and stepped out into the city. "We're going to the gym now," he told her. "It's gonna be tough, the gym leader here is really strong, and they make it harder for challengers with more badges. I've got 2 already, so this is gonna be a tough battle." "What are you doing?" "She's wild, how's she supposed to know anything about gyms?" Ash shot back, before continuing his explanation. "We've got to get 8 badges in Kanto, and then we can enter the Indigo League. That's where all the best trainers in the region compete." Sneasel's ear twitched, but she otherwise didn't react. Undeterred, Ash kept talking. "Then the winner of the league gets to challenge the Elite 4. They're some of the best trainers in the world, they're all super strong. And the strongest of all is the champion." His eyes went to Mount Silver, where it was said that the strongest trainers, including the champion and the elites trained, and he nodded. "And that's gonna be me one day. We're gonna be the strongest in the world." Sneasel made a non-committal noise, but when Ash looked down he saw her good eye fixed on him. She looked away as soon as he made eye contact, and Abra's tail bumped against Ash's shoulder. "I wish I knew what she's thinking." "Yeah, now you know how the rest of us feel." Irritation nudged against his mind, and Ash bit back a smile. The last thing he wanted was for Sneasel to think he was laughing at her. He patted Abra's head, and went back to speaking out loud. "I don't know how many Pokémon we'll be using, but Professor Oak says he specializes in ground types, so I'll definitely be starting with Rosalia and Psyduck. After that, I'm not sure yet. Eevee really wants a proper battle, but Abra is older and more experienced. I've done a gym battle, I'm happy for Eevee to take this one." "You did our very first one, and that was weeks ago," Ash protested. "Don't you want to show how strong you are?" Abra let out a soft huff, and returned himself to his Pokeball without answering. Ash sighed, and glanced down at Sneasel. "Sorry. Abra has to sleep a lot to conserve energy." He wasn't being rude. "Yes, I was." Ash decided to ignore that. Sneasel shrugged, then let out a faint hiss as the movement tugged on her still healing wounds. Ash hesitated, but the glare the dark type shot him killed any chance of offering help. It was with great relief that Ash saw the pillars and gleaming gym sign just up ahead. "There we are." Normally at this point he would have broken into a sprint, but he had Sneasel to worry about and so forced himself to keep walking. At the door he paused and looked down at the Pokeballs on his belt. "All right, guys, this is gonna be our toughest battle yet. You all ready?" 3 of the ball rocked in confirmation, and Ash took the flicker of irritation as Abra's own agreement. He took a deep breath. "Then let's go." Like the Pewter City Gym, the Viridian Arena was rough sand, scattered with uneven piles of boulders. Ash squinted through the gloom, but there was no sight of a gym leader. Hello? Anyone here? Silence met his words. Ash scowled. Abra? There was a slight pause before Abra replied. There's someone coming. Be careful, Ash. What dash? Ash began, but before he could voice the question a door at the back of the gym slid open and a man entered. He was nothing remarkable to look at. He was probably in his 40s, dressed in a dark suit with neatly combed black hair, but something about him made the hairs on the back of Ash's neck stand on end. Sneasel let out a low hiss, and shifted almost imperceptibly closer to Ash. I don't know, said Abra quietly. There's danger here, but I don't know. Very helpful, thanks. But Ash had come here for a battle, and he wasn't going to leave until he'd won the badge, so he marched forward. Hello. My name is Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town, and I'm here for a gym battle. The man quirked an eyebrow. I gathered as much. I am Giovanni. Ash swallowed. Giovanni was very different from Misty and Brock. They seemed to love what they did. Giovanni looked more bored than anything else as he stepped up to the other side of the arena. How many badges do you have? I've got 2, said Ash proudly. And today's gonna be the day I get my 3rd. Giovanni frowned slightly, but after a moment he shook his head. This won't take long. This battle will consist of 3 Pokémon apiece, you may switch Pokémon as needed. Are you ready to begin? Yeah, I'm ready. Giovanni nodded and held up a Pokeball, and Ash grabbed his own. Rosalia, I choose you. Rosalia burst from the ball with a cheerful chirp and a twirl. Ash smiled at her, but it faded at the fierce roar that erupted from their opponent. He likes battling, Abra supplied dryly. Ash's jaw clenched. Yeah, well so do we. He'd never seen a Piloswine before, but if they were a ground type then Rosalia could win. Begin, Giovanni snapped. Piloswine, bulldoze. Dodge it, Rosalia, and use poison powder. The ground rocked hard enough that Ash staggered, but Rosalia was already in the air, and launched a swirling purple cloud at his command. Before they connected though, Piloswine snorted and the poison powder was caught by a sudden localized sandstorm. That was well done. We're going to have to do better, Ash. Ash gritted his teeth, but he wasn't out of ideas yet. Mega Drain. Rosalia chirped acknowledgement, and the waves of bright green energy lanced out to Piloswine. The ground type grunted as the attack hit, and Ash grinned as Rosalia's roses took on a lustrous shine. Nice one. Giovanni, however, still looked bored. Piloswine, Ice Shard. Ash's heart skipped a beat. Piloswine were ice types. What? Look out, Rosalia. But it was too late. Piloswine reared back onto its hind legs, and as it came down a dozen chunks of ice went flying at Rosalia. There were too many and they were too fast, and Rosalia hit a rock with a piercing screech. Giovanni nodded once. End it with avalanche. Rosalia. She never had a chance of dodging. She tried, but the ice shard had already been too much and she was buried under even more snow and ice. Ash stood frozen. It had all happened so fast. Rosalia had barely had a chance to do anything, and with just 2 attacks. Your Pokémon is unable to battle, said Giovanni. Select another, or forfeit the match. Ash recalled Rosalia with shaking hands. You were amazing, he whispered. Take a good rest, okay? It took him a second to clip the ball back onto his belt. Rosalia was one of his strongest Pokémon. He had expected her to take down at least 2 of Giovanni's. Now he was down to 2 Pokémon, and Piloswine had barely taken any damage. Stay calm, said Abra. We can do this. The effect was slightly undermined by the tremor in his voice, but Ash pulled himself together and took another Pokeball. Psyduck, I choose you. Psyduck appeared with a flash of red light, and fixed a death glare on Piloswine. Ash frowned at her. Be careful, he said softly. It's really strong, and it's faster than it looks. Be ready for anything, okay? Psyduck shot him a slightly annoyed look, but nodded and raised her flippers to her head. A faint glow emanated from her body, and she turned back to face Piloswine. Giovanni just sighed. Begin. Piloswine, use Mud Bomb. Catch it. Ash yelled. Not that Psyduck needed the warning. This was exactly what they had practiced for facing Brock. The ball of mud whipped around Psyduck's head, and she fired them back at Piloswine with a sharp gesture. Piloswine grunted at the impact, and Ash didn't waste the opening, use Bubble Beam. That also landed, and Ash felt a flicker of optimism as the big ground type staggered. If Psyduck could take down Piloswine, then they might still have a chance of winning. He took a moment to glance down at Sneasel, and found her watching the battle with rapt attention. Ash grinned, and refocused on the battle. Keep it up, Psyduck. Bubble Beam whenever you get a chance. Psyduck nodded. The faintest trace of a frown touched Giovanni's face. Piloswine. Above and below. What? Ash spluttered. That's not an attack, right? But Giovanni was good, and Ash wasn't going to take chances. Watch out, Psyduck. He was right to be worried. Piloswine stomped a foot and a flurry of rocks flew through the air, but when Psyduck waved a flipper to catch them she was knocked off her feet by a follow-up earthquake. That was a good combination. We might be in trouble. There was no might about it. Distracted as she was by the dual attacks, Psyduck was unable to respond in time to the bulldoze that followed, and she let out a rare squawk of pain. Ash's hands clenched into fists. Come on, Psyduck, you can do it. Your water attacks were really hurting it, keep up the bubble beams as much as you can. Psyduck struggled back to her feet. Bruises were already starting to show through the mud, but the bubble beams she fired at Piloswine were enough to send it slamming into a rock. She followed up with another, and this time it was Piloswine that gave an enraged roar. Yes. Keep doing that. Giovanni's eyes narrowed. Piloswine. Stop it. Ash frowned. What was Piloswine supposed to do? Psyduck was still attacking, and she had a type advantage. There was no way they were going to lose now. But he had misjudged his opponent again. Piloswine lowered its head against the stream of water and lunged forward with a bellow. Another earthquake sent Psyduck staggering, and Piloswine took advantage of the reprieve to launch a full-powered body slam. Psyduck. Psyduck forced herself upright, but she was visibly swaying on her feet. Ash wondered if he should switch so that she could catch her breath, but even as his hand drifted to her pokeball she fixed him with such a defiant glare that he hesitated. You sure? Psyduck nodded. Ash bit his lip, but he had trusted Mewtwo in the battle against Brock, and it had been the right call. He had to trust his Pokémon. He let his hand fall from his belt. Then let's do this. You know what to do. Psyduck turned and fired another bubble beam without further prompting, and this time the blast was powerful enough to knock Piloswine off its feet. It hit the floor with a thud that shook the floor, and before it could even try to rise Psyduck let loose another bubble beam. Piloswine let out a weak cry and fell still, but Psyduck didn't let up. If anything, the stream of water intensified in power. A flicker of concern pulsed in Ash's mind, and he stepped forward. That's enough, Psyduck. You got him. For a second he thought she would ignore him, but then the stream of water abruptly cut off. Ash ignored Giovanni recalling Psyduck, he was too worried about the angry resentment he could feel pouring off his own partner. Psyduck? You okay? Psyduck waved a dismissive flipper, but before Ash could try again there was a flash of red light and a Dugtrio appeared on the other side of the field. Ash bit his lip. They would talk later, for now there was a battle to win. Careful, Abra went. I've met a few Diglett and Dugtrio and they're fast. Ash nodded. Abra sent the same information to Psyduck, who tilted her head in acknowledgement. then Giovanni gave a curt nod. Begin. Bubble beam. Ash called. Psyduck obeyed immediately, but it wasn't fast enough. 1 second Dugtrio was there, the next it had vanished into the ground and a spray of bubbles burst harmlessly against the sandy floor. Told you. Ash ignored that. Psyduck's head whipped round, but before Ash could even open his mouth the ground rumbled and the force of Dugtrio's attack sent Psyduck slamming into the nearest rock. She crashed to the ground, made a shaky effort to rise, then fell back into the dust. Psyduck. Psyduck is unable to battle, said Giovanni coolly. Select your final Pokémon. Ash bit his lip hard. Thanks, Psyduck, he whispered. He returned the ball to his belt, and hesitated. He knew Eevee wanted to battle, but he had only one Pokémon left to beat 2 of Giovanni's, and the little normal type didn't have any proper battle experience. He couldn't risk it. That left only one option. Ready, Abra. Abra's wariness was strong enough to make Ash's stomach churn, but he teleported into the arena without hesitation. Ash took a deep breath. I know he's fast, but nothing's as fast as you. Keep teleporting, and he won't be able to touch you. We hope, Abra sent back. His thick tail was twitching uncontrollably. Ash shoved aside his own nerves, determined not to give Abra any more reason to worry. They both had to stay calm. They could do this. Begin, said Giovanni. Abra immediately teleported higher into the air. Dugtrio hesitated, all 6 eyes darting between Abra and Giovanni, but the gym leader didn't as much as bat an eyelid. Rock slide. Abra blinked out of existence, only to reappear right in the path of another flying rock. Watch out! Ash yelped, but Abra had already vanished again, this time reappearing as close to Ash as the arena boundaries allowed. There might be a flaw in this plan. Ash swallowed, and his apprehension only increased when Giovanni nodded. Stealth rock. Dozens of pointed stones rose to fill the air. Ash shot a quick glance at Abra, but could already feel his partner's wariness. This was going to take a lot of quick reacting, and Abra's stamina still wasn't anything special. But it wasn't like they had much choice. You'll need to use your powers to push rocks away, Ash sent. Avoid them when you can, but do whatever you can to not get hit. Thank you for those pearls of wisdom. You know what I mean. Be careful. And start with Psybeam. Abra did so, jumping in close enough to launch an attack and then vanishing before Dugtrio could retaliate. He rematerialized in a clear spot, but Dugtrio shook off the residual confusion quickly and Abra had to jump away again to avoid another rockfall. This time he wasn't so precise, and only a psychic shove prevented a painful impact with one of the rocks. Ash grinned, but the faint smirk on Giovanni's face had his heart sinking. Abra barely had time to catch his breath before another storm of rocks came flying at him. From there it was only a matter of time. Abra did his best, he was a brown and yellow blur as he zipped around the arena, but it didn't matter how fast he was when there was no clear space for him to take refuge in. He managed to land a few more hits, but many more missed when Dugtrio could take refuge underground. He wasn't good enough, Ash realized with a sinking heart. He wasn't strong enough, or fast enough, just as Rosalia and Psyduck hadn't been good enough. And that was his fault. Ash hadn't trained them well enough. He had been so proud of their victories over Misty and Brock, and yet now, faced with a trainer like Giovanni, his best efforts just weren't enough. Sneasel let out a hiss, and Ash looked up in time to see a rock catch Abra a glancing blow to the head. The psychic type hit the floor, unable to maintain his levitation, and Giovanni snapped out another order. Shadow Claw. Abra tried. Ash could feel him desperately try to summon the energy for another teleport, but the head wound on top of his exhaustion were just too much. The slash of ghost-typed energy struck home, and Abra's scream ripped through Ash's ears and mind. Abra. There was no reply. Ash sprinted out onto the field, and threw himself down next to his partner. Abra? He rested a shaking hand on Abra's shoulder. For a heart-stopping moment he felt nothing, then Abra stirred. Ash? What Ash? No, don't try to talk, Ash insisted. We'll get you to a Pokémon Center, you're gonna be fine, I promise. There was the faintest flicker of acknowledgement, then Abra sank back into unconsciousness. Sneasel padded up to peer over Ash's arm and Giovanni was saying something, but Ash could only hold his friend in his arms and wonder how everything had gone so wrong. Ash hadn't moved in over an hour. He hadn't been able to meet Nurse Joy's eyes as he handed over his Pokeballs. She had promised that his Pokémon would all be fine, but that didn't make Ash feel any better. If he had been better then they wouldn't have been hurt at all. He couldn't face talking to anybody and had skulked over to the chairs by the window to wait. Eevee had picked up on his mood. The little normal type had nuzzled up to him with none of his usual exuberance, and had been content to just curl up on Ash's lap. It was just the two of them, Sneasel having been whisked away for a checkup. Ash expected she would take off at the first opportunity. After all, he had proven without a doubt that he couldn't look after his own Pokémon, so he could hardly blame her for doubting his ability to look after her. He just didn't know what had happened. Rosalia and Psyduck had both had type advantages and had done brilliantly against Brock, who used very similar Pokémon. They should have been way more effective against Piloswine and Dugtrio. Even Abra, who had beaten Gary's Wartortle and had downed so well against all the trainers in Viridian Forest, hadn't lasted long. But then it wasn't their fault. Ash was their trainer. He was supposed to make sure things like this didn't happen. He had let them down. Eevee let out a soft whimper, and Ash scratched his ears. I really messed up, buddy, he said softly. Eevee's ears twitched. He shifted round to lick Ash's face, but the pure adoration in his eyes just made Ash feel 100 times worse. Next time it might be Eevee that ended up getting hurt because Ash wasn't good enough. Maybe Gary had been right. Maybe Ash was never going to be a Pokémon Master. Maybe he should just quit now and spare himself and everyone else the bother. Except Ash had beaten Gary. He'd beaten Misty and Brock too. He had amazing Pokémon, and his mom and Professor Oak were supporting him, and giving up now would let them all down. Ash looked down at Eevee, felt his complete trust, and took a shaky breath. He had screwed up, but it wasn't over. He would get better and he would battle Giovanni again, and this time he would win. This time he would justify his friend's faith in him. Of course that was all well and good, but he needed to work out how to actually be a better trainer. Maybe it was time he asked for help. Professor Oak answered his call almost immediately. Ah, Ash. How was your battle? Ash winced, and Oak's smile faded. I see. Well, why don't you tell me all about it? Ash did so, in as much detail as he could. He explained why he had chosen to use Rosalia and Psyduck, and how their respective type advantages hadn't been enough. He talked about how Abra still didn't have the speed or stamina he needed for gym battles. He even admitted how scared he was that Sneasel wouldn't trust him anymore. I just that it feels like I've let everyone down, he finished. I did my best, and it wasn't good enough. Oak shook his head. Don't be so hard on yourself, Ash. Every trainer loses battles in their career. You're only just starting out, and Giovanni is one of the strongest gym leaders in Kanto. His voice softened. There's no shame in losing, Ash. All you can do is learn from your mistakes, and use it to grow stronger. But he did it so easily, Ash protested. I didn't even see his third Pokémon, and Rosalia and Abra didn't really do any damage at all. How can we ever beat him? No matter which way he looked at it, he just couldn't see a way forward. He tugged his cap down over his eyes. And I completely forgot to think about them being more than ground types. Rosalia didn't stand a chance against Piloswine. Oak frowned at him. That's a rather pessimistic way of looking at it. But it's true. It's an ice type and she's a grass Pokémon. That doesn't mean that it's a lost cause, said Oak patiently. You have to remember, Ash, that type advantage is only one of many factors that determine the victor of a Pokémon battle. All of your Pokémon can be trained to resist, and even defeat Pokémon that might appear to have an advantage over them. Ash looked up. You mean I can train Rosalia to beat ice types? It was a daunting thought, but also an exhilarating one. It had been horrible to see Piloswine hurt her so easily. If there was a way to stop that from happening again, then he was going to find it. Of course, said Professor Oak. Do you think Lance could have become the champion if he didn't know how to fight ice and fairy types? There is always a way, Ash. And remember that, as a grass type, she has an equal advantage over Piloswine. Ash nodded slowly. And now that we know about it, we won't be surprised again. He was already feeling better. Professor Oak had always been good at explaining things without making him feel stupid. The professor's face crinkled into a warm smile. As for Abra, he's still a young Pokémon, and their species isn't known for its resilience. He'll get stronger, just as the rest of you will. He hesitated, and though his smile remained in place, his tone hardened a fraction, but it does mean that you are going to need to buckle down and do some serious training. I have been training, said Ash indignantly. We did loads in Mount Moon and Viridian Forest. Abra can use attacks now, and Psyduck can use her psychic powers to defend herself, and Mewtwo evolved, and Eevee is getting on great dash. Yes, you're doing well, said Oak. But I'm afraid to say that you might be getting complacent. Ash opened his mouth, then hesitated. He didn't want to think that was true. He wasn't stupid, and he had been learning from his mistakes. Surely his victories over Gary, Misty, and Brock proved that. He was way better than he was when he lost to Paul all those weeks ago. But he had been very confident that he would beat Giovanni. He hadn't done any research into his opponent, he hadn't even used Dexter to look up Pokémon during the battle. If he had, he might have known that Rosalia was in trouble, but he had thought that just because he had a type advantage he would be able to win easily. And Abra had been doing great, but Ash hadn't really pushed him to train as much as he could have. They both liked to take it easy sometimes. Maybe Oak was right. Ash would bet anything that Gary had started training a lot harder after their battle. He, meanwhile, had done a few things with his Pokémon, but they had spent as much time goofing off and exploring as they had training. Psyduck was pretty disciplined, especially when it came to practicing her psychic abilities, but the rest of his friends were more interested in playing, or in Abra's case sleeping, than in training. That wasn't good enough. Not if he wanted to be a Pokémon Master. Ash took a deep breath. What should I do? The approval that lit Oak's eyes was a balm to his wounded pride. You need to sit down with your Pokémon and have a good think about where they are now. Have a look at their strengths and weaknesses, their moves and abilities, and identify the areas that need to be improved upon. Some of Ash's hesitance must have shown on his face, for Oak hummed. Take Abra, for example. You mentioned that he tires too easily. Now, while that is part of his genetic makeup, the both of you can still work on it. You mean, like having him practice teleporting for longer periods of time? Exactly, said Oak, with a nod. Be careful not to try to make him to do too much too quickly, but gradually increase the time you practice for. Ash nodded slowly. He could see how that made sense. Okay, and then for Rosalia, I could try battling against ice types with her so that she can get used to it. There was a brief hesitation. That would be ideal, but they aren't very common in that part of the region. Unless that Sneasel you helped is still around. At the mention of Sneasel, Ash's optimism vanished. Yeah, but she won't be for much longer, he mumbled. Oh. Come on, Professor, she thought I could help her get stronger. She's never gonna trust me now that she's seen me lose like that. That was the worst part of all of this. Ash could try for the badge again, but he might not get another chance to help Sneasel. Eevee huffed and butted against Ash's ankle at the same moment Oak tooted. Have a little more optimism, lad. There's no point in assuming the worst without even speaking to her. You might find that she likes the sound of competitive battling, a lot of wild Pokémon do. Ash swallowed the urge to point out that she was never going to trust him enough to battle with him, and managed a half-hearted shrug. Dunno. Oak regarded him for a long moment. You shouldn't put so much pressure on yourself, Ash, he said finally. One defeat isn't the end of the world. Or of your dreams. Ash looked down. It was hard to accept that. Losing had been easier before he had started winning. I guess, he mumbled. He took a deep breath, and looked back up at his mentor. Thanks, Professor. You're very welcome, Ash. Now go and take care of your Pokémon, and don't hesitate to call if you need help. Ash continued to stare at the blank screen after Oak closed the call. The professor had given him a lot to think about. Eevee batted at his jeans, and Ash shook himself and scooped his friend into his arms. Hey, buddy. Ready to take training more seriously from now on? Eevee just liked his cheek with a cheerful yip. Ash had to laugh. It's okay, I'll try to make sure it isn't too boring. Eevee rubbed his head against Ash's cheek, and Ash took a moment just to hug him close. He had a lot of work ahead of him, but that was okay. They would get stronger, and the next time they faced Giovanni things would be different. Ash Ketchum. Ash looked up. Nurse Joy stood at the counter with a tray of Pokeballs and a warm smile on her face. Your Pokémon are all fully recovered, she said, when Ash darted over. I would suggest giving them a day or so before you challenge Giovanni again, but they'll all be fine. Thank you, said Ash fervently. I was worried about them. He clipped the ball back onto his belt, then hesitated. How's Sneasel? The nurse's polite smile didn't change. Chansey is checking her over now. Recognizing the dismissal for what it was, Ash retreated to the corner of the room. He set Eevee on the cushions, and released the rest of his Pokémon. Psyduck clambered onto the sofa next to Eevee, and Abra floated over to rest on Ash's backpack, but Rosalia remained where she was. Her leaves hung down, and she didn't seem able to meet Ash's eyes. Ash glanced to Abra for help, but for once his starter was silent. Ash frowned, and reached down to set Rosalia on his lap. I'm sorry. That got a reaction. Rosalia and Psyduck both stared at him, and something bitter stabbed at the back of his mind from Abra. Ash sighed. I really messed up against Giovanni. You all did your best, but I just wasn't good enough. I didn't train you well enough, and you got hurt, and I'm sorry. Rosalia gave a forceful chirp. She glared at Ash, guilt flashing in her eyes, until Ash pulled her into a hug. I mean it. I didn't know Piloswine was an ice type and you weren't prepared, and that's my fault, not yours. He felt her shake her head, and tightened his grip. You've never let me down, and you didn't start today. We're gonna get better, and this won't happen again, okay? Rosalia nodded slowly. She still didn't look happy, but some of the guilt had left her eyes. Ash shifted enough to let Eevee scramble onto his lap as well, and turned his attention to Psyduck. She was the one Ash had been the least worried about, and he was glad to see her looking fairly calm, but he needed to check on her too. You were great, he told. You were scary against Piloswine, the good scary I mean, he added, when she frowned. Seriously. A bit more training and those guys won't stand a chance. Psyduck nodded, and reached over to pat Rosalia's head. Rosalia leaned into the touch, while Eevee's fluffy tail wrapped as far around the two of them as he could reach. Warmth filled Ash's stomach at the sight, and he took a moment to enjoy it before reaching out to wrap his free arm around Abra. You did well too, you know. No, I didn't, and we both know it. Abra dash. Stop it, Ash. You can't take all the blame for not training me when I haven't been putting much effort in. Ash could recognize the bitterness as self-loathing now, and he hated it. But I don't blame you. We both need to do better, so that's what we're going to do, right? There was a long pause, then Abra sighed. All right. Ash eyed him, but he could feel his starter's reluctance to discuss the matter further and for once decided to let it go. Instead, he pulled Abra into the group hug, and Abra only struggled for a second before giving in. "We're going to do better next time," he murmured. "I promise." He gave them a gentle squeeze, then drew back enough to take them all in. "But we've got a lot of training to do before we try again." Various nods and determined looks met his words. Eevee's furiously wagging tail slightly spoiled the effect, but it made both Ash and Rosalia smile. Psyduck shook her head, but Ash could read the fondness in her eyes. Only Abra remained subdued. Ash squeezed his shoulder. "So I've been thinking," he said. "Rosalia, we need to practice against ice types." Rosalia shivered, but nodded. Ash patted her head. "I know it's gonna be hard, but if you can get used to those sorts of attacks then I know you can beat that Piloswine." Rosalia gave a questioning chirp, and Ash rubbed the back of his neck. "Yeah, I'm still working out the details." He was hoping that Sneasel would be willing to stick around, otherwise he would have to start asking around. Although. "Hey, Psyduck, do you know any ice moves?" Psyduck shook her head, but Ash recognized the glint in her eyes and grinned. "But I bet you can learn them, right? Hang on." He grabbed Dexter and flipped through to Psyduck's move list. Psyduck peered over his shoulder, and jabbed at the screen with a squawk. Ash nodded. "Yeah, looks good. Wonder if there's anywhere that sells TMs round here." "Probably. Maybe you can find something that'll stop me from being completely useless as well." Ash stared at him, until a concerned yip from Eevee made him realize that Abra had been projecting to everyone. Psyduck's eyes had narrowed, but when Rosalia tried to move closer Abra teleported up out of reach. "Never mind. What else were you thinking, Ash?" Ash frowned. "Well, we can look at TMs for you too. Otherwise, I want to work on speed and stamina with you." "I'm shocked. So we're going to be focusing on dodging lots of attacks for long PRDS of time," Ash continued. He ruffled Eevee's fur. "And you're gonna be helping with that?" Eevee brightened, and bounced up to lick at first Ash, then Abra, who once again flickered out of reach. The normal type pouted, but only for a second before turning his attention to Psyduck and Rosalia. Ash reached up to Abra's back. "Are you okay? You're not normally this twitchy." "I'm fine." Ash frowned, but felt Psyduck's eyes on them and decided not to press the matter. For now. He was getting seriously worried about his starter. He sighed and turned to Psyduck. "And other than TMs, the other thing I want to do is increase the power of your attacks. Basically, we're gonna be blasting a lot of things really hard." Psyduck's eyes gleamed. Rosalia giggled, and Ash caught a flicker of tired fondness from Abra. "I hope you realize what you've unleashed." "It'll be fine," said Ash loudly. "Now, does anyone have any other suggestions?" There was a pause, then Eevee raised his head and yipped. Ash glanced at Abra. "He wants to know what you want him to work on." Ash smiled. "Well, you're gonna be helping Abra with endurance training, but we'll also work on some of your other moves." "You're still working on Bite, right?" Eevee nodded. "Okay, we'll keep on going with that, and then work on general speed and endurance. I know your quick attack is awesome, but you can always be faster. You're gonna need it when you battle Blaine at Cinnabar Gym." Eevee's eyes lit up, and he launched himself at Ash and covered him in sloppy kisses. "Eevee, that tickles," Ash managed, through giggles. He hugged his young friend. "Yeah, you'll be ready by then." Rosalia nodded enthusiastically. Ash didn't blame her. Fighting an ice and ground type was one thing, but he wasn't going to send her against a gym full of fire types. It was as good an introduction to gym battling as any for Eevee. That was a long way in the future though, and he turned his attention back to the present. "Any other questions?" "Apart from how we're going to practice with ice types," he amended, when Rosalia raised a flower. She subsided with a smile, and Ash continued, rest up for a bit. I'll go to the TM shop later and we can make a start this evening. A series of nods met his words, and everyone except Abra returned to their Pokeballs. Ash scratched his head. Any ideas on how I convince Sneasel that we're not a massive bunch of losers? Abra yawned. I would ask why you care, but I know the answer by now. Come on, that's not helping. What? I'm tired and I can't read her mind anyway. I don't know what help you expect me to be. Ash frowned up at him. I trust you, and I trust your judgment. Do you think she'll ever work with us again? Why don't you just ask her, said Abra sleepily. Ash rolled his eyes. Yeah, I did think of that, thanks. I haven't seen her yet. Abra cracked open an eye to frown at him. She's sitting right up there. What? Ash twisted round to spot Sneasel crouching on the top of the window ledge close to the ceiling. More of the bandages had come off, leaving just the one over her injured eye, and she nodded slightly as he met her gaze. Ash waved back, simultaneously directing an exasperated question at Abra. Why didn't you tell me she was there? I thought you knew. Well, I didn't. How long has she been watching? Since you started talking about training strategies. Can I go to sleep now? Ash gave up, and turned his attention back to Sneasel. Hey, are you okay? He was vaguely aware of Abra vanishing back into his ball, but kept his eyes on Sneasel. She shrugged at the question, but just the fact that she had chosen to come and watch them gave Ash hope. Maybe he could still salvage this after all. He rubbed the back of his neck. So, you probably guessed that battle didn't go the way we wanted. Her visible eyebrow quirked upwards. Yeah, it was a disaster, he amended. He sighed. I should have done a lot more training. We've talked about what we're gonna work on, and how, but I guess you heard that bit already, he trailed off slightly sheepishly. Sneasel just nodded again. She was harder to read than any of his Pokémon, but Ash thought she didn't look quite as tense as she had before. He hesitated, but he didn't have much to lose by asking. I know you've got no real reason to say yes, but we could really use your help. That got a real reaction. Sneasel's eye widened. Her claws dug into the window edge for a moment, then she scrambled down with a speed that belied her injuries and dropped onto the bench. Her ears were flat against her head, and hard as she was to read it was impossible to miss either the incredulity and building anger in her face. No, I mean it, Ash hastened to reassure her. You could really help us. He ran a hand through his hair. Look, you saw how easily that Piloswine was able to defeat Rosalia. We have no experience in fighting ice types, and if we rush in again we're just going to get flattened again. I don't want to see her get hurt like that again. Sneasel gave a low hum. Her eye didn't leave his. Slightly encouraged, Ash pressed on, and it's not just Rosalia. Psyduck could really use some practice against fast opponents, and I kind of looked you up and I know how fast you are, and I want to teach her some ice-type moves and it would be great to have an actual ice-type around and Abra needs to get faster with his teleporting and you could help him loads with that, and with dealing with dark types, and you could teach Eevee all about dark-type moves, cause he's still having trouble with Bite Dash. You're rambling. I thought you were asleep. But Abra had a point, and Ash took a deep breath. I know this is all a bit messed up, he admitted. And now that you're better I'd never stop you going back to the wild. I just thought you could really help us out. So what do you say? Sneasel studied him for a long moment. One claw came up to touch the bandages over her eye, then she dropped it and frost crystallized over her hand. Ash watched in fascination, then the ice faded and Sneasel's gaze snapped back to him and she gave a curt nod. Ash's jaw dropped. You really mean it? Thank you so much. You won't regret it, I promise. Sneasel frowned and touched the bandage again. Ash's grin faded, and he shifted slightly closer to her. Hey, we're only going to be training. You're really strong, and working with the others you'll be fighting just like before in no time. Sneasel looked away. Ash hesitated, then very slowly reached out to touch her shoulder. She stiffened at the contact, but just as Ash started to draw away she leaned ever so slightly into his touch. Warmth flooded Ash's stomach as he patted her back. Her fur was finer than Eevee's, and cooler to the touch. Yeah. We'll get stronger together. A thought struck him, and he grinned. Hey, Sneasel. Ever heard of TMs? Despite his best efforts, Ash didn't actually make it to the market until well after lunchtime. Viridian City was a lot bigger than the other places he had visited, and Abra had been asleep when Nurse Joy gave him the directions. He didn't really mind though, it gave him more time to get to know Sneasel. The little ice type refused to be carried, but she listened attentively as Ash explained the gym and league system in more detail. And so it doesn't really matter what order you challenge the gyms in, cause they can always provide the right challenge. He pulled a face. I could go and challenge another one instead of having a rematch against Giovanni, but I want to beat him now. Sneasel smirked slightly. Ash grinned back, then nodded to the TM symbol over a shop just ahead. That's the place. Ash had never been in a TM shop, and he took a moment to get his bearings. Rows of discs lined the shelves, helpfully organized by type and rough power, and he focused on the section for ice types. Let's start over there. He hadn't realized there were so many different moves. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, he grabbed Dexter and released Psyduck at the same time. The water type's eyes gleamed as she looked up at the rows of discs, and Ash smiled. Yeah, we'll get you sorted. Let me just see what would be best, huh? Psyduck was pointing at a TM for Ice Beam. Ash checked Dexter, and nodded. Okay, that should be fine. He glanced at the price, and winced. The funding he got for doing the league challenge was good, but not unlimited. We're not going to be able to do this often though. You know you can reuse them, right? Ash turned to find an assistant standing behind him. She waved a hand at the discs. They used to be single-use only, but so many people were hacking them that they just went ahead and fixed it so you can use them as many times as you like. Of course they bumped the price up, but it's not a bad trade. Thanks, said Ash. That's really helpful. It did make things easier. He grabbed the Ice Beam TM, and glanced at his Pokeballs. Is it okay if I let the rest of my Pokemon out? Go ahead, said the assistant, with a smile. It's not like we're busy today. That was all the encouragement Ash needed, and his Pokemon burst from their ball. Abra promptly teleported to Ash's rucksack and started to snooze, while Eevee and Rosalia spread out to examine the shelves. You have pretty cool Pokemon, the assistant commented. Eevee are really rare, and I've never seen one of these before. Rosalia preened, and Ash smiled. This is Rosalia. They're native to Hoenn and Sinnoh, but I got her from a friend. Well, she's lovely. Rosalia beamed, but Ash's attention was diverted by Sneasel. The dark type was standing in front of the ghost type moves, and she caught his eye and pointed. Shadow Ball, Ash read. Okay. That would actually be a good one for your Abra, said the assistant. It would help cover his ghost weakness, and it would help him against other psychic Pokemon. She glanced over his Pokemon. Your Eevee could learn it too, and your Sneasel. She isn't mine, said Ash quickly, before Sneasel could take offense. She's just helping me out a bit. He frowned. But does Sneasel need ghost moves? She's a dark type. The assistant shrugged. More coverage is never a bad thing, and would help for things like dual psychic fairy Pokemon. It couldn't hurt for her to have a long-range attack either. Sneasel gave a low hiss, and Ash's stomach lurched as he realized why she had focused on that attack. He grabbed one of the discs. Sounds good. Abra, Eevee, okay with you? Eevee barked happily and Abra said nothing, so Ash assumed he didn't have any objections. At least they would all be able to work on it together. He weighed the discs in his hand. Anyone got any other ideas? His Pokemon shook their heads, and Abra just returned himself to his Pokeball. The assistant gave a slightly apologetic shrug. Sorry, we don't have a great selection here. She hesitated a moment. I do have idea, if you don't mind. Course not. She smiled. Okay, well, we don't have many fire-type moves, but we do have Fire Punch. I know Abra isn't very good at physical attacks, but it could be useful against bug types. That got a flicker of interest from Abra. Ash nodded, then paused. Hey, just because it's called a punch move, that doesn't mean he actually has to punch them, does it? The assistant frowned at him. Sorry, I'm not following. Ash opened his mouth, then shook his head. Never mind. I need to think about it a bit more. He put the TMs on the counter, and after a moment's hesitation grabbed one for Fire Punch as well. I'll take these, please. He ended up handing over more money than he had planned, but it would be worth it. He gathered up the rest of his Pokémon, thanked the assistant for her help, and followed Sneasel back out into the city. Let's head back to the Pokémon Center. We should be able to make a start on these this evening. They were halfway down the street before Ash paused. Sneasel shot him a curious look, and he blushed. Maybe I should have asked how you actually use these things. In the end, Nurse Joy showed him how to work the TMs. Rosalia watched with interest as her friends assimilated their new powers, and Ash patted her head. Sorry we couldn't find anything for you, Rosalia. She shook her head with a chirp, and hopped over to where Psyduck was trying to get used to generating ice rather than water. So far the results were more slush than a recognizable attack. Eevee was going cross-eyed as purplish wisps of energy danced in the air in front of him, and Sneasel wasn't making much better progress. Ash scratched his head. There was clearly a big difference between having knowledge of the move and being able to do it with any degree of skill. I don't like this, Abra grumbled. Ash couldn't say he hadn't been expecting that. Abra had actually managed to form a reasonably coherent ball of ghost energy, but even as Ash watched it destabilized and Abra flinched from the backlash. Careful, said Ash. The last thing we need is you knocking yourself out. Abra scowled at him. This is going to be a lot of work. Ash looked round at his friends, and smiled. That's okay. We're not in any rush. It wasn't like Giovanni was going anywhere. The next morning, Ash had restocked and was preparing for another trip to Viridian Forest. It would be easier to train there than in the little arena out the back of the Pokémon Center. He had enough food for a good few days, and Chansey had helped him sort out the appropriate medicines and supplements for Sneasel. There was just one more phone call he had to make before he was ready to go. Hey, Ash. How's it going? Ash smiled. I'm okay, Misty. Thanks for talking to me, I know you're busy. Misty waved a hand. It's a quiet day so far. My sisters are rehearsing for a show, so I can't take challengers for a few hours yet. She squinted past him. Did your Beauty evolve? She's beautiful, congratulations. Ash picked up Rosalia so she could wave. Thanks. Yep, she evolved right after she beat Brock's Onyx. Abra's still the same, of course. Have you seen any more of Team Rocket? Too much, Misty grumbled. They're still obsessed with Starmie. I'm thinking of making them a pre-gym challenge, let someone else can deal with them for a change. She shook her head. Anyway, you didn't call to hear me complain about them. What can I help you with? Ash rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, well, I'm in Viridian City, and I had a battle against Giovanni yesterday. Judging by your face, I'm guessing it didn't go so well, said Misty. He flattened me. Misty winced. Sorry, Ash. Giovanni is really strong. He was one of the people who assessed my ability to run the gym, and even borrowing my sister's Pokémon I barely won. Ash pulled a face. I get that. I'm going to be doing a lot more training, but I was wondering if you had any tips. He tapped Psyduck's Pokeball, and his water type hopped onto a chair so that she could look at the screen. This is Psyduck. I caught her after battling you. Hi, Psyduck, said Misty, with a wave. Psyduck nodded, and Ash continued. She's really strong, she was great against Brock and we've done loads of training with her psychic abilities, but I know we've got a lot to work on. You specialize in water types, and I was wondering if you had any more advice. Misty winked at him. You've come to the right person. Ash grinned, then glanced down as Rosalia started to squirm. Psyduck rolled her eyes, and lowered the little grass type to the floor with a burst of psychic energy. Misty blinked. Wait, did she just? Is that normal? Ash and Psyduck exchanged a bemused look. Yeah. Why? Misty shook her head. Nothing. It's just, that's a really coherent Psyduck. Normally their headaches are so bad that they can barely concentrate, let alone use their powers like that. Huh, said Ash. I didn't know that. I mean, I knew their headaches were connected to their powers, but I thought that was just when they really pushed it. Psyduck shook her head, and made a gesture. Ash blinked. You mean, you have a headache all the time? Psyduck nodded, then gave a dismissive shrug. That's impressive, said Misty, and Ash glanced back at the monitor with a start. You've got one determined Psyduck there, Ash. Psyduck gave another satisfied nod, and Ash smiled. Yeah, she's awesome. Misty smiled at them both. Well, it's really good she's learning to use psychic moves. A lot of grass types are part poison, especially ones native to Kanto. Like Bulbasaur and Oddish, said Ash, with a nod. I get it. I just got her a TM for Ice Beam too, so that should help. That's a good one for water Pokémon, Misty agreed. We teach it to all of ours. She frowned slightly. It might take a bit longer if she's learning from a TM though. Psyduck grumbled something under her breath. Ash pulled a face. Yeah, we were having trouble with it yesterday. I think she was putting water into it as well as ice. We haven't practiced much though, he added, when Psyduck scowled at him. I know we'll get it. Misty hummed in acknowledgement. Starmie had the same problem when they was learning it. They're so used to doing water attacks that it's hard to stop doing that. She glanced at Psyduck. I know it goes against all your training, but you really need to concentrate on how it feels when you generate water and just, not do it. She pulled a face. Sorry, it's really hard to explain. Daisy's Dugong was really helpful because he could do it already and so he could show them where they were going wrong. Psyduck nodded thoughtfully, then hopped off the chair and crossed over to where Sneasel was sitting watching Rosalia and Eevee. Ash turned back to Misty. I think you've given her some ideas. Thanks, Misty. It didn't feel like I was much help, but you're welcome, said Misty. A crash echoed behind her, and she rolled her eyes. And I think I have guests. Sorry, Ash. No worries, said Ash quickly. Let me know if you ever need a hand. Likewise. The screen went black, but not before the first lines of a familiar motto came through. Ash grinned and picked up his rucksack. He had work to do. This is not going to work. Why not? Ash asked. You need to practice fast teleports, and swift stars are kind of like rocks. No, they're not, said Abra flatly, but Ash barely heard him. No, it'll be great practice. If you can dodge them then it'll be easy to handle all the stealth rocks and rock slides that Giovanni can come up with. You can't dodge swift stars, Abra protested. That's the whole point. Exactly, so if you can then Dugtrio won't stand a chance. Abra stared at him. Your logic is not like our logic. Ash rolled his eyes. It's worth a try, isn't it? Abra glared, but Ash could already feel his resistance fading. Fine. How long do I have to do this for? Ash thought about it. Oak's warnings about pushing his Pokémon too far rang in his ears, and he shrugged. Go for as long as you can, and then we'll work on increasing it. Sound good? It sounds tiring, Abra grumbled. But it's better than ghost attacks. That's the spirit, said Ash. Although it might be a good idea for you to have a few practice battles against Sneasel too, just to get you used to fighting dark types. Abra gave him an incredulous look. Do I get any say in this? Ash frowned at him. Of course you do, but wouldn't it be better to try in a practice session where no one's trying to hurt you than in an actual battle? Abra's tail lashed to the side. It's very annoying. When you make sense. Hey, Ash protested lightly, but he couldn't keep the affection from his voice as he patted his starter. I always make sense. Abra didn't dignify that with a response. Ash knelt to give Eevee a quick scratch. This will be really good practice for you too. Eevee barked agreement and darted into the clearing, his tail already starting to glow as he charged an attack. Abra followed with rather more reluctance. Ash shook his head, and turned to the rest of his friends. Okay, I've got a plan for you three. Sneasel, what's the fastest ice move you have? Sneasel ped he head to one side, then launched a dozen chunks of ice at the nearest tree at high speed. That was Ice Shard, right? Ash checked, and was pleased when she nodded. Thought I recognized it. That's even better. He crouched next to them. Would you be okay with helping Rosalia practice dodging them? It was a start, and it would help her get used to battling ice types. He knew he would have to move on to stronger moves at some point, but this was going to be hard enough as it was. It didn't hurt that it would also get Sneasel used to aiming with just one eye. Both Pokémon nodded, Sneasel with rather more enthusiasm, and Ash patted them both. Good. Start off slow, we shouldn't rush this. Satisfied with their acknowledgement, he glanced at Psyduck. And I haven't forgotten about you. I want you to pay attention to what Sneasel is doing and see if you can get Ice Beam working. Psyduck frowned slightly, and he shrugged. It might help to have a demonstration. Then, once you've all had a bit of time to practice, I want you to start trying to hit Rosalia too. Rosalia gave an indignant squeak, and Ash rubbed her head. I know, and I'm sorry, but I really think it'll help. You're a grass type so it won't matter as much if the ice beams are still a bit watery, but trying it on a real opponent might make it easier to focus. Psyduck still looked skeptical, and Ash spread his hands. Hey, I'm doing my best. I'm new to this too. It's worth a try, right? Psyduck and Rosalia looked at each other, and finally nodded. Ash let out a breath. Thanks, guys. We won't be doing this all day, we can work on aim and power and stuff later, but stop if you start getting too tired. I don't want any of you getting hurt. Rosalia brightened slightly at that, and hopped over to where Sneasel was waiting. Psyduck followed, and Ash took a deep breath. He really hoped this worked. To Ash's surprise, he was the one who ended up calling a halt to the practice battles. Despite the frost biting at her roses, Rosalia had insisted on carrying on, and even Abra hadn't said a single word of complaint. Realizing they were pushing themselves way too hard after their talk yesterday, Ash decided they could all use an early lunch. You're all doing great, he said, as he set out bowls of food. Abra, you're way faster than you were in that battle yesterday. Abra spared him a single nod from where he was digging berries out of Ash's pack. He floated in a spear berry over to Rosalia, piled a bunch of citrus ones in the middle of the circle, and vanished back into his pokeball for a nap. Ash rolled his eyes. Should have expected that. He patted the pokeball. You were awesome. Get a good rest, okay? There was no reply, and Ash turned to Rosalia. And you were great. I know that was a really tough exercise, but you were doing really well. Rosalia gave him a tired smile. The healthy tint was returning to her leaves as she ate the Aspear berry, but Ash resolved to check on her properly once they had all eaten. She could definitely use a rest too. Everyone else though was still relatively fresh. Eevee was attacking his lunch as if he hadn't eaten in a week, but his eyes were bright and his tail hadn't stopped wagging all morning. Psyduck too was tucking in with gusto, and she gave a satisfied nod when Ash smiled at her. And your ice beam is looking awesome. He had been keeping an eye on it, and it was almost always pure ice now. It took her a bit longer to generate than it did her water attacks, but speed would come with practice and they had plenty of time to work on it before they tried for the gym again. Sneasel hummed an agreement of his assessment, and Ash's smile widened as he saw the respectful nods the two of them shared. He was glad the two of them were getting on better, especially if it meant Sneasel ended up sticking around longer. She was looking a bit more weary than the other two though, and Ash pushed a citrus berry in her direction. You're doing great too, you know. You were getting way more accurate than you were this morning. True, Rosalia had been getting tired, but he was hardly going to say that. Judging from the scowl on her face, Sneasel thought her progress was slow enough as it was. Psyduck frowned and squawked something, and the ice-type scowl faded ever so slightly. Deciding it was best to leave them to it, Ash focused on Eevee. How are you doing? Not getting too tired? Eevee gave a rather indignant yip, and Ash held up his hands. I know, but you are still young and Bill would kill me if you got ill. Speaking of which, he should really call Bill. The researcher had wanted to be kept informed of Eevee's progress, and Ash wanted to know how Gary was getting on. It would be nice to have a bit more to report though, and he glanced at Sneasel. Hey, Sneasel. Would you be happy to work on Bite with Eevee this afternoon? It wasn't just for Eevee's benefit. Nurse Joy had given him a lot of stern warnings regarding Sneasel's health and the last thing he wanted was to push his new friend too far. Teaching Eevee how to use dark-typed energy would be just the thing. Sneasel nodded, and took another piece of Pokémon food with clear pleasure. Ash guessed it made a change from getting berries in the wild all the time. Psyduck squawked something, and Ash frowned. You want to know what you should work on? She nodded. Okay, I was thinking that you could do some aiming practice. Pick some targets and try to be as accurate as quickly as you can. Psyduck nodded thoughtfully, but Ash wasn't finished, but don't just use Water Pulse or Bubble Beam. I want you to keep switching between those and Ice Beam so that you can do it more quickly in battle. Hopefully the practice would pay off. Psyduck looked like she approved of the idea, and Ash turned to his final Pokémon. Rosalia, I want to work on making your grass move stronger, but I want to have a look at some of the poison moves you can learn too. It would be nice to be able to do more damage than your opponents are expecting. Rosalia dipped her head in acknowledgement, then pointed at Abra's Pokeball. Ash smiled. He needs a bit more sleep, but we'll try to get Shadow Ball working later. He shook his head. But we can keep training later. Come on everyone, eat up. You all need your energy. Sneasel didn't need any encouragement. Being a wild Pokémon, she seemed happy to make the most of the free food. Ash watched her closely as he ate his own sandwiches, trying to make notes of what she liked the most. He knew everyone else's favorite flavors by now, and it was only fair he do the same for Sneasel. There was more to being a Pokémon trainer than just making them able to fight better. Okay, you've got all the powder moves, Absorb, Mega Drain, and Poison Sting, right? Rosalia pointed to the tips of her leaves, and Ash nodded. Yeah, and Poison Point. That could be really helpful if any of them get too close. His grass type pulled a face. Ash agreed, like Abra she fought better from a distance. He scratched his head. There's gotta be a way we can make that work for you. Drops of water caught them, and Psyduck gave an apologetic squawk before moving to practice further. Ash waved, and went back to thinking. Maybe Dexter could help. He scanned through the list until one caught his eye. Hey, look at this. Venoshock, a move which gets much stronger if the target is poisoned. He looked at Rosalia. What do you think? Rosalia looked it over and nodded. She pointed at the little TM symbol, and Ash grimaced. Yeah, I didn't see it in the shop either. We might have to wait a while before we can sort that out. There weren't any more TM shops in Viridian or Pallet, but maybe Professor Oak could order it if it came to it. It would be a good one for Rosalia, even if they couldn't sort it right away. Maybe there was something else they could work on in the meantime. Ash looked back at the list and blinked. Hang on, you can learn Shadow Ball too. The shop assistant hadn't mentioned that. Then again, she had never seen a Rosalia before, so it made sense. Ash looked at Rosalia. Do you want to try it? I don't think any of the others have made any progress on it, so you won't be behind, and it'd be a surprise for any psychic types. Rosalia nodded enthusiastically. Ash rummaged in his bag, and a minute later Rosalia was blinking as the new information sank in. Feel okay? Rosalia nodded. She screwed her face up, and flickers of purple energy danced around her roses for a moment before fading out again. Her shoulders slumped, and Ash patted her back. Hey, it's okay. None of you are ghost types, so this is going to take longer to work out, but you've got Abra and Eevee and Sneasel, and you can all work on it together later. Rosalia brightened slightly. Ash smiled at her. You're making great progress, you know. I'm really proud of you. She stared at him for a moment, then suddenly threw herself into his arms. Ash hugged her tight. I mean it. You're awesome, and I'm so glad that you're traveling with me. Rosalia hummed and snuggled closer against him, and Ash didn't need her to be psychic to know she felt exactly the same way. It had been a rough couple of days, but they would get through it and come out stronger than ever before. Finally Rosalia drew away, and Ash set her back down. He had to cough to clear his throat before he could say anything. Yeah. Okay. Let's work on your grass moves for now, they'll be most useful against Giovanni. Your Mega Drain is great already, but if you can do it faster then that will help. Rosalia nodded, and hopped over to a clear space, dodging another spray of ice from Psyduck as she did so. She seemed to be enjoying herself, judging from the amount of ice coating the tips of various branches. Ash glanced round to check on Eevee, and smiled at the intensity of her focus on Sneasel. Even as he watched, Eevee sprang forward, dark type's energy swirling round his jaws, and bit down on a branch that Sneasel had thrown. The branch shattered and Eevee's tail was already wagging as he landed. That was awesome, Eevee. Eevee beamed and bounded over for a hug and a scratch. Ash laughed, and smiled at Sneasel over the squirming ball of fur in his arms. The dark type hung back, arms folded, but there was a faint smile on her face as she watched them. Thank you, Ash said to her. This is going to be a real help. She nodded, smile widening a little. Eevee licked at Ash's neck, then wriggled out of his arms and dashed back over to continue the lesson. Ash watched the two of them for another few minutes, then tapped Abra's Pokeball. Hey, you okay in there? For a moment he thought Abra was still asleep, then there was a flash of red light and Abra materialized on the grass next to Ash. I'm tired. And the sky is blue, Ash muttered. Sorry, he said, when Abra scowled at him. You can go back to sleep if you want, that was a longer first session than we planned. He was trying to push all his Pokémon, but Abra simply wasn't physically capable of long PRDS of training. To his surprise, Abra shook his head. As long as it doesn't involve teleporting I'm fine. Okay, said Ash, with a nod. What about working on Shadow Ball? Or Fire Punch? Fire Punch, please, said Abra promptly. But I reiterate that I'm not very good at punching things. Ash chuckled. That's fine. I'm not planning on having you punch anything. He'd be better off punching someone himself than having Abra try to do it. That wasn't why he'd got the TM. Have you tried making fire yet? Abra pet his head to one side, and summoned a ball of flames. It wasn't a very big ball, and it wasn't very hot, but it was a definite start. It's easier than Shadow Ball. Now what? Well, I was thinking, Ash began. You can use your psychic powers to manipulate stuff around you. Can we make that include fire? Abra's eyes widened. He looked down at the flames flickering round his claws, then Ash, and a slow smile spread across his face. I don't see why not. Ash grinned back. All of his doubts and fears from the previous day were fading. He had a great team, and they were all trying their hardest to get stronger. It wasn't going to be easy, but that was okay. They were not losing to Giovanni again. I see, and you say he's mastered Bite as well? Eevee's fur fluffed up with pride, and Ash hefted him higher. Yep. He's been working with a Sneasel we met, and it's going great. Bill jotted down a few more notes with a smile. Excellent. It sounds like you're making fine progress so far. Eevee wasn't the only one beaming now. Eevee squirmed in Ash's arms until Ash gave him a hug. Yeah, we are. He paused, but couldn't help himself. How's Gary getting on? Fond exasperation pulsed through his bond with Abra, but Bill just smiled. He's also doing very well. He's caught quite a lot of Pokémon, but he seems to be doing his best to train Eevee up properly. Ash nodded, then paused. Wait, how many Pokémon has he caught? Ash. Ash pointedly ignored his starter. Bill pet his head to one side. Does it really matter? There are advantages to having fewer Pokémon. He's right, said Abra. I bet he hasn't been able to spend as much with each of his Pokémon as you have. Eevee nodded furious agreement. Ash still wasn't convinced, but it was hard to stay annoyed when Eevee started liking his neck. He laughed and set Eevee down so that he could run over to Sneasel. She greeted him with an actual smile, and the sight warmed Ash's heart. Working with Eevee and the others had been just what she needed. Bill coughed, and Ash quickly glanced back. Sorry, what was that? Bill chuckled. I was saying I should let you get back to your training. Are you planning to use Eevee in your gym battle? Not this one, said Ash. Giovanni, he's really tough. He's already beaten us once. But I'm definitely going to be using Eevee for the next one, against Blaine. That's great. You'll have to let me know how it goes. Ash nodded. I will. And make sure you keep up with your grooming. Pokémon needs lot of looking after once they've been battling, and when they've got as much fur as Eevee dash. I know, I remember, said Ash quickly. Don't worry, I'm looking after all of them. Bill smiled at them. All right. Take care, Ash, and good luck. The screen went black, and Ash let out a breath. Bill could be a bit of a handful. He crossed back over to his Pokémon and checked them over. Okay, we're just waiting for Abra and Rosalia now. He felt a flush of guilt at the reminder. They had been battling Sneasel and Psyduck was now good enough at Ice Beam to pose a real challenge. Ash was worried that he had pushed them too far. I think we'll call it a day for now, he said. You've all been training really hard. Eevee brightened, but Psyduck and Sneasel exchanged disgruntled looks. Ash rubbed the back of his neck. Or you two could have a battle out the back. That suggestion went down much better. The arena was empty, so Ash directed them to opposite ends and took up a position in the middle. Okay, guys, you ready? Psyduck nodded, and Sneasel slid into a ready stance. Ash grinned. Begin. Psyduck immediately went on the offensive with a blast of water pulses. Sneasel darted aside, quick and silent as a shadow, but they had been training with her for over a week and Psyduck reacted nearly as fast. That's it, Psyduck, keep it up. Psyduck nodded, and with a frown of concentration switched to Ice Beam. The attack formed fast and without a trace of water in it, and though Sneasel dodged it with ease, Ash grinned. Perfect. Well done. Sneasel nodded slightly, then sprang into the air and launched a shadow ball. It destabilized before it reached Psyduck, but the distraction was enough for Sneasel to close in and deliver a night slash that Psyduck was only barely able to deflect with a blast of water. Ash watched the back and forth closely. Psyduck didn't need to be told basic stuff, like when to dodge or attack, but he had a different perspective. Psyduck, use sand attack. Sneasel pet her head to one side, but only for a second before Psyduck psychically grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at her eyes. She froze it with a quick burst of ice, and Ash frowned. Hey, that's like how Piloswine stopped Rosalia's powders, except she used Sandstorm. He still had to work out a way around that. It would be really helpful if Rosalia could poison or paralyze Piloswine. He turned his attention back to the battle in time to see high-powered blasts of ice and water collide in midair. All right. Go for it, Psyduck. The intensity of the water blast increased, but Sneasel let out a snarl and focused her ice beam, and the stalemate continued until Sneasel tired of the contest. She sprang sideways, and took advantage of the moment when Psyduck was off balance to fire off another shadow ball. This time the ghost move worked perfectly. Psyduck was sent flying through the air, and though she shot straight back up, Ash decided it was time to step in. Okay, that's enough for now, guys. They turned identical scowls on him, and Ash held up his hands. Come on, you've been training all day. I know you want to get stronger, but you need to take time to rest too. His Pokémon seriously had trouble finding a good balance. Psyduck waddled over to his side with good grace, but Sneasel folded her arms. Ash looked at her, then crouched to pat Eevee and Psyduck. Why don't you guys go and wait for the others inside? Eevee needed no further encouragement. Psyduck glanced back at Sneasel and nodded before following him. Ash took a breath and crossed to sit next to Sneasel. She refused to meet his gaze, but didn't flinch when he rested a hand on her back. You're the strongest Pokémon I've ever met, you know. That earned him an incredulous look. I mean it, Ash insisted. You were running rings around Psyduck, and you were fighting Abra and Rosalia easily earlier. You're amazing. Sneasel snorted, one paw coming up to her ruined eye. The last of the bandages had come off now, but Nurse Joy's initial assessment had been correct. Ash sighed. See, when I say you're the strongest, I don't just mean physically. Not many Pokémon could come back from such a devastating injury. Sneasel frowned, and Ash stroked her fine fur. You got hurt less than 2 weeks ago, and you're already in great shape. You're a lot stronger than you think. Yeah, she was still learning to watch her blind side, but years of surviving in the wild were paying off. Ash was sure she would be just fine when she did want to leave. Not that he wanted her to. She was good company, and had helped them out a lot, but it was her choice, and he had already promised not to pressure her, so he just smiled and offered her a hand. Come on. Let's go and get some food. As always, the mention of food was enough to get Sneasel's attention. To Ash's astonishment though, instead of running ahead, she scrambled along his arm and perched on his shoulder. Ash gaped for a moment, then grinned and reached up to pet her. Okay then. Let's go. Sneasel leaned into his touch with a faint croon, and Ash's grin widened. He'd known Sneasel was relaxing around them, but this show of trust sent warmth flooding his body. Abra and Rosalia were waiting with Psyduck and Eevee when they got back inside. Abra pet his head to one side and gave a soft huff. She's in my spot. I've got 2 shoulders, Ash pointed out. He could feel his starter's unease. A week and a half hadn't been enough for Abra to quite get over his fear of dark types, no matter how much Sneasel ignored him. They had to start somewhere though, and Ash was pleased when Abra teleported to Ash's other shoulder with a minimum of silent grumbling. All right, he said out loud. Everyone hungry? The volume of the response made him laugh. That was one question he never had to ask. He had taken the chance to stock up on berries and added them to the bowls of food, being careful to separate them all out. Eevee still hadn't forgiven him for mixing his sour berries up with Sneasel's spicy ones. The normal type sniffed suspiciously at his bowl before squinting up at him. Hey, I said I was sorry, said Ash. There's just a spear in there, I promise. Eevee's tail wagged, and he tucked into his food with vigor. Sneasel had already emptied her bowl and returned to her perch on his shoulder, and Ash was careful not to disturb her as he ate his own dinner. Rosalia had hopped onto the windowsill to soak in the last of the setting sun as she ate her own berries, and Ash shoved the rest of the food in her direction. "Come on, these two." Rosalia smiled and conceded with good grace. Psyduck swallowed the last of her own food, and sprayed a fine mist into the air to moisturize herself. Ash shielded his food with the ease of long practice. "How about you, Psyduck? You feeling okay?" Unlike some of his partners, Psyduck didn't always tell him when she was feeling run down. It was something Ash was learning to keep an eye on. She nodded, and Ash turned his attention to Abra. "How are you doing? Everything all right?" "Of course." Ash suppressed a sigh. Ever since their loss, Abra had been nearly as reticent as Psyduck. "You can talk to me, you know. There's nothing to talk about." "I've noticed that," said Ash. "You've barely spoken to me all week." He tried to keep the bitterness from his voice, but knew he hadn't been successful when Abra's tail twitched. "I've been focusing on training." "Because you're blaming yourself," Ash shot back. "Don't deny it, I can feel it whenever you do talk to me." He rested a hand on his starter's shoulder. "It wasn't your fault. We both know it, and I miss my best friend." Abra held his gaze for a long moment, then a rush of warmth flooded through their bond. "All right. I'm sorry." Ash shook his head. "Don't be silly. Just help me get stronger." Abra leaned into a pat for a moment, then returned to his meal. Ash took some more of his own rice. His Pokémon were all okay, and that meant he could relax. Of course, that didn't stop his mind from drifting back to Giovanni. He had been training for over a week, and all his Pokémon had made great progress, but that might not be enough. Giovanni was tough. Really, really tough. Even worse, he now knew what Pokémon Ash had and what they were capable of. Ash hadn't even seen Giovanni's third Pokémon. Piloswine and Dugtrio had been bad enough. Ash sighed and shoveled more rice into his mouth. Maybe they should come back when they had more badges. Giovanni would use a stronger team, but they would have more experience then. They would be able to handle any surprises better. This training business was a lot harder than Ash had thought it would be. "Ash?" Ash blinked and looked up to find all his Pokémon watching him. "Huh? You were quiet," said Abra dryly. It was strange. Ash rolled his eyes, then grunted as Eevee jumped into his lap. "Hey, I wasn't finished eating." Eevee pouted, and Ash relented. "Okay, but don't wriggle too much or I'll be combing rice out of your fur for ages." Still, he bolted the rest of his dinner at top speed. Eevee wasn't great at sitting still and Ash hated doing laundry. He pushed his empty plate away. "Anyone still hungry?" His Pokémon shook their heads, but Sneasel hesitated. Ash shook some more of the Pokémon food into her bowl. "Go on. You need to keep your energy up." Sneasel blinked at the food then at him. Ash smiled and scratched behind her ears. "It's okay. Eat all you want." Sneasel continued to watch him, but reached out to take the food. Ash watched her fondly. Her black coat was regaining some of its shine, and the scarring didn't look quite as nasty as it had. She would be just fine whenever she decided to go back to the wild. But he had other things to worry about now. Ash cleared his throat, and his Pokémon turned as one to look at him. "Okay, guys, I've been thinking. You've all been working really hard and you've all got a lot stronger. The question is, do you feel ready to battle Giovanni again?" Ash sat back to watch their reactions. Psyduck gave him a confident nod, but Rosalia hesitated and Abra was radiating uncertainty. Ash sighed. "Yeah, that's what I thought, but we've got some options here. We challenge Giovanni again soon. We try challenging another gym, like Cinnabar or Fuchsia, and come back to Giovanni later. Or we give up on the Earth badge altogether." The last option hurt. There were other gyms in Kanto, but the Viridian Gym was known as one of the hardest, and trainers that earned it tended to do well in the Indigo League. And Ash really wanted to beat Giovanni. He wasn't the one fighting though, and so he waited to see what his Pokémon decided. Psyduck's preference was easy to read. She had beaten Piloswine, and she was itching for a rematch against Dugtrio. It was Rosalia who surprised him. She frowned and gave a shrill squeak. Ash glanced at Abra, who sighed. Yes, she wants to prove herself. She wants a rematch just as much as Psyduck. There was a slight pause. And so do I. Ash stared at him, then at Rosalia. Are you sure? Both of them nodded. We know we might not win, said Abra. Giovanni is much stronger than we are. But we've all been training hard, and we want to try. Ash let out a long breath. Eevee and Sneasel were both watching closely too, and Ash finally smiled. Okay. Let's go challenge Giovanni then. Once again Ash found himself staring up at the Viridian City Gym. Abra hovered by his shoulder and Sneasel stood by his side and his Pokeballs were clipped to his belt. He was ready. His Pokémon were ready. Now they would see whether their hard work had paid off. We're ready, Ash. Let's do this. Ash nodded. He sent a pulse of reassurance to Abra, scratched Sneasel behind the ears, and threw open the gym doors. Giovanni? Are you there? I'd like a rematch, please. As before there was a PRD of silence, then a door slid open and Giovanni entered on silent steps. He looked Ash over with the same disdain as the last time and inclined his head. Very well. The same rules as before will apply. Ash nodded. He rested a hand on his Pokeballs for a second, and Rosalia appeared on the field at the same moment as Piloswine did. Rosalia hesitated at the sight of the big ice type, but she set herself ready for battle and Ash felt a rush of pride. They would do their best. That was all they could do. Begin, said Giovanni. Ice Shard. As before the lumps of ice crystallized and shot forwards, but this time Rosalia was ready for them. She weaved through the chunks of ice, hours practicing with Sneasel finally paying off as she worked her way closer to Piloswine, and Ash grinned. That's awesome. Now, show them our new trick. Rosalia nodded, then gestured and summoned a storm of multicolored leaves that sent Piloswine stumbling. Perfect. Ash cheered. They had only gotten Magical Leaf working the previous evening, but the effort was already paying off. How's your chance? Rosalia was already moving. She dodged another ice attack and fired a flurry of poison stings and powders at point-blank range. As Ash had hoped, she was too close for Piloswine to raise a defensive sandstorm, and the purple tinge that indicated that a Pokémon had been poison swept over it. Good work, Rosalia, Ash called. Now, return. Rosalia vanished back into her Pokeball, and Psyduck appeared with a flash of light. Giovanni's eyes narrowed. Better, he allowed. Bulldoze. Up. Ash snapped. They had only worked on this briefly, but it should work. Psyduck fired a powerful bubble beam straight down and the recoil sent her rocketing into the air. Not very far, and it petered out after just a second, but it was enough to avoid the brunt of the bulldoze and Psyduck was quick to turn the spray onto Piloswine. Keep it up, Psyduck. Psyduck nodded and Piloswine slid back under the redoubled assault. It flinched as it felt the effects of the poison, but Giovanni wasn't done. Body slam. Piloswine lowered its head and lurched forwards through the weakening bubble beam. Ash thought fast. Use Ice Beam to make a shield. It wasn't something they had practiced, but Psyduck understood immediately. She sprang back and created a thick wall of ice. Piloswine smashed through it, but it slowed him down enough that Psyduck recovered from the blow quickly, and her follow-up water pulse slammed him back into a rock. That's great. Keep it up, Psyduck. Psyduck didn't need any encouragement. She fired water pulse after water pulse until Piloswine finally reared up and slammed home an earth power that sent her flying through the air. Psyduck, you okay? Psyduck nodded curtly. Her eyes never left Piloswine as she pushed herself back to her feet. Ash could see that Piloswine was breathing heavily as her assaults and the poison took effect, and his hands clenched into fists. You can do it. Bubble Beam, now. Piloswine summoned a defensive sandstorm, but Ash had been expecting that. Ice Beam. Freeze it. The sand froze around Piloswine, and Ash grinned. Now send it back at Piloswine. Psyduck needed no further encouragement. The frozen sand slammed into Piloswine at high speed, and she launched a full-power bubble beam until the big ground type finally collapsed to the floor. Yes. Well done, Psyduck. Psyduck flashed him a smug smile. Giovanni's eyes narrowed as he returned Piloswine and sent out Dugtrio. Good. Dig. Dugtrio vanished underground. Ash swallowed. Be careful. We know they're really fast. The words had barely left his mouth before Dugtrio burst from the ground and sent Psyduck flying. The water type retaliated with a bubble beam, but Dugtrio had already vanished underground again. Ash groaned, then inspiration struck. Psyduck, get on top of one of those rocks. Hopefully it would give her a bit more warning when an attack was coming at least. Psyduck scrambled onto the nearest rock and glared round. There was a faint rumble and Dugtrio reappeared on the far side of the arena. Rock slide, said Giovanni curtly. Catch them. Ash called. Psyduck did so and fired them back with a blast of bubble beam, only for Dugtrio to once again pop down out of sight. Ash frowned. Psyduck was avoiding taking damage, but that wasn't much good if she couldn't dish any out. He ran through her moves in his mind and suddenly brightened. I know. Psyduck, freeze the ground. Psyduck blinked at him, then grinned. She fired out a series of ice beams, coating the surrounding earth in ice, and as he had hoped Dugtrio reappeared before they could be trapped underground. Psyduck, return. Rosalia, powder leaves. Sandstorm, Giovanni snapped, but this time Rosalia was the faster one. The magical leaves locked unerringly on their target, and Dugtrio twitched as the stun spores coating them took effect. All right. Ash cheered. That's perfect. Now use Mega Drain. Rosalia did so, and the paralysis slowed Dugtrio down enough to score a direct hit. Her roses gained a brilliant luster and Dugtrio visibly faltered. Keep it up. Magical Leaf. Sand Tomb, said Giovanni curtly, and the flurry of sand blunted the impact of the grass move. Sandstorm. Ash frowned at the sudden loss of visibility. Worse, Rosalia's long-range attacks wouldn't be as effective. Be careful, Rosalia. Use Mega Drain whenever you can. That would help a bit with the damage from the sand. The problem was just doing enough damage. Giovanni was smart, there was no way he wasn't planning something. Ash squinted through the swirling sand. Maybe he should switch out for Psyduck again. She had had practice battling in a sandstorm against Brock, and Rosalia had done what he needed her to with her powder moves. Then a pile of rocks came pelting out of the sand. Rosalia. Thankfully, hours of training with Sneasel had paid off and Rosalia danced out of reach. The rocks hit the ice, which splintered under the impact. Ah-oh. Rosalia, Magical Leaf as much as you can. If Dugtrio broke that ice then they would be right back where they started, but Ash had faith in his grass type. Use Magical Leaf as cover and to get closer. He knew it was risky, he'd seen Dugtrio attack from close range against Abra, but Sandstorm was taking too much force out of Rosalia's attacks when she attacked from a distance. Luckily the sandstorm combined with the constant shower of magical leaves was good cover for Rosalia too, and with Ash paying attention she was able to dodge the rocks that came flying out of the sand. Her roses lit up as she used Mega Drain again, then she suddenly went flying back with a cry as a burst of shadowy energy lashed out. Rosalia. Ash hadn't forgotten about Shadow Claw, but he had hoped that Dugtrio wouldn't use it. He started to reach for Psyduck's Pokeball, but paused when Rosalia glared at him. Ash frowned at her. "Are you sure?" Rosalia nodded without hesitation. Ash chewed on his lip for a moment, but he recognized that look. All his Pokémon were super stubborn. "Okay then, Rosalia, use Magical Leaf." Rosalia's eyes flashed, and this time the storm of leaves was thicker and more ferocious than before. Strong enough to break through the swirling sand, and Rosalia used the reprieve to fire again. There was a faint screech, and Ash squinted through the sand. Did that do it? There was a long pause, then the sandstorm abruptly died away to reveal Dugtrio lying half out of a hole they had made in the ice. "Yes." Ash cheered. "You did it, Rosalia." Rosalia gave him a tired, but satisfied smile. Ash grinned back. Both Rosalia and Psyduck were hurt and tired, but they could still fight and they had beaten 2 of Giovanni's Pokémon. They only had to fight 1 more to win the badge, and Abra was still fresh. They might actually be able to do this. Focus. Ash felt his cheeks heat up and shook himself. Giovanni wasn't done yet. His last Pokémon was bound to be his strongest. If he wasn't careful, then all of this would be for nothing. Abra sent a faint pulse of encouragement and Ash refocused on Giovanni. The gym leader's expression didn't so much as flicker as he returned Dugtrio and sent out his final Pokémon. A Graveler? Ash frowned. Graveler were rock and ground types, both of which were weak to both grass and water. He sneaked a look at Giovanni, who looked as bored as ever, and gritted his teeth. "Watch out, Rosalia," he called. "He's got a plan. Get ready to attack as soon as you can." Giovanni gave a thin smirk. "Begin." "Magical Leaf." "Flamethrower," said Giovanni at the same moment. "What?" Ash yelped. "Rosalia." But it was too late. The magical leaves were burned to a crisp in the oncoming inferno, and though Rosalia had started moving the instant Giovanni gave the order, the torrent of flame tracked her path and sent her flying into a wall. She slumped to the floor, roses burning, and Ash grabbed for Psyduck's Pokeball. "Help her." A quick bubble beam extinguished the flame, but Rosalia was out cold. Ash gritted his teeth, but when he started to open his mouth, Giovanni fixed him with a cold frown. "Send out your next Pokémon, or forfeit the match." Ash's hands clenched into fists, and Abra appeared on his shoulder in a flash of light. "Calm down." "But Rosalia Dash. We'll be all right. And she wouldn't want you to forfeit because of this." Ash scowled, but his friend was right. He took a deep breath, and reached up to pat his friend. "Thanks." He returned Rosalia to her Pokeball and turned to Psyduck. "You ready, Psyduck?" She was a bit battered from earlier, but it looked like the rest had done her good. The way she was glaring at Graveler left Ash with no doubts. "Good, then let's do this. Use Bubble Beam." At least Flamethrower wouldn't be much good about a water type like Psyduck. She hopped into the arena and fired a powerful Bubble Beam at Graveler. "What for him to say you can start?" Ash yelled, but though Giovanni raised an eyebrow he didn't comment. Graveler tucked itself into a ball and spun off to the side, making the bubble beam go wide, and Ash scowled. "Keep it up, Psyduck." Psyduck did so, but the occasional splashes she did manage to land didn't seem to be doing very much to the spinning Graveler. Ash frowned, then glanced at the remains of the ice on the arena floor. "Try Ice Beam. At the very least it might make Graveler lose control and crash or something." Giovanni tapped a foot against the ground. "Graveler. Now." "Get ready," Ash called, but it was hard to be ready for an oversized boulder to make a gentle loop and come barreling forward at top speed. Psyduck fired another bubble beam, and Ash could see her grab her head as she tried to use her psychic abilities, but Graveler had built up too much momentum and nothing she did seemed to have any effect. She braced for an impact, but at the same moment Graveler whipped out a hand and slammed home a crackling thunder punch. Psyduck. Psyduck hit the far wall with a sickening thud and slumped to the floor. Abra teleported over to her and reappeared and deposited her gently on the floor next to Ash. She's hurt, but she'll be all right. Ash returned her without a word. He didn't trust himself to speak. The dismissive smirk was still on Giovanni's face, and Ash's hands clenched into fists. You ready, Abra? Abra nodded grimly. He blinked over into the arena and fixed Graveler with a steady look. I can keep out of the way of any physical moves, and even if he uses rollout I'm still faster. We can do this, Ash. Ash took a deep breath and forced his anger away. I know. But be careful. We don't know what else he can do. You don't need to tell me twice. Ash nodded. Giovanni raised an eyebrow. Begin. Rock slide. Abra teleported out of the shower of rocks and reappeared behind Graveler. He fired a Psybeam that sent Graveler staggering before abruptly appearing above him and launching another and teleporting away again. All right. Ash cheered. Keep that up. Graveler was nowhere near fast enough to keep track of Abra, but Giovanni wasn't stupid. Stealth rock. Ash grimaced at the number of rocks that filled the arena, but Abra didn't hesitate. All the practice dodging attacks from Sneasel, Eevee, and Psyduck had paid off, and he continued to weave his way through the obstacles without slowing down at all. Ash could feel the strain through their link, but Abra could handle it. Flamethrower, said Giovanni calmly. Abra flickered away, but as before Graveler swept the flames across the field and caught Abra a glancing blow. Abra teleported away with a psychic scream that left Ash's head throbbing. Abra. Are you okay? I'm burned, what do you think? Ash let out a breath. If Abra could be sarcastic he was okay. A burn was bad, and not something they were prepared for. But at least Abra hadn't taken too much damage from the attack itself. Abra floated high in the air, taking a moment to get used to the pain, but when Ash refocused on Graveler he had to do a double take. Graveler was crouched over, its stony face ceased in pain, and even as Ash watched faint flames flickered across its rocky skin. Ash stared at it, then glanced up at Abra. You never told me you had synchronize. I forgot. His mental voice was strained with pain, but Ash heard the new note of hope in it and grinned. We've got him now. Use Shadow Ball. If they were really lucky, Graveler would be more affected by the burn than Abra was. The big rock type was alert enough to dodge the Shadow Ball, but the follow-up Psybeam sent him staggering. Yes. You can do it, Abra. Abra didn't waste energy answering, but Ash felt a bright echo of his confidence. The faintest trace of a frown touched Giovanni's face. Stealth Rock and Rock Polish. The extra obstacles made Abra pause, and Graveler didn't waste the opportunity. Its body seemed to shimmer, and it dodged the next Psybeam with far greater agility than it had displayed previously. Taken aback, Abra misjudged a teleport, and yelped as a rock caught him in the chest. You okay? Ow, Abra muttered. He aimed his next jump more carefully and ended up well above Graveler's head before continuing, he's tough, but I can feel him getting tired. The problem is, so am I. You've hit him a lot more times than he's managed, said Ash. I know you can do this. Abra was his first Pokémon, his most reliable partner, and his best friend, and Ash knew in his very bones that they could win. He forced that conviction through their bond, and felt Abra's weariness lift a little as his resolve strengthened. All right. Let's finish this. Ash grinned. Hey, Abra. You know that trick we were practicing? No. But it's perfect. I blew myself up. He flickered out of reach of a rock slide, and fired 2 Psybeams in rapid succession from opposite directions before jumping to safety again. Did those hit? No. He's too fast. I think he's used rock polish again. But the new trick would be perfect. There was a moment's pause, then Abra sighed. I suppose dash. Look out. Graveler had gotten tired of attacking from a distance. He had started another rollout, and this time he'd used a conveniently shaped boulder to launch himself into the air like a cannonball, and Ash barely had time to draw in breath before the two Pokémon collided with a deafening bang. Abra. Pain, shock, and fear echoed through Ash's head before fading abruptly into silence. Ash started forward, only to jump back with a cry as Graveler crashed down in the middle of the arena. A second later, Abra fell to the ground a few feet away. Both Pokémon were out cold. Ash sprinted straight to his fallen friend. He heard Giovanni return Graveler to his Pokeball, but Ash was more preoccupied with Abra. Sneasel hovered at his shoulder as he carefully checked his partner over. Abra was battered, bruised, and unconscious, but he was breathing, and when Sneasel relaxed Ash did too. What was that? Asked Giovanni. For the first time he almost sounded interested. Satisfied that Abra hadn't taken any permanent damage, Ash glanced round at him. We've been working on a trick with Shadow Ball, he said. But we haven't got it quite right yet. Giovanni raised a pointed eyebrow at the crater Graveler had left in the arena. It seems to have done the job. More or less. Ash felt his cheeks heat up, and focused on returning Abra to his Pokeball. He got to his feet, brushing dust off his jeans, and turned to the gym leader. So, what happens now? I mean, they knocked each other out. Indeed, said Giovanni. Normally the victor would be whichever Pokémon remained conscious for longer, but that is impossible to determine in this case. Ash waited, but he didn't seem inclined to continue, and Ash had to fight the urge to fidget. Had they won the badge or not? They had done their best, they had done way better than they had the first time, but whether it was enough Ash simply couldn't tell. Tell me, Giovanni said, and Ash wrenched his attention back. You're Sneasel. She is an ice type. She has an advantage against ground types, and her speed would have been useful. Why did you not use her? Ash felt Sneasel tense, and placed a hand on her head. She settled at his touch, and Ash took a moment to organize his thoughts. Because she isn't mine, he said finally. Abra and Rosalia and Psyduck all chose to come with me. We've been traveling and training together for months now. He smiled down at Sneasel. I met Sneasel last week and she's amazing, but I don't know if she wants to stay with me. Even if she did, I don't know if she would want to do gym battles, and I'm not going to force her to. He hesitated before saying the next part, but it wasn't something they could avoid. And because she's still recovering. We've been training together, but I don't want her getting hurt again. He was being overprotective. Sneasel was stronger and more experienced than all his Pokémon, but Ash wasn't going to put her through a tough battle when neither of them were ready for it, just for a badge. That wasn't the kind of trainer he wanted to be. Giovanni's face was unreadable. You care very strongly about your Pokémon, he said, and Ash honestly couldn't tell if he meant it as a compliment or not, but he continued before Ash could think about it too much. However, you demonstrated good judgment, both in your choice of Pokémon, and in your tactics throughout our battle. You showed the ability to learn from prior mistakes, and to develop the necessary skills of each of your Pokémon. You were able to use the terrain effectively, and you were able to adapt your plans where needed. There is room for improvement, but that is sufficient for a third badge. It took a moment for the words to sink in, but then Ash found himself grinning like an idiot. You mean it? I got the badge. In answer, Giovanni held out a gleaming green earth badge. Ash took it with shaking fingers and looked up. Thank you so much. You earned it, said Giovanni. He stepped back and folded his arms. You are welcome to return when your Pokémon are stronger. Ash's jaw dropped. That wasn't an offer many people got. Before he could say anything though, Giovanni turned on his heel and vanished through the door at the far end of the room. Ash stared after him, then down at Sneasel. She blinked up at him, then shrugged and scrambled up onto his shoulder to examine his badge. Ash let out a long breath. "I did it," he whispered. "I got the badge." Sneasel poked it, then hummed and settled back. Still grinning madly, Ash pinned the badge carefully to his jacket and reached up to scratch Sneasel behind her feather. "Come on, let's go and get the others healed up." He couldn't wait to show them what their hard work had accomplished. "I told you that messing around with Shadow Ball this soon was a bad idea." I know," said Ash soothingly. "You were right and I was wrong, but it worked." Abra shot him a disgusted look, but teleported to his shoulder and allowed Ash to give him a hug. Ash smiled. "You were amazing, buddy. You've got so fast. And you were dodging everything, it was awesome." "It was hard work," Abra grumbled, but Ash felt the warm pulse of pride that echoed through his mind. Ash caught it and sent it back and Abra ducked his head. "I'm going to sleep. Wake me up next week." He vanished into his Pokeball without another word, leaving Ash shaking his head fondly. Psyduck snorted, and Ash took her and Rosalia from the counter and hugged them both. "Thank you so much," he said softly. "You were both amazing." Rosalia beamed and flung her arms round his neck, carefully avoiding jabbing him with her venomous barbs, and Psyduck gave a soft squawk of acknowledgement. She patted his head, then wriggled out of his arms to waddle over to where Eevee and Sneasel were waiting. Rosalia chirped happily and Ash laughed. Yeah, he wasn't expecting that. He still couldn't quite believe it himself. He had an Earth badge. And if he could impress Giovanni, there was nothing stopping him from getting the last 5 badges he needed to enter the Indigo League. They were one step closer to his dream, and he couldn't have done it without his friends. Abra, Rosalia, and Psyduck had given it their all, and Ash couldn't be prouder of them. And there was one more person he had to thank. Rosalia hopped down to join her friends, and Eevee promptly bounded up to her and smothered her with happy licks. Psyduck followed, rolling her eyes, but practically radiating fondness, but Sneasel hung back watching the 3 of them. Ash crouched down next to her. "We couldn't have done this without you, you know." Sneasel quirked an eyebrow at him, and Ash rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm serious. You helped Rosalia get used to dodging ice attacks and helped teach Psyduck Ice Beam and made Abra get way better at teleporting. You even helped Eevee out with Bite and Shadow Ball and everything else." Sneasel shrugged, but Ash saw the glint in her eye soften as she glanced back at the rest of his Pokémon. Ash watched her, and felt a sudden rush of affection. Sneasel was an amazing Pokémon. They had been lucky to get to know her over the past week, and Ash realized with a jolt that he didn't want to say goodbye. He didn't want her to vanish into the wild and leave them behind. Cool fur brushed against his hand, and Ash looked up to find Sneasel watching him with concern. She pet her head to one side, and Ash couldn't help himself. "Would you like to come with us, Sneasel?" Rosalia and Eevee stopped their play and Psyduck's head snapped up, but Ash kept his eyes on Sneasel. Her eye widened at his words, and Ash found himself talking before he could stop himself. "I know you're fully healed and you can take care of yourself, but it would be so great to have you around. You're amazing, and you've helped us so much, and if we kept working together we could keep getting stronger still." Sneasel gave a soft hum. Her eye didn't leave his, and Ash held out his hand. "How about it? We could travel all around Kanto together, getting badges and training and getting stronger than ever. I'd never make you do anything you didn't want to do, but you're my friend." "Our friend," he amended, glancing at his watching Pokémon. "And, I don't want you to go." That was what it came down to really. Sneasel was strong and smart, but more importantly she was a great friend. The rest of his Pokémon had come to crowd round them, and even Abra was listening in, but Ash kept his attention on Sneasel. For a long minute Sneasel didn't move. She looked round at Rosalia, Psyduck, and Eevee, then finally up at Ash. Her one good eye searched his face, then she nodded once. Ash stared. You're saying yes?" Psyduck rolled her eyes. Rosalia and Evie giggled, and a warm rush of fond exasperation washed over him from Abra. Sneasel shook her head, but there was a smile on her face. She padded over to Ash and grabbed one of the empty Pokeballs from his bag. Ash took it from her with shaking hands. "You're really sure?" Sneasel's smile widened a little. She tapped the button and vanished into the ball in a rush of red light. "I think she's sure." "Thank you, Abra, I did get that." "You're welcome." Ash shook his head, and as soon as the ball registered the capture he let Sneasel out again. "You okay?" Sneasel nodded, then stumbled as Evie launched himself at her. Rosalia was close behind, and Psyduck waddled over to add her own congratulations. Ash watched them all fondly, then clapped his hands. "All right. It's too late to set off for Pallet Town, but we can still get some training in." Sneasel's ears pricked up, but Abra groaned. "We just won a gym badge." "Yeah, but there's still a long way to go. We're never gonna stop getting stronger." Abra sighed, but released himself from his ball and appeared on Ash's shoulder. "Fine. I suppose Shadow Ball could still use some work." "Great," said Ash out loud. "You can work with Sneasel." Abra sighed again, but didn't argue. Sneasel shot him an appraising look, ghost-typed energy dancing round the tips of her claws, and Ash smiled. This was going to be awesome. He had a great team of great friends, they had beaten Giovanni, and now there was nothing that could stop them from winning their last 5 badges. "Come on, everyone, let's go." Nothing was going to stop him from becoming a Pokémon Master. Ash was awake very early the next day. His Pokémon were sprawled around the room, and Ash dressed as quietly as he could to avoid disturbing them. Evie's ears twitched and he blinked up, but Ash soothed him with a pat and he curled up next to Rosalia again. Ash smiled down at them, and let himself out onto the balcony. The sun was just beginning to break over the horizon, painting the sky with delicate pinks and reds, and Ash leaned on the railing. Yesterday had been crazy, in very good ways, and he was finally starting to process it all. He still couldn't believe that Sneasel had agreed to join him. She was a great friend and a strong Pokémon, and they were going to be an amazing team. Other parts of the day led to more mixed feelings. Ash unpinned the Earth badge from his jacket and looked at it. Yesterday he had been so proud of himself and his Pokémon that he hadn't been able to think about anything else, but during the night some doubts had arisen. What if Abra had fainted before Graveler? Giovanni had basically told him that he had won the badge because of his improvement and judgment, rather than his performance in the battle, and something about that made Ash uncomfortable. He wasn't sure why. He hadn't actually beaten Misty in the end either and he hadn't felt bad about accepting the Cascade badge, but something about Giovanni made him pause. "You're overthinking this." Ash blinked round. "That's something I never thought I'd hear you say." "Miracles do happen." There was a flicker of light, and Abra appeared next to him. "Giovanni wouldn't have given you the badge if he didn't think you deserved it." That was a good point. Ash couldn't imagine anyone making Giovanni do something he didn't want to. He started down at the badge, the green metal gleaming in the dawning sunlight, then closed his fingers around it. "We should come back one day. Prove to him that we're stronger." Abra sent a strong pulse of disagreement. "Why are you trying to make us do more work?" Ash had to laugh. "It's good for you. Says the person who doesn't have to do the fighting," Abra grumbled, but he settled on Ash's shoulder readily enough. Ash smiled, and reached up to pat him before pinning the badge back onto his jacket. "Come on," he said out loud. "We can make it back to Pallet by tomorrow." Abra sighed, and wrapped his tail around Ash's neck. Ash headed back into the room where the rest of his Pokémon were beginning to stir. Sneasel dropped onto his free shoulder and yawned a greeting before hopping equally silently down to the floor, and Ash reached down to pat her head. "Rise and shine, everyone. It's time to head to Pallet Town." Over the sounds of his Pokémon getting themselves up, Abra sent a quick thought, "Are we going to teleport?" "It's not far." Ash considered it as he stuffed his belongings back into his rucksack. He did want to get back to Pallet Town quickly, but on the other hand. No, we can use the time for training. Thanks for offering though. It would have been less effort than training will be, said Abra rather ruefully. It didn't take long for them to be packed and ready to go. Ash paused at the desk downstairs to thank Nurse Joy for all her help, and the nurse gave him a warm smile. Just make sure you take care of Sneasel properly. I will. Sneasel hopped onto the counter for a final slide, and Nurse Joy smiled as she handed over one of her favorite tanga berries. You take care of him too, okay? Ash rolled his eyes, then blinked when Sneasel nodded. She met his eye for a moment before returning herself to her Pokeball, and Ash blushed a little. He knew she had chosen him, but it was still a good feeling. Are we going or not? If nothing else, Ash could always rely on Abra to focus on the important things. He settled his rucksack comfortably on his shoulders, waved to Nurse Joy, and headed out into Viridian City. All right, now use Fire Punch. By Fire Punch I assume you want me to practice our improvised flamethrower, instead of trying to punch someone twice as fast as me. Ash let his hand fall back to his side. Yeah, and you knew that. Psyduck rolled her eyes, but both Rosalia and Eevee were snickering. Sneasel gave a rather plaintive noise from the opposite side of the clearing, and Ash shook himself. Come on, Abra, stop wasting time. But if I attack her, she'll attack me. Ash sighed. That's the whole point of training. She's not gonna hurt you. Easy for you to say, Abra muttered. You're not the one getting blasted with ghost energy. Despite his grumbling he did turn in mid-air to face Sneasel, and Ash let out a long breath. Thank you, he said. Remember, you're practicing with fire, and she's working on Shadow Ball, so don't spend all your time teleporting. He felt a pulse of annoyance from his starter, and an even sharper stab of unease, and suppressed a sigh. He had hoped that Abra would get over his fear of dark types, but so far no luck. Ash understood, he did, but it wasn't something he knew how to help with. Maybe Professor Oak would have some ideas. Ash shook his head, and turned back to the practice battle. Not that it was much of a battle yet. Abra had summoned a small ball of fire and was working on increasing the size and intensity of the flames, while Sneasel's whole attention was on keeping her growing ball of ghost-typed energy under control. Maybe we should have spent more time on the moves first, he said to himself, then shook his head. Battles were a great way to get more confidence at doing new moves. Psyduck shot him a slightly skeptical look, and waddled a few feet away to do more target practice with Water Pulse and Ice Beam. That's the spirit, said Ash. He glanced at Eevee and Rosalia. Is there anything you two want to work on? Rosalia responded by summoning her own Shadow Ball, and Ash brightened. Good idea. And you can practice with Eevee because ghost-type moves won't hurt him. So why isn't Sneasel practicing with him? Abra demanded. Ash gritted his teeth. Because you need to get used to super effective attacks, and you also need to stop being scared of your own teammate. I am not, Abra. Ash spun round in time to see Abra reappear behind a tree. Sneasel folded her arms, good eye narrowing, and Ash sighed. Abra, I said no teleporting. Abra blinked out of sight and reappeared a few feet away, but didn't reply. Ash glared at him, but his anger died on his lips as he caught the full force of Abra's emotions. Abra wasn't being lazy or stubborn. This was something else, and Ash couldn't ignore it. Sneasel, he said softly. I'm really sorry, but you do mind training with Eevee and Rosalia for a bit? Sneasel pet her head to one side. She looked at Abra for a long moment, then nodded. Ash let out a breath. Thanks. Sneasel nodded, and led Eevee and Rosalia a little further into the trees. Ash waited until he was sure all of his friends were all occupied before turning to Abra. Do you want to talk about it? Abra floated further out of reach, and Ash winced as another pulse of frustration reached him. Come on, Abra, he said. I can't. Fix things if I don't know what's wrong. I told you what's wrong. Ash sighed. Yeah, but that's why we need to do this. Abra's tail lashed out in frustration, and Ash hurried to continue, because you are gonna get attacked with super effective moves in battles, and I don't want that to be the first time you have to deal with it. Abra flinched. Ash bit his lip. Abra. If you don't want to battle, that's fine. You know that, right? You're still my best friend. For a moment there was no reply, then Abra flickered out of sight and reappeared in front of Ash. I never said I don't want to battle. You have a couple of times, Ash felt he had to point out, but he was lightheaded with relief. He wasn't going to force any of his Pokémon into doing things they didn't want to do, but he really wanted his first partner at his side. Abra folded his arms. I like battling, he said. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it can be fun. I like being able to defend myself, and I want to get stronger. He drifted slightly closer to Ash. And I do understand why you're making me do this. Ash let out a long breath. Okay, he said. So. He trailed off, unsure how to word the question, but one of the things he loved most about Abra was how he never had to worry about saying the wrong thing. Abra picked up on his curiosity and concern, and looked away. Understanding that it's good for me doesn't stop me from being scared, Ash. Ash held out a hand, and when Abra didn't move away, Ash pulled him into a hug. I get it, he said softly. I'm sorry. Not your fault, said Abra softly. He rested his head against Ash's shoulder. I know Sneasel is my teammate, and she won't really hurt me. I'll get over it. Ash patted his back. Maybe I was pushing things. He thought about it, and nodded. How about this? You both keep training on Shadow Ball, but practice with Rosalia or Eevee for now. I can do that, said Abra after a moment. But that doesn't solve the bigger problem. I don't want to be scared of my own teammate, Ash. No, you can't, Ash agreed. And I'm not going to let it continue, but battling was the wrong way to go. I think you two need to spend some time getting to know each other first. Abra nodded slowly. All right. I'll go and apologize to her now. Thank you, said Ash. Try not to worry, Abra. Everything's gonna be fine. Abra didn't look entirely convinced, but he accepted the pulse of reassurance that Ash sent him, and Ash let himself relax. There was a lot more to raising Pokémon than just battling. Oh, Ashy, it's so good to see you. I've only been gone 2 months, Ash protested, but he was already relaxing into his mom's hug. It had been 2 months after all. After a minute, Mom drew back to study him. You're looking well, she said approvingly. Traveling seems to agree with you. I love it, said Ash. I've met loads of cool people. Oh, yeah. He tapped his Pokeballs. Come and say hello everyone. Ash, not in the house, Mom began, but white light was already filling the room. Ash rubbed the back of his neck. Oops. Mom maintained her severe look for only a second before shaking her head. Oh, Ash. At least they're all small. Eevee barked, and she bent to slide him. And very cute too. Eevee rubbed against her, tail wagging happily, and Rosalia hopped closer for a share of the attention. Psyduck and Sneasel hung back a little, and Abra remained out just long enough to wave before returning himself to his Pokeball. Mom greeted them all in turn before smiling back at Ash. I'm glad you've met such good friends, Ash. Me too, said Ash. He wanted to sit down and spend the afternoon telling her everything that had happened in the last couple of months, but there was something he had to do first. Hey, Mom, I just need to go and see Professor Oak real quick. Mom raised an eyebrow, but nodded. All right. Sneasel glanced at him and made an inquiring noise, and Ash shook his head. You can stay here if you want. Mom's the best cook in the world. Sneasel brightened, and Mom gave Ash another quick hug. I did say I'd teach you before you left, but someone thought they'd be fine with sandwiches. I know, said Ash, with a wince. He'd picked some stuff up since then, but he really should have been more prepared. Maybe later. You can help make dinner, said Mom. And your Pokémon can judge how well you're doing. Ash saw Psyduck and Sneasel exchange a look, and felt his cheeks heat up. Yeah. Sure. I'll be back in an hour. He smiled at his Pokémon. Be good. He left the house with Rosalia's indignant squeaks ringing in his ears, and a wide smile on his face. It was good to be home. Walking through Pallet Town felt really weird. Ash had grown up there, had walked from his house to Professor Oak's lab at least twice a week for as long as he could remember, but doing that walk with 5 Pokeballs on his belt, even if only Abra's was full, felt different. Maybe he really was growing up. Professor Oak was just coming out of the lab as Ash climbed the hill, and he smiled when Ash approached. Ash. Good to see you, my boy. It's great to see you too, Professor, said Ash. He spotted the trolley with the dishes full of homemade Pokémon food waiting by the door and grabbed it. I'll give you a hand. Ah, thank you, Ash. He chuckled. Just like old times, eh? Ash grinned at him. He had spent a lot of time at the ranch as a kid. He started to set out the bowls, and blinked at the number of Pokémon that came running up. How many do you have here now? A fair few, said Oak. And of course Gary, June, and Morgan have been sending Pokémon back since they started their journeys. He looked at the approaching Pokémon and chuckled. But somehow Gary's always managed to be the first ones here at mealtimes. Ash nodded, then paused. These are all Gary's. Professor Oak looked round at the Pokémon lining up for their dinners. Oh, yes, not including the 6 he's traveling with, of course. He's becoming quite a trainer. The pride was clear in his voice, and looking at all the Pokémon Ash couldn't blame him. Gary was pretty good. Ash could see a Raticate, a Zubat and a Golbat, 2 Geodude, a Vulpix, and more that he didn't recognize. Ash swallowed. What other Pokémon does he have? Oak set out the last of the bowls, and stepped back to let the hungry Pokémon pass. At the moment, he's working with Wartortle, Fiero, Clefairy, Bellsprout, and Growlithe, but he switches them around fairly regularly. Oh, and then there's that EV of his. Ash just nodded. He was starting to feel a bit queasy. He loved his Pokémon, and wouldn't trade them for the world, but seeing and hearing about how far ahead Gary was still a bit intimidating. Stop that. What? Oak blinked, then made a soft noise of understanding as Abra released himself from his ball. Abra ignored him in favor of fixing Ash with a sharp look. We've been over this. Stop worrying about what Gary's doing. I know, Ash muttered. But still. He waved a hand at the Pokémon surrounding them. Abra gave a slight shrug. Quality over quantity. Ash snorted at that. He felt a brief burst of satisfaction from Abra, then his starter vanished back into his Pokeball. Oak raised an eyebrow. You two are getting on well. Ash smiled. Yeah, we are. He looked at Gary's Pokémon again. Abra was right, but Professor Oak was a Pokémon expert and former league champion, and in the end he had to ask. Professor, should I be catching more Pokémon? Oak leaned back against the fence and stroked his chin. That's your decision, Ash. Gary has decided to catch lots of Pokémon and use his strongest, whereas you are focusing on developing the skills of a small number of Pokémon. There are advantages and disadvantages to each approach. Right, said Ash impatiently. But which is better? Oak laughed. I suppose we'll find out the next time the two of you battle. His expression turned serious again. I suspect you know your Pokémon better than Gary knows his, with the possible exception of Wartortle and Eevee, but then Gary has more Pokémon he can draw on for battles and training. Ash scowled, but before he could demand answers again, Oak continued, at the end of the day, the two of you are earning gym badges, and you are both getting stronger. You're doing just fine, Ash. Ash thought about that, but the old professor had a point. Oak coughed. Although it wouldn't hurt for you to catch a few more Pokémon. You do need 6 for a full team, after all. Ash felt his cheeks heat up, and ducked his head. I'm working on it. Oak patted his shoulder. I know. I'm sure you'll be all right. Ash appreciated the vote of confidence, but thinking about his team reminded him of his current problem, and the reason he'd wanted to speak to Oak in the first place. He hesitated for a moment, torn between his pride and his need to help his friends, but in the end it wasn't much of a battle. Professor? Can I get some advice? Of course. That is what I'm here for. Ash looked down at his belt. Abra had gone back to sleep, and Sneasel was back at his mom's house with the rest of his Pokémon. It's Abra and Sneasel. Abra mostly, he amended. Oak frowned, then his expression cleared. Ah. He's not enjoying having a dark-type teammate around. No, said Ash. He says he doesn't hate her, but he's scared. He gets scared just training with her. He watched Gary's Vulpix roll one of the Geodude around the yard. I don't know what to do. Oak hummed. Yes, I see. It's a difficult situation. What have you tried so far? Not much, Ash admitted. He only told me how scared he was a couple of days ago, he said, when Oak frowned. I'm trying to help them to get to know each other, but I don't know what else I can do. You should pay more attention to how your Pokémon behave, Oak chided him. Abra can communicate when he's having problems, but Pokémon who aren't psychic types dash. I know, Ash bit out. I messed up, and it's not gonna happen again, but I need to know how to fix it. Oak held his gaze, then his rather severe expression softened somewhat. Give them time, Ash, he said. Try to get them to spend more time together, and wait until Abra's more comfortable around her before making them spar together. He patted Ash's shoulder. I'm sure they'll work it out. I hope so, Ash muttered. Sneasel was smart and strong, and Abra was his starter, and he needed them to get along. He was going to need both of them if he wanted to win all of his badges and reach the league, let alone win it. Ash took a deep breath, and straightened. He had known becoming a Pokémon Master would be tough. He wasn't going to give up right at the start. Oak must have seen for that, for he gave Ash a warm smile. I'm sure you will be able to work it out. Now, tell me, where are you planning on heading on next? Ash seized upon the subject change with relief. Cinnabar Island. I heard there's a gym there, and I can get the ferry from here. Oak's eyebrows shot up. Cinnabar, eh? It's been a long time since anyone challenged the gym there. His expression turned whimsical. In fact, it's been years since Blaine last advertised for challengers. What does that mean? Ash demanded. Is there a gym there or not? Oh, it's there, Oak assured him, but it's a little tricky to find. Don't worry, he added, when Ash frowned, I'll tell you what to do, and call Blaine to let him know you're on your way. Thanks, Professor, said Ash. I promised Eevee he could do this one, and he's super excited. Oak chuckled, and stepped over to refill Raticate's bowl. I'm sure he is. But I hope you're planning to spend some time with your mother before you run off again, Ash. Of course I am, said Ash indignantly. She wanted to get to know all my Pokémon properly, so we're heading off in the morning. Good. She misses you when you're gone, you know. Ash looked down at his sneakers. Yeah, I know. It had been the only thing that had worried him about leaving on a Pokémon journey. Oak gripped his shoulder. But she's also happy that you're out there doing what you love. Ash blinked up. Oak smiled at him. Don't worry too much, Ash. Your mother is much stronger than any of us give her credit for. He straightened up. Now then, when you get to Cinnabar, this is what you do. Ash sat back on the sofa with a sigh. He was full, and comfortable, and sleepy, and so were all of his Pokémon. Eevee was curled up on his lap, Rosalia sat on his mother's, and the rest of his Pokémon were settled on cushions and chairs around the room. Ash felt settled in a way that he hadn't been in months. Traveling was fun, but this was home. Do you still want to leave in the morning? Ash pulled his mind back to the present and nodded. Eevee stirred at the movement until Ash soothed him with a gentle slide. Yeah, he said softly. Sorry, I just really want to keep moving. Mom gave him a small smile. I understand. You need to follow your dream. Ash's stomach clenched. She had never been anything but supportive of his dream to be a Pokémon Master, yet he had to wonder what she really thought of it. His dad had left and never come back. Ash wouldn't have ever blamed her for worrying that he might one day do the same. What's the matter, Ash? He had never been able to hide anything from his mom. Ash hesitated only a moment before going for it. Does it worry you? When I'm out there? Mom blinked, then chuckled. I'm your mother, Ash. I'll always worry about you. Ash frowned, but she wasn't finished, but that doesn't give me the right to stop you from doing something you love. Ash tried to reply, but there was a massive lump in his throat. Mom gave him a warm smile and, very carefully so as not to disrupt the sleeping Rosalia, shuffled along the sofa so that she could wrap an arm around him. I've known for years that you would choose to go on a journey, Ash. You were never one to sit in a classroom all day. Ash shuddered at the thought. His teachers were fine, and Professor Oak even better, but he had always preferred getting out and doing things himself to reading books. Mom gave him a warm smile. Besides, I know you have your Pokémon to look out for you. Her free hand brushed lightly over Rosalia's petals. Abra and the others trust you, and you've trained them well. You're as safe as I could hope for. Thanks, Mom, Ash finally managed. I promise I'll be careful. Mom sighed, but just hugged him tighter. Ash leaned into her. He would do his best. That was all he could do. The sun shone bright over a clear blue sea as the ferry plowed through the waves. Ash leaned on the railing, watching a pair of Pidgeottos soar overhead as Pallet Town vanished into the distance. It had been good to visit home, but now it was great to be back on the road again. Something black flickered in the corner of his eye, and Ash glanced round in time to see Sneasel climb onto the railing next to him. Hey! Are you okay? Sneasel nodded, but her good eye was fixed on the ocean. Ash followed her gaze. Is this the first time you've seen the sea? It was a weird idea for him, having grown up in Pallet, but Mount Silver was a long way from the coast. Sneasel hummed, then shook herself and tapped Ash's jacket where he kept his badges. Ash frowned, then understood. Yeah, we should be at Cinnabar tomorrow, and then we can challenge the gym. I don't think I'll be using you though, he said, when Sneasel's ears twitched. Blaine uses fire-type Pokémon. Sneasel's frown eased, and she nodded again. Ash grinned at her. Don't worry. I'm thinking about trying to the grass-type gym afterwards, and you'll be awesome there. Sneasel gave him a satisfied nod and turned back to watch the waves. Ash smiled. He was looking forward to Celadon, and not just because he knew Sneasel would be great against Erica. Celadon had more shops than anywhere else in Kanto, and shopping for items that could be used in Pokémon battles was very different to normal shopping. There were a couple of TMs he wanted to pick up for Rosalia, especially Venoshock. Oak hadn't had one he could borrow, but he had said that Celadon department store was bound to have it, and it would be perfect for battling Erica. Something that could help Abra against dark types would be really useful too. His ruminations were rudely interrupted by an explosion from the other end of the ship. Ash spun round. What was that? Sneasel launched herself from the railing and shot off in the direction of the noise. Ash tore after her. Hey, wait for me. He ducked around the other passengers on the deck, and spotted Sneasel darting between the legs of a row of trainers. Ash hurried over to them. Hey, what's going on? A girl with blue hair grinned at him. There's ages before we get to Cinnabar, so we're having some battles. Ash looked over in time to see a Growlithe take a heavy hit from a Geodude and go crashing backwards. It staggered to its feet and to avoid a follow-up blow from a Machop, and Ash brightened. A double battle? I've never had one of those. The girl looked him up and down and her grin widened. Wanna go next? That one won't last long. Ash could see she was right. The Growlithe's partner, a Weepinbell, was unconscious on the deck, and the Machop and Geodude worked well together. Ash looked back at her and nodded. That'd be great. He held out a hand. I'm Ash. Lisa, said the girl, shaking it with a smile. This will be fun. Yeah, it will. He spotted Sneasel returning and bent so she could scramble up his arm. How about it, Sneasel? Want to take part in a double battle? Sneasel's eye gleamed, and Lisa shook her head. You really shouldn't tell an opponent what Pokémon you're going to use. Ash grinned. It's fine, Sneasel can handle it. If you say so, said Lisa. She nodded past him. You'd better pick your other Pokémon. They'll be done soon. The Growlithe was looking really tired. Ash nodded, and took a couple of steps away. What do you think, Sneasel? Sneasel folded her arms thoughtfully. Ash scratched his head. Maybe Psyduck would be a good choice. She covered some of Sneasel's weaknesses, and the two of them got on well enough. They should be able to work together. But even as Ash reached for Psyduck's Pokeball, something made him pause. This was only a friendly match. There wasn't any pressure. Maybe. Ash chewed on his lip for a second, then tapped a Pokeball. What do you think, Abra? Sneasel stared at him. Abra appeared in a flash of light and a wave of utter disbelief. Ash, I really hope you're asking me for my opinion on who you should choose. Nope, said Ash cheerfully. I want you to battle alongside Sneasel. The two Pokémon gaped at him, then exchanged identical looks of disbelief. Ash knelt down so that he could talk to Sneasel, and Abra floated down to the same level. You don't have to if you really don't want to, he said. But I think it might help. Sneasel tapped one foot against the floor, then glanced at Abra and gave a curt nod. Ash smiled. Thanks, Sneasel. Still, Sneasel wasn't the one he was worried about. Ash focused on Abra. What do you think? Abra's thick tail flicked to the side. I think this is a very bad idea. Ash winced, but before he could say anything Abra continued, but I suppose we might as well give it a try. It wasn't exactly the burning enthusiasm Ash had hoped for, but he would take it. Thank you. I really think this will help. He hoped. Neither of his friends looked particularly confident. Abra's shoulders slumped. We'll try. He glanced at Sneasel. Of course it doesn't help that none of us have ever been in a double battle. Either. I know, said Ash. But we've got to give it a try sometime. Sneasel said something, and Ash was slightly surprised when Abra nodded. She says that we're the fastest Pokémon you've got, he translated. That should help. Ash brightened. Yeah, it will. Between Sneasel's agility and Abra's teleporting, they should be able to avoid taking too much damage. Ash chewed on his lip for a moment, then nodded. Okay. The most important thing is that you look out for each other. He looked at his starter. Abra, do you think you'd be able to teleport Sneasel out of the way of any attacks? Sneasel was fast, but Nurse Joy had made it very clear that he had to be careful of her injuries. The loss of her vision in her left eye was something they were going to have to learn to compensate for. Abra pet his head to one side as he followed Ash's train of thought, and nodded. That should be fine. Thanks, said Ash. Sneasel, you've got better moves right now, so you're gonna be doing most of the attacking. Sneasel nodded. She held up one paw, with flickers of purple ghost-type energy dancing round her claws, and made a questioning noise. Ash hesitated. It would be good to get some practice in an actual battle, he said. But only if you're sure you've got it under control. Sneasel shrugged, and Abra spoke up, it depends on who our opponents are. We may have to improvise. Ash was about to point out that that was the whole idea of Pokémon battles when there was a shout from the arena. Hey, Ash, you ready? Ash jumped. He had been so focused on his Pokémon he hadn't even heard the other battle finishing. Yeah, we're coming. It would have been helpful to have a bit longer to strategize, but Abra and Sneasel were both smart, and they would work it out as they went along. Ash headed to the other end of the battlefield, Sneasel at his side and Abra floating next to his head, and spun round to face his opponent. Lisa waved and sent out her own 2 Pokémon and Ash grabbed Dexter. Ariados and Azumarill, he read out. He vaguely remembered Professor Oak mentioning them in a lecture before. Hey, are you from Johto? Yep, Lisa called back. It's my first time visiting Kanto. She smirked. And I'm looking to start things off with a win. Not gonna happen, said Ash. It wasn't a great matchup. Both of his Pokémon were weak to bug-type moves, and Sneasel was looking warily at Azumarill too. Ash bit his lip, and concentrated. Abra, try and hit Ariados with Psybeam. Be ready with Fire Punch too. Tell Sneasel to focus on Azumarill, but stay alert. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was a start. Abra nodded ever so slightly, and Ash saw him drift closer to Sneasel, but then was distracted by Lisa raising her hand. Ready, Ash? Yep, Ash called back. Then let's go. Fell Stinger and play rough. Watch out, Ash called, but his Pokémon were already on it. Abra blinked out of sight and reappeared 2 meters above Ariado's head where he fired a Psybeam that sent the bug-type flinching back. Sneasel, meanwhile, broke into a sprint. She swerved easily around Azumarill's pink glowing fist and lashed out with a Night Slash before dancing out of reach again. That's it. Great work, guys. Lisa's eyes narrowed. Not bad, she allowed. But we're not done yet. Ariados, string shot. Ariados launched a string shot that Sneasel sliced to pieces with a swipe of her claws, but it slowed her down enough that Azumarill caught her a glancing blow with a bubble beam. Psybeam again, Ash called. On Azumarill this time. Sneasel, Night Slash. Sneasel ducked under another bubble beam and shot towards Ariados, while Abra teleported into Azumarill's line of sight just long enough to fire a Psybeam before flickering away again. The water type stumbled, and Ash focused on Sneasel just in time to see Ariados block her attack with a purple glowing horn. Watch out! Sneasel was already on it. She slid under the blow and lashed out, claws wreathed in dark-type energy that made Ariados screech in pain, but got tangled in a retaliatory string shot before she could escape. Cut yourself free, Ash called, then caught a pink glow out the corner of his eye and spun round. Abra. Azumarill was charging in again, fists glowing with the pink of a play rough, and with Sneasel struggling with the string shot as she wasn't going to get free in time. But this was a double battle, and Abra teleported in, grabbed Sneasel, and teleported away again so fast that Azumarill crashed into her own teammate. Yes. Ash cheered. Great job, guys. Abra deposited Sneasel safely out of harm's way, and she took advantage of the reprieve to shed the last of the webbing. She nodded to Abra, and Ash grinned. This was working out well. What next? Ash refocused. Ariados and Azumarill were disentangling themselves and looked more annoyed than hurt, and while Sneasel was still in good shape Abra was breathing heavily. Ash frowned. You still okay? Abra's tail flicked. I can keep going. Ash eyed him, but he had to trust his partner. Okay. Tell Sneasel to use Ice Shard, then hit them both with a Psybeam. You know it'll be weaker if I have to make it that diffuse. Yeah, but at least it'll hit, Ash pointed out. We need to start doing some real damage. Abra nodded and turned to Sneasel while Ash kept an eye on their opponents. Lisa was giving her own instructions to her Pokémon, and even as watched Azumarill summon more fairy-type energy. Watch out! Sneasel stepped forward, ice crystallizing about her claws, but Ariados suddenly hissed and its shadow shot across the deck. Sneasel swerved to the side, but she wasn't the intended target and Abra yelped as the shadow sneak sent him flying. Abra! You okay? Abra levitated himself upright, rubbing at his chest. Ow! Ash winced as he caught the echoes of his partner's pain. Sneasel fired an ice shard that exploded into a flurry of icicles that sent both Ariados and Azumarill darting for cover, and hissed a question at Abra. Abra shook himself and fired another Psybeam to head off Azumarill's play rough. I'm alright. Ash eyed him, and Sneasel frowned, but Abra ignored them in favor of floating closer to Sneasel. Ash nodded slowly. Okay then, but be careful. Can you still teleport? Abra pet his head to one side, but before he could reply Azumarill fired another bubble beam. Sneasel burst them with ice shard and darted forward, a shadow ball forming around her claws, but Ariados took advantage of the chaos to lunge straight at Abra. Abra, move. He tried. Ash felt him, but he was still dazed and sore and Ariados was bearing down on him, fangs gleaming. And then Sneasel slammed into Abra, knocking him out the way, and Ash barely had time to open his mouth before Ariados' bug bite hit Sneasel instead. Sneasel gave a screech of pain that made Ash clap his hands over his ears, then Abra's shock hit him hard enough to leave him gasping. Ariados backed away, chittering in satisfaction, then Abra's eyes opened. He gestured, and a blast of unfocused, pure psychic force lanced out and sent Ariados flying back. Ariados. Ash had other worries. Sneasel. Are you okay? Sneasel started to push herself up, but fell back with a hiss. Abra drifted down until he hit the ground, and at the rush of his exhaustion Ash knew what he had to do. I don't think either of my Pokémon can fight anymore. Sneasel frowned, but she didn't argue. Lisa looked up from where she was checking over Ariados. Fine by me. Not a bad match, but maybe don't use two Pokémon that are weak to the same type next time. Ash barely heard her. He dropped to his knees next to his Pokémon and grabbed a potion from his bag. Here, Sneasel, let me put this on it. Sneasel eyed him slightly warily, but shifted to let Ash spray the medicine on her injury. She visibly relaxed as the painkillers in the compound took effect, and Ash patted her head. Thank you, he said. You were awesome against both of them. I mean it, he insisted, when she gave a soft huff. You kept pushing them, and you kept Abra safe. I'm grateful too, said Abra, speaking out loud as well as psychically for once. Sneasel pet her head to one side, and Abra glanced at Ash quickly before speaking just to Sneasel. Ash frowned, then realized they were still in the middle of the battlefield, and coughed. Sorry to interrupt, he said, but I think we should move. He picked his friends up, one in each hand, and moved over to the prow of the boat where they would be out the way. Neither of his Pokémon showed any signs of moving, and as Ash sat down against the railing he sent a quick thought to Abra. Everything okay? Abra nodded. I'm apologizing. I've been an idiot. Sneasel shook her head. She stretched very carefully and reached out a claw, and Abra hesitated only a moment before taking it. Sneasel shot him a sharp smile, then nodded to Ash and vanished back into her Pokeball. Ash raised an eyebrow at Abra, who looked down. She said it was fine. I'm not sure I'd go quite that far, but I think I understand her a bit better now. Good, Ash sent to him. And thank you for battling. I know it was tough, but you did really well. Not well enough, said Abra ruefully. Psybeam wasn't working well, and I couldn't concentrate long enough to get a fire punch. Hey, it was the first time you've used it in an actual fight, Ash pointed out. You'll get better. Abra didn't look entirely convinced, but he said nothing. Ash could feel his weariness, and see it in the droop of his tail, but there was a frown on his face that sparked Ash's concern. "Hey," he said. "What's wrong?" Abra hesitated. He stared out over the waves, and after a minute his shoulders slumped. She knew that attack would hurt. She did it anyway. "Yeah," said Ash. "She wanted to keep you safe." "But why? We're not friends. I've barely talked to her." His tail lashed out. "Why would she do that for me?" Ash had to take a moment to work out how best to answer that. "Because you're teammates now. And she's probably the strongest Pokémon I've got right now, and definitely the most experienced, and she's already protective of Eevee and Rosalia. Is it really so weird that she'd look out for you too?" Abra said nothing. Ash rested his hand on his friend's back. "She's not the sort to hold grudges. She's not going to blame you for being a bit unfriendly before you got to know her properly." "Perhaps," said Abra quietly. "But I still should have made more of an effort. She's been dealing with a lot, and I've been making things harder for her." Ash winced in sympathy. Abra sighed. "I'm sorry, Ash." "Stop that," said Ash. "You've apologized to Sneasel already, and she was the one you, screwed up with?" "Yeah. I mean no," Ash amended, with a wince. He sighed and pulled off his cap so he could run a hand through his hair. "You can't be so hard on yourself. Yeah, you could have been nicer, but you know that. And it's not going to happen again, is it?" Abra shook his head. "I think I need to sleep now, Ash." Ash gave him a quick hug. "You get some rest, buddy." He paused. "I'm really proud of you." Abra had made a lot of progress in the last couple of hours. Ash could still feel the shame roiling off his friend, and concentrated on his own pride and trust until Abra ducked his head. He returned himself to his Pokeball without another word but with a slightly lighter mood, and Ash shuffled round to watch the ocean. He hadn't won the battle, but he was very happy with that result. "Okay," said Ash, as he looked round the hot spring they'd finally found after a day of searching. "Professor Oak said that somewhere around here there's a secret switch that opens a passage to the gym." Abra pet his head to one side. "Did he give you any more details than that?" "No," Ash admitted. "He said finding it was part of the gym challenge, but I'm sure we can work it out." A thought struck him and he brightened. "I know." He grabbed another Pokeball and Eevee appeared in a flash of light. The normal type bounded into his arms to lick his face, and Ash gave him a quick hug before crouching to set him on the floor. "Okay, Eevee, you ready for your first gym battle?" Eevee barked, tail wagging furiously, and Ash had to smile. "Awesome, but we need to find the gym first. Think you could sniff it out?" It might be a test, but he was pretty sure he was allowed to ask his friends for help. He wouldn't have got this far without them after all. "Good thinking," Abra murmured. He yawned, and Ash smiled at him. "Get some sleep, Abra. I'll wake you when we find Blaine." His starter didn't need telling twice. Ash patted his ball fondly before turning back to the matter at hand. Eevee was already padding round the springs and Ash spread out to search himself. He was briefly distracted by the shouts of tourists in the distance, and rolled his eyes. While it was a pain having to find a secret gym, he couldn't blame Blaine for getting fed up of being treated like a tourist attraction. A bark sounded from the other side of the room, and Ash looked up in time to see Eevee bat a paw at one of the taps. He started to hurry over, only to spin round as a boulder shuddered and rolled to the side. What the heck? A quick inspection revealed that the boulder was on a set of tracks, but Ash was far more interested in the cave it had been concealing. Eevee padded over to him, and Ash crouched down to ruffle his fur. "Great work, buddy. We'll be having our battle in no time." Eevee barked and bounced up to lick his face, before racing off into the cave. He stopped before he got out of sight and glanced back, tail wagging furiously, and Ash smiled and hurried after him. They were only walking for a couple of minutes before they came to a metal door. Ash took a deep breath. You ready? Eevee nodded, eyes bright with anticipation, and Ash pushed open the door. Whoa! The gyms Ash had seen so far had been pretty cool. Misty's swimming pool and Brock's and Giovanni's rocky arenas had really made it feel like they were surrounded by the elements. Blaine had gone with the same theme. Except his gym was located in an active volcano. Ash gasped as the heat hit him like a physical blow. Eevee whimpered, tongue lolling out in an attempt to cool himself down, and Ash squinted through the heat haze. That's a lava field. Be careful, Eevee. Eevee nodded vigorously, then jumped as a sharp voice rang out. So you're one of Oak's protégés. Ash took a step forward onto one of the rocky platforms as a tall man wearing a white lab coat appeared at the other end of the arena. He looked Ash up and down and folded his arms. Humph. Why should I battle you? Ash gaped at him for a moment before recovering himself. Because it's your job. You're a gym leader. And the Cinnabar gym closed years ago, Blaine shot back. Only reason I let you in was because Oak asked nicely. He shook his head. Young people these days. Hey, said Ash indignantly. Are we going to battle or not? Blaine huffed. I suppose so, since you came all this way and actually managed to find me. But you only get one shot. Understood? Ash swallowed. Before Giovanni he would have agreed instantly, but having taken 2 tries to get the Earth badge made him more wary. There were more than 8 gyms in Kanto, and he would have other options, but... We can do this. Ash jumped. You're awake. He felt a flicker of irritation, and held up his hands. Sorry. As I was saying, said Abra pointedly. You are capable of this. So are Eevee and Psyduck. Don't start overthinking things now. Ash took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. He tapped Psyduck's Pokeball, and as his water type materialized he looked at her and Eevee. You both okay with this? Eevee nodded so hard he went cross-eyed. Psyduck rolled her eyes, and Ash chuckled. Okay. Thank you. And thank you, he added silently to Abra. Second-guessing himself had never been Ash's style. He trusted his Pokémon, and he was going to win the volcano badge his way. That's better. Now get on with it so I can go back to sleep. Ash grinned and looked back at Blaine. I'm only going to need 1 shot. Blaine arched an eyebrow. He looked over Ash and his Pokémon, and huffed. How many badges do you have? 3, said Ash proudly. Cascade, Boulder, and Earth. Blaine's eyebrows went higher. Interesting. Fine. This battle will consist of 2 Pokémon aside, and you may switch as you wish. He started to turn away, then paused. And should any of your Pokémon fall off and need rescuing you will forfeit the match. Ash winced. You heard him. Be careful about where you are, and how you dodge. Eevee and Psyduck nodded, and Ash bent to give his normal type a quick slide. Just do your best, okay? I know you'll be awesome. Eevee liked his hand reassuringly. Ash took a breath. Okay, Psyduck, you first. Psyduck waddled on to the arena, and Ash looked back at Blaine in time to see him release a sleek-looking Ninetales. Blaine caught his eye. Ready? Ash nodded. Then begin. Okay, Psyduck, let's start things off with Water Pulse. Even as he spoke though, Ninetales spread his tails and the sunlight streaming into the volcano crater seemed to intensify. Undeterred Psyduck fired her Water Pulse, but it was smaller and weaker than usual and Ash groaned. Sunny day. Drought, actually, said Blaine, but the result is the same. Your water types will have trouble. Ash nodded ruefully, and took a moment to be glad he had bothered looking up weather effects after his battle with Brock. Psyduck was glaring up at the sun like it had personally offended her, and Ash made a mental note to teach her rain dance at the earliest opportunity before shaking himself. Do you want to stay out, Psyduck? Eevee barked from her feet, but Psyduck shook her head and turned to face Ninetales. Okay then, try Bubble Beam. Ninetales sprang away, and when Psyduck altered her aim, countered with a flamethrower that burst the bubbles before they came near him. Sunny weather increases the strength of fire-type moves as well, Blaine reminded him. Ash scowled, then an idea hit and he brightened. Hey, Psyduck. You know that problem you were having with Ice Beam? Psyduck nodded. D'you think you could do it deliberately? Psyduck frowned, then her eyes widened as she caught his drift. Blaine humphed. Thought you had more sense than to use ice attacks against a fire type. Yeah, I do, Ash agreed. Do it, Psyduck. Psyduck obeyed, and the beam that lanced out was the old diffuse blue that it had been when she first started learning the move. Ninetales ducked away, but this time Psyduck had anticipated it. She tracked his movements, and the fire type yelped as the watery ice drenched his sleek fur. Should we start calling this Slush Beam? Abra asked. Ash quickly turned a snort into a cough when Psyduck glared at him. Across the arena Blaine's eyes narrowed. Better, he allowed. But not good enough. Solar Beam. Get ready to dodge, Ash called. Solar Beam took time to charge, maybe they would be able to get off another Slush Beam before Ninetales was ready. Ash, the sun. Ash caught his mistake and paled. Move, Psyduck, he yelled, but Ninetales had already fired the blast of solar-powered energy. Psyduck, not being stupid, was moving, but not quite fast enough to avoid getting clipped by the outer edges of the beam and sent tumbling. Psyduck. To Ash's utmost relief Psyduck rolled to a halt well before she got anywhere near the edge of the arena, and the bubbling lava below. She pushed herself back to her feet, but she staggered as she did so and Ash made a decision. Come back. Psyduck. The sun is causing too many problems. Psyduck scowled, but didn't argue. She vanished back into her Pokeball, and Ash glanced down at Eevee. Ready? Eevee answered by jumping out onto the arena, tail wagging furiously. Ash took a moment to smile at his enthusiasm, but it faded quickly. Ninetales had only taken a little bit of damage from Psyduck's attacks, and was still in good shape. This could be tricky. Ninetales peered down at his new opponent, tails flicking in condescension, and Blaine folded his arms. Flamethrower. Quick attack. Ash yelled. Eevee jolted to the side, well ahead of the burst of flames, and Ash shook himself. Just because Blaine had been fairly passive so far didn't mean he was going to stay that way. The smirk on the gym leader's face confirmed it, and Ash scowled. Keep up the quick attack, Eevee. Don't let him get you. Eevee wouldn't be able to keep it up forever, but hopefully he wouldn't need to. He blurred round another burst of flames and used the moment Ninetales was off balance to slam into him. Great. Nice work. Fire spin, Blaine snapped. Swift. The shower of stars collided with the incoming spiraling flames, and Eevee used the explosion as cover to get out of range. Blaine gave a rather begrudging nod. Better. Ninetales, extrasensory. What? Ash demanded, then one of Abra's misadventures popped into his mind. Eevee, try Shadow Ball. You know he hasn't mastered that. I know, trust me. Abra's skepticism echoed in his mind, but one thing Eevee didn't lack was confidence. He summoned a rather shaky ball of ghost-typed energy that destabilized almost as soon as he fired it, but that was long enough. Ninetales' extrasensory was caught in the blast and dissipated harmlessly and Ash grinned. Swift. He lowered his voice. And quick attack. Eevee obeyed, and used the cover of the still dispersing explosion to dart off to the side. Ninetales countered the swift with a white-hot burst of flames, but didn't see the incoming quick attack until it was too late. He stumbled and hit the floor hard, and Ash seized the chance. Bite, now. Ninetales gave a shrill yip of pain, and Ash had a flash of inspiration. Shadow Ball. Once again the Shadow Ball destabilized immediately, but at close range that was enough. Eevee was completely unruffled by the ghost-typed energy, but Ninetales got the full blast of the explosion. He fell back against the floor and lay still. Blaine waited a moment, then gave a curt nod. Ninetales can no longer battle. He returned Ninetales, and continued, "Next you shall face my Magmar." Eevee took a step back as a big Magmar materialized in front of him. Smoke poured from the fire-type's mouth as he peered down, and Ash took a moment to assess his options. Eevee was breathing heavily but he could still battle. As if sensing his thoughts, Eevee glanced back and gave an encouraging bark. Ash smiled. "Okay, you can stay out, but be careful." Eevee barked again and turned back, tail still wagging. Ash took a breath. They were halfway there, but Blaine was too smart for him to drop his guard. Blaine caught his eye, and his mouth twitched into a smirk. "This is more fun than destroying tourists," he allowed. Ash grinned. "Told you. We're gonna win this thing." "We'll see," said Blaine dryly. "Magmar, use smokescreen." Magmar smiled, and breathed out a thick cloud of smoke that completely hid him from view. Eevee gave a slightly indignant squeak, and Ash squinted into the cloud. Air. Right. He hadn't thought of that. Eevee looked at him, brown eyes wide and trusting, and Ash racked his brains. "Can you, I don't know, smell anything?" He was sure Professor Oak had mentioned something about some Pokémon being able to smell well, especially canines, but it wasn't something he'd thought much about. Eevee screwed up his face in concentration, but even as he took a slightly hesitant step forward a star-shaped blast of flames burst from smoke and hit him head-on. "Eevee!" Ash took a step forward before he could help himself. Eevee's fur was scorched and blackened, but even as Ash watched, heart pounding, he staggered to his feet. His tail drooped on the floor, and Ash bit his lip. "Can you keep fighting?" Eevee was still young, after all, and Ash didn't want to push him, but Eevee nodded. Ash nodded. "Okay then. Use Swift." He should have thought of that earlier. Its whole thing was that it didn't need to be aimed to be fired. Eevee turned back to the smoke, light starting to gather round his tail, but even as the slightly shaky stars formed a dark shape came charging out of the smoke. "Look out!" But it was too late. Magmar slammed home a brilliantly glowing punch that sent Eevee flying through the air, and Eevee was unconscious before he hit the floor. "Eevee!" Ash ran out on the arena and dropped to his knees next to his friend. Eevee was out cold, but he wasn't badly hurt and Ash let out a shaky breath. "Good work, buddy," he whispered. "I'll get you to a Pokémon Center as soon as we're done here." Eevee vanished in a flash of red light. Ash set his Pokeball very carefully on his belt and selected Psyduck's. "It's all up to you now." Psyduck materialized and nodded to him before glaring at Magmar. The fire type smirked and stepped back into the smoke, and Ash took a deep breath. They could do this. He glanced up, and noted with relief that the sun had lost its unnatural intensity. One less thing to worry about. The smoke was another problem. Ash thought hard as he stepped back to his position. Psyduck didn't have Swift, or any other homing moves, but she did have something else. "Psyduck," he said softly. "Can you sense where Magmar is?" She wasn't a psychic type, but she had some abilities. Psyduck waggled a flipper rather dubiously, and Ash chewed on his lip. "Right, and can you do anything about the smoke? Like when we battled Brock?" Back then she had only been able to keep the sandstorm from hitting her, but she was stronger now. Psyduck's eyes narrowed in thought, but before she could respond Blaine cleared his throat. "Are we going to fight? Or are you giving up?" "No way," said Ash hotly. "We're going to win this battle. Then let's go." Brick break. Water pulse. Magmar burst out of the smoke, fist flashing with the same light that had knocked out Eevee, but Psyduck was ready. She fired the water pulse and Magmar staggered at the impact, but he had enough to momentum to keep moving and when he brought his other fist round Ash saw the crackle of sparks. "Look out!" Psyduck tried to block with a pulse of unfocused psychic force, and though Ash saw Magmar strain against the unexpected resistance, it wasn't enough and Psyduck went flying. "Are you okay?" Psyduck wobbled back upright, eyes flashing, and made an imperious gesture with one flipper. The smoke rippled then abruptly split in two, revealing Magmar standing off to one side of the arena. Blaine raised an eyebrow. "Finally." Ash ignored that. "Good work. Stick to Water Pulse and Bubble Beam, but use Confusion if he gets close." A globe of water was shooting through the air before he had even finished speaking, and Magmar grunted at the impact. Psyduck followed that up with a blast of Bubble Beam, some of which was evaporated by another fire blast, but more got through and Magmar was pushed back a step. "I think we're getting there," said Ash. "Try mixing Ice Beam in again." Another Thunder Punch. "Forget that, keep him away." Psyduck gripped her head, and Ash winced at the headache she would be enduring, but they had no choice. Magmar had enough room to build up momentum, and though a faint glow started to surround his body as Psyduck's psychic powers took effect, he was slowly but surely picking up speed. Ash's hands clenched into fists. "You can do it, Psyduck. I know you can." Psyduck was glowing too as she pushed her abilities to their limits. Magmar lowered his head and roared, and Psyduck answered with defiant screech as the light spread to encompass her entire body. There was an odd wrench of psychic pressure, then Magmar went flying back through the air. "Whoa! That was awesome." Ash trailed off. The brilliant glow surrounding Psyduck was fading, revealing, "You evolved." Golduck turned back to him, a satisfied gleam in her eyes, and Ash beamed. "You're amazing, Golduck." She was twice as tall as she had been, standing nearly as tall as Ash now, and she looked very ready for a fight. Abra hummed. "She's a lot stronger. I can feel it." Golduck squawked in agreement, and Ash nodded. "Then let's see what you can do. Use Confusion again." Magmar had only just managed to find his footing when the second blast of psychic energy sent him staggering. This time he just about kept his footing, and Blaine's eyes narrowed. "Not bad," he said. "But Magmar isn't ready to give up." Magmar agreed with a fire blast even fiercer than before. Ash's hands clenched into fists. "Bubble Beam, now." There were a lot more bubbles this time, and they flew faster, and Ash squinted through the resulting explosion of steam. "Water Pulse. And keep it up." Golduck spat out a frankly enormous globe of water, and through the steam Ash caught a roar of pain. Golduck attacked again, this time pushing aside the steam with a pulse of psychic energy at the same moment, and Magmar barely had time to flinch before the blast of water struck home. More steam erupted, and this time when it cleared Magmar was out cold. Ash stared for a moment, then sprinted onto the arena. "You did it." Golduck accepted his hug with good grace. She was breathing heavily, and still bruised and battered from the damage she had taken, but she met his gaze proudly, and Ash's heart swelled as he looked at her. "You're incredible, Golduck. Thank you so much." Golduck gave him a tired smile. She nodded to Abra and returned herself to her Pokeball. Ash patted it fondly. "Get some rest. We'll head straight to the Pokémon Center. But first. Congratulations." Ash blinked up. Blaine had crossed the field to join him, and there was a rather rueful smile on his face as he looked Ash up and down. "You did well," he said. "And here is your volcano badge." Ash accepted the red flame-like badge with a bright smile. "Thanks. That was a great battle." "Not bad," Blaine agreed. "Your Golduck is quite impressive. If you don't mind some advice, I'd get her Rain Dance when you can, and work on her psychic abilities. She'll be able to do a lot more now that she's evolved." Ash nodded. "I will. What about Eevee?" Blaine considered. "Not bad, for a young Pokémon. He needs to work on Shadow Ball, but you know that." Ash nodded again, and he continued, Otherwise, his speed is good, but he needs to learn to take hits. He can't dodge everything. Ash shifted rather uncomfortably. That was his least favorite kind of training, but Blaine was right. The gym leader looked at him a moment longer, then nodded. You're welcome to return for a rematch when you have 8 badges. A light smirk touched his face. I'll show you the true power of fire types. Ash grinned back. Blood was pounding in his veins, and adrenaline was still flowing. I can't wait. How are they? Nurse Joy gave him a warm smile. They'll be just fine. Neither of them are badly injured, so I'll just ask Chansey to give them a hand with Heal Pulse. It won't take long. She paused. I'd advise against any more battles for a day or so though, just to give them time to rest. I will, Ash promised. Thanks. Nurse Joy nodded, and Chansey gave him a little wave before carrying Eevee's and Golduck's Pokeballs through to the treatment area. Ash found a quiet corner to wait, and released the rest of his Pokémon. Abra settled himself on the sofa next to Ash and promptly dozed off, while Sneasel claimed the adjacent chair. Rosalia hopped onto Ash's lap, and he gave her a careful hug. I don't know if you guys heard everything, but we got the badge. And even better, Psyduck evolved. Rosalia gave a delighted squeak. Sneasel nodded approvingly, and Ash had a sudden thought. Do either of you want to evolve? He was relieved when Rosalia shook her head. He would be happy to buy her a shiny stone, but they were expensive and would make a hefty dent in his budget. She had only been a Rosalia for a few weeks though, and he wasn't surprised that she wanted more time. Sneasel looked more thoughtful. Ash gave her a minute, then smiled. You don't have to decide now. Just let me know when you do, if you do, and I'll buy the Razor Claw. Sneasel smiled at him, and some of the tension left her body. Ash scratched her behind her feather, and was rewarded with a pleased hum. He didn't ask if Abra felt like evolving. They both knew he wasn't quite ready, and his starter would tell him if there were problems. Besides, there were more important things to discuss. So I think our next stop is going to be Celadon City, and they've got a grass-type gym. Sneasel brightened, and Rosalia bounced on his lap. Ash laughed. Yep, you two are my top choices. Sneasel, you'll be going first. Sneasel nodded, good eye gleaming, and Ash grinned. Her ice typing would be good against anything Erica could send out, and her speed and experience would see her through her first gym battle. Rosalia chirped a question, and Ash patted her. I want to use you too, yeah. I want to get a Venoshock TM first though, it'll be a good one for you. Rosalia nodded, and Ash continued, and a lot of Kanto native grass types are part poison too, so if it's a 3-on-3 match I'll be using Abra too. He probably could have gotten away with using Golduck now that she had evolved. Her psychic powers and ice beam would give her a fighting chance against grass types, but he wanted to give Abra more practice. Abra cracked open one eye, and sent a faint flicker of annoyance, but he didn't argue, and that was as much acceptance as he was going to get. Sneasel made a soft noise, and Ash frowned until Abra sighed and deigned to translate. She's asking if you'll be getting any more TMs. Thanks, said Ash with a nod. I think, hang on. He grabbed his Pokédex and paged through it. Yeah, it says Golduck can't learn Rain Dance normally, so I'll have to get a TM if I can't find anyone to teach it to her. And that wasn't going to happen unless he went back to ask Misty, and he wasn't going all the way back to Cerulean now. And we need to work on her psychic moves too. Abra, can you help with that? Abra frowned. You realize she's much stronger than I am now. So? Ash demanded. You're the psychic type, and from the looks of things you still have better control. Golduck hadn't exactly been subtle against Magmar, which was fine. They could work on that. Abra didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded. All right, I'll try. Thank you, said Ash. He flicked through a few more pages, but turned off the Dex a minute later. The trouble is, TMs are a shortcut, he said. They teach you the move, but you still have to work to master it. Look how long it's taking for all of you to get the hang of Shadow Ball. All three of his friends pulled faces. Abra had made the most progress, and even he didn't like it. Ash grinned. I think it's more important that we really master what moves we do have, he said. Then we can start working out proper combinations and strategies. He had been doing pretty well so far, but the opponents would only get tougher, and the battles harder, from here on. He had to be better. Rosalia gave a slightly hesitant squeak, and this time Ash didn't need Abra to translate. Don't worry, I know you'll find Venoshock easier than Shadow Ball. It's a poison-type move, just like you, and you really need something stronger to do some real damage against Erica. Mega Drain and Magical Leaf wouldn't do much against other grass types. Rosalia gave a slightly happier squeak, and Abra sighed. And we'll just keep working on everything else in the meantime. I hope they let us train on the ferry. Not sure, Ash admitted, but we don't have to challenge the gym as soon as we get to Celadon. We can take some time to train and make sure you're all happy first. Abra sent approval at him for that. Ash opened his bag and dug around for the ferry pamphlet he'd picked up. He couldn't wait to get on the road again. Ash? Nurse Joy called. Your Pokémon are ready. Ash jumped. That was fast. He grabbed his bag and Rosalia and ran for the counter. Eevee was out of his Pokeball, tail wagging furiously. He launched himself at Ash with a happy bark, and Ash had to drop his bag in order to catch him. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten to do his bag up again. Stuff went everywhere. Ah. Oops. Abra took one look at the mess and vanished back into his ball. Nurse Joy planted her hands on her hips. Please be more careful, both of you. Eevee's tail and ears drooped, and Ash felt his cheeks heat up. Sorry. He hurried to grab his scattered belongings, but paused at Eevee's downcast look. I missed you too, buddy. You did a great job earlier. Eevee perked up immediately. He liked Ash's cheek, then bounded off and came back with a pair of Ash's rolled-up socks. Sneasel found his water bottle, and a few helpful people handed over other useful bits of gear that had rolled away. Ash thanked each of them profusely, and an older man cleared his throat. I say, do you know what this is? Ash looked, and realized he was holding the rock Eevee had found in Mount Moon. Not really, he admitted. Eevee found it, and it's been at the bottom of my bag for weeks. He held out his hand, but the man didn't move. Actually, I was wondering if I could buy it off you. Ash stared at him. So did a few other people. The man gave a careless shrug. My daughter collects rocks, and I don't think she has this one. I'll give you 500 Poké-dollars for it. Ash frowned. A bit of extra money was always useful, even if it was only enough for a couple of Pokeballs, but something made him pause. I don't know Dash. 800 then, but that's as much as I'm going to pay for her hobby. Eevee gave a faint whine. Ash glanced at him, then back at the man. Sorry, but I don't think I want to sell it. The man's eyes narrowed. Why not? Because Eevee gave it to me, said Ash, starting to get a little annoyed. And I want to keep it. You Dash. All right, that's enough. Both Ash and the man jumped. Ash spun round. A tall lady wearing glasses had made her way through the crowd and was now glaring at the man. At least have the courtesy to tell him what it is before he makes a decision. Sneasel's eye narrowed, and she gave a faint hiss. The man glared right back. It's hardly my problem if the boy can't recognize it. Eevee growled. Ash looked at his Pokémon, then took a step forward. I'm not selling it. Give it back. He still wasn't sure what was going on, but clearly Eevee's find was more than just a random rock. The man hesitated, but Sneasel hissed again and he moved the rock into Ash's hand and stalked away. Ash let out a breath and bent to soothe his friends. Thanks, guys. Sneasel leaned into his touch for a moment, then returned herself to her Pokeball. Eevee rubbed against his hand, and Ash smiled at him for a moment before looking up. "And thank you too," he said to the lady who had interrupted. She gave him a warm smile. "It was my pleasure. My name is Meredith." "Ash Ketchum," said Ash, shaking her hand. "What was all that about?" Meredith hesitated. She glanced round at the few curious onlookers. "Do you have time to take a walk?" Ash glanced at Nurse Joy, who waved, and nodded. Rosalia opted to return to her ball too, but Eevee padded alongside him as he followed. Meredith out into the sunshine. He was growing more and more curious by the minute. Meredith smiled at him as she led him down a street. "Do you know what Cinnabar is famous for, Ash?" Ash shook his head. The only thing he'd bothered looking up was the gym, but Meredith didn't seem to mind. "We were the first lab in the country to revive a fossil Pokémon." Ash nearly tripped over his own feet. "Fossil Pokémon? Like Omanite and Kabutops?" "Exactly like that," said Meredith. "Places like Devon and Orberg have done a great deal of research since, but the techniques were pioneered here." Ash's hand closed around the chunk of rock. The amber seemed to glow in the bright sun. "So this is a fossil?" His voice came out squeaky with excitement, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Fossil Pokémon were rare and powerful and he'd never imagined he might get one. "I'm not entirely sure," Meredith admitted. "I've picked up some bits, but my girlfriend is the expert. She actually works at the lab." She paused. "But I don't think that guy would have wanted it so much if there wasn't something special about it." Eevee gave a low snarl at the reminder, but Ash was far too pleased to worry about the guy who had tried to take advantage of his inexperience. Meredith came to a halt in front of a gleaming white building. "Here we are." The inside was bright and clean, and the walls were covered in pieces of art. Some were technical drawings that Ash couldn't make heads or tails of, but he came to a halt in front of a large painting of a group of fossil Pokémon. Half of them he didn't even recognize, but they all looked fierce and strong, and the thought that he might be getting one left him lightheaded. Meredith was talking to the receptionist when Ash caught up, and she smiled at him. "Suki is on her way down. She'll be able to tell you if it's a fossil, and if it's revivable." It was all Ash could do to keep from bouncing in place. He stared down at the piece of rock Eevee had found all those weeks ago. Some of the dirt had come off in his bag, showing a little more of the amber underneath, but he had no idea how to tell if it was anything special. Eevee barked softly, and Ash mentally corrected himself. It was a gift from his friend. It was already special. But a fossil Pokémon of his very own. "Mary." Meredith spun round, face lighting up at the sight of another woman hurrying down the stairs. Suki looked as happy as Meredith was, and reached up to give her a quick kiss before turning to Ash. "So, Ash, Mary tells me you may have a fossil for me." "Yeah," said Ash. "Here it is." He handed over the rock, and watched anxiously as Suki examined it. The scientist pursed her lips. "It looks like the right type of amber," she confirmed. "I'll need to examine it more closely to see if it can be revived. Come with me." Ash hurried after her. Meredith smiled down at him as they made their way through the gleaming corridors. "Where did you find it?" By the time Ash had told them the story of how he and Eevee had come across it in Mount Moon, they were outside Suki's laboratory. She unlocked the door and led them inside, and walked over to set the amber in a large machine. She pressed a few buttons and there was a low hum as it started analyzing. "We should know in a few moments," she said. Ash held his breath. Eevee rubbed against his ankle, and he bent to slide him, but he couldn't take his eyes from the machine. Numbers and symbols formed charts on the screens, half of which he couldn't even read, let alone understand, but Suki's frown of concentration lightened. "Congratulations, Ash," she said. "Enough DNA has been preserved within this amber to clone an Aerodactyl." Ash stared at her for a second, then beamed. "Yes. I'm gonna get an Aerodactyl." "Hold your Ponyta," said Suki. It's not quite that easy. Ash frowned, and she elaborated, it's not just a matter of pressing a button and getting a Pokémon. We have to extract the DNA, replicate it, clone an entire Pokémon from scratch, and that's without getting into all the modifications we need to make to ensure it can survive in the modern world. It's a long process. How long? Ash asked. Suki shrugged. About 4 months. Maybe more if we run into complications, but it seems like a good specimen. Ash nodded slowly. He could understand that. Now that it was an option, he wanted an Aerodactyl more than he could remember wanting anything, but it would take a while. The Indigo Conference didn't start for another 8 months. There was time. And that's not all. Startled, Ash blinked up. Suki's face had turned serious. Fossil Pokémon aren't like modern ones, Ash. They are from a much more brutal time, and their instincts are very different to those of modern Pokémon. They can be dangerous, not just to other Pokémon, but to their own trainers. Ash swallowed. He hadn't known that, but it made sense. Aerodactyl would be a lot harder to train than any of his friends had been so far. Ash loved a challenge, but just the thought of putting any of his friends in danger was enough to make him pause. There was a flash, and Abra materialized from his Pokeball. But it is possible to train them. Ash blinked. You're okay with this? Meredith and Suki exchanged a bemused look, but Abra nodded. As long as you take it seriously. I trust you, Ash. Ash looked at him, then at Suki. What would I need to do? Suki tore her eyes from Abra. The League stipulates that only trainers with 6 or more badges can receive revived Pokémon. It shows that you have the strength and skill required to keep them under control. Ash nodded. I've got 4 right now. That left 4 months to get 2 more. Ash grinned. That wouldn't be a problem. Suki nodded. All right then. Your first meeting with Aerodactyl will also be supervised to ensure that you can handle it. That's fine, said Ash. Anything else? Just one more thing, said Suki, with a smile. This is the last one, I promise. Her smile faded. I'm sure you realize that reviving fossils is expensive. Ash felt the blood drain from his face. He was pretty sure his allowance from the League wouldn't stretch to that, even with the extra money he'd been winning in battles. Meredith chuckled. Don't worry, no one's expecting you to pay for it, Ash. That would be too cruel. Ash let out a breath, and both women smiled. No, don't worry about that, said Suki. You see, we recently received a large grant from the Devon Corporation, in Hoenn. She paused. Actually, they've been giving out grants to all the fossil restoration labs. They're really interested in fossil Pokémon. Okay, said Ash. That's really nice of them. It is, Suki agreed. All they're asking in return is the chance to meet, and do some research on the Pokémon when they're revived. It wouldn't be anything too intensive, she added, when Ash frowned. But they're interested in seeing how prehistoric Pokémon adapt to the modern world. Ash smiled. That's pretty cool. I'd be fine with helping them, as long as Aerodactyl doesn't mind. That's fine, said Suki, with a nod. They understand that not all Pokémon will be interested. The grant really isn't conditional. She shook her head. It's a very generous gesture. Ash nodded, but his attention was drifting back to the machine that held the piece of amber. He couldn't keep his smile off his face. He was going to get an Aerodactyl. Lance had an Aerodactyl, and Ash had seen it battle on TV enough times to know how strong they could be. This was gonna be amazing. Then he realized that Eevee had been very quiet. The little normal type was staring at the machine that held the rock, and with a flash of insight Ash understood. He crouched down and stroked Eevee's ears. Hey, he said softly. That rock you found? They can make a really rare Pokémon out of it. Eevee pet his head to one side, dark eyes narrowing, and Ash continued, but they'd have to break it to do that. Eevee whined. His ears and tail drooped, and Ash swallowed. He'd been afraid of that. Eevee had been so proud of himself, and so pleased when Ash accepted his gift. An Aerodactyl would be amazing. They were super rare, really powerful, and a real challenge to train. Befriending and training one would prove to Gary and everyone else that he had what it took to be a Pokémon Master. But that wasn't worth upsetting Eevee. Ash took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. Don't worry. It's not gonna happen. Eevee's twitching tail froze. Surprise emanated from Abra, but he kept quiet when a wave of Ash's emotions crashed over him. Suki frowned. Ash. Thank you for all your help, he said, but I guess we won't be reviving it today. He held out his hand for the rock, only to pause when Eevee butted against his ankles. What's up, buddy? Eevee's eyes were shining and he gave a soft bark. Ash glanced at Abra, who sighed. It means a lot to him that you were willing to give up a rare Pokémon, but he doesn't want you to. He knows how much it means to you. Ash stared at him, then at Eevee. Are you sure? Eevee nodded. He liked Ash's hand, and Ash picked him up for a hug. Thank you, he whispered. Eevee barked again, and licked happily at his neck until Ash put him down. He gave his friend one more slide before straightening and turning back to the scientists. Sorry, but I think we will revive it after all. Sorry, he repeated, when the two ladies exchanged amused looks. I didn't want to upset Eevee, but he's fine with it after all. That's fine, said Suki. And it's actually very appropriate that you care so much about your Pokémon. Ash frowned. Of course I care about them. They're my best friends. I never said otherwise, said Suki, holding up her hands. She's talking about something else, said Meredith. Do you know much about the Devon Corporation, Ash? Not a thing, Ash admitted. He barely knew what was going on in Kanto, let alone Hoenn. Well, the CEO of Devon is a man called Joseph Stone, said Meredith. And his son is Dash. Stephen Stone. That was a name Ash did know. He'd watched an exhibition match on TV between Stephen Stone and Lance once, and it had been the most amazing battle he'd ever seen. Lance had been one of Ash's heroes for as long as he could remember, but the Hoenn champion was awesome too. That's the one, said Suki. The grants were his idea. Ash stared, then brightened. Oh right, he uses fossil Pokémon too. Yep, said Suki. He had a Cradily and an Armaldo on his team when he first took the championship, and he's only got more since. Her eyes softened. He's contributed a lot to our knowledge of fossil Pokémon, but he's always saying that there's more to learn. I bet there is, said Ash. I'd love to help out. Good, said Meredith. But that's not the only reason he proposed the grants. Ash pet his head to one side, and Suki answered the unspoken question, it's pretty tough for fossil Pokémon. Everything they knew is gone. All the Pokémon are different. It's a lot. Ash thought about that, about how he would feel if he woke up in a completely different time and place, and nodded slowly. I get it. Stephen wants to make his friends happy. Suki blinked, then smiled. Yes. He's been very open about wanting to help his partners. She looked him up and down. He has an Aerodactyl too, you know. I wouldn't be surprised if he came out to check on your Aerodactyl in person. Ash found himself grinning so hard his cheeks hurt. Getting to meet the Hoenn League champion would be nearly as amazing as getting an Aerodactyl would be. It didn't take long to sort out the formalities. Ash signed a bunch of papers full of fine print he didn't really bother reading, and stayed just long enough to watch the machine start to extract the Aerodactyl DNA from the amber before Suki shooed him away. You've still got badges to get and training to do. I know you'll be on the road, so we'll contact Professor Oak when it's time for you to come and meet Aerodactyl. Thanks, said Ash. For everything, he added, glancing at Meredith. Both of them waved away the gratitude, and Ash left with a light heart and a spring in his step. He'd won a gym badge, he was gonna get an Aerodactyl, and he might get a chance to meet Steven Stone. And best of all, Psyduck had evolved into a Golduck. Unable to resist, Ash tapped Golduck's Pokeball. His friend appeared in a flash of light and stretched, and Ash took the opportunity to take her in. She looked proud and powerful, but there was something else. As a Psyduck she had always been driven, but there was a new serenity in her eyes as she looked at him. "Hey, Golduck. I just wanted to check how you were feeling. I know evolving can be a lot." Golduck nodded, then paused and tapped her head. Ash frowned, then Misty's words from weeks ago came back to him and he brightened. "You don't have a headache anymore. That's awesome." He didn't like any of his friends being in pain, even when they bore it as stoically as Psyduck had. Golduck just nodded again, eyes softening in a rare display of open affection, and Ash smiled. "I'm really proud of you, Golduck. Thank you so much." Golduck pet her head to one side, then reached out to place her webbed hand over Ash's heart. Only for a moment before she drew back, but Ash felt warmth flood his body. He had to swallow hard before he could speak. "You did all the work." Golduck shook her head, her eyes undeniably fond, and Ash could only smile back. This really had been an awesome day. Ash stepped out of the ferry terminal and took stock of his surroundings. Looks like Celadon City is that way. He waited for Abra to disagree, but his friend hummed. "Your sense of direction is improving." Of course, it couldn't have gotten much worse. Ash's smile morphed into a scowl. Abra smirked and returned to his Pokeball, leaving Ash with a faint sense of amusement. Ash rolled his eyes. He wasn't that bad at following directions. "Really?" Eevee barked, and Ash shook his head. "Yeah, I'm coming. You staying out? It'll be a bit of a walk to Celadon." He wasn't sure why Celadon hadn't been built around the harbor. History had never been his strong suit, but it meant they still had a way to go before they could rest for the night. Eevee nodded and bounded on ahead, and Ash laughed. "Hey, wait for me." It was a nice walk, at least. Ash wasn't in any rush. There were plenty of interesting Pokémon to see around Celadon, and just as many trainers. Most were busy with their own training, but a couple challenged Ash to battles that he was all too happy to accept. Golduck was keen to test her new strength, and Ash was delighted to find that few Pokémon could stand against her. Those that did were easily dispatched by Sneasel and Rosalia. Ash didn't bother asking Abra to battle. His starter had been training with Golduck on the ferry every day for the past week, and needed his rest. Abra didn't have the stamina to keep up with a fully evolved Pokémon. "That was awesome, Golduck," he said, after she dispatched a Sandslash and a Nidorino in quick succession. "Your water attacks are much stronger." Golduck gave a contented nod. Her eyes flickered blue for a moment, and Ash nodded. "Yeah, we will work on your psychic moves. Abra's been helping you with that, right?" Golduck rolled her eyes as she nodded again, and Ash chuckled. "Yeah, I know, but he gets tired a lot more easily than you. That's why it's so good for you to work together, you're helping him get stronger as much as he's helping you." Sneasel chirped agreement. If the smirk on her face was a touch vicious, none of them commented on it. Sneasel had remained fairly understanding of Abra's wariness of her, but she had made it clear that she wanted him to get stronger. It was a sentiment Ash was hardly going to argue with, but right now his starter needed rest, and they really needed to get to Celadon. He held out his friend's Pokeballs to return them, only to pause when a column of flame erupted from the trees ahead. "Whoa! What do you think did that?" Eevee's tail flicked and he dashed off. Sneasel tore after him with a growl, and Ash paused just long enough to return his slower partners before hurrying after them. He burst through the bushes, and his jaw dropped as he recognized the figure ahead of him. Reggie. It had been weeks, but the older teen's purple hair was unmistakable. Reggie looked up at his shout, and waved. "Ash. Good to see you." You too, said Ash. How have you been? He looked round, and frowned. And where's Paul? He had been looking forward to a rematch. Reggie's smile faltered. Ah, I'm afraid he wanted to travel on his own for a little while. He left to challenge more gyms after my battle with Brandon. Ash's shoulders slumped. Oh. That's a shame. He'd wanted to show Paul how much stronger Abra and Rosalia had gotten, but he shook off his disappointment. I'm sure I'll run into him. How did your battle go? I actually lost, Reggie admitted. But it's given me a lot to think about. Ash frowned, but the older boy didn't seem inclined to elaborate. Ash glanced around for a change of subject, and his eyes widened. Hey, is that a Charmander? The little fire type gave a little wave, and Reggie gave him a warm smile. Yeah, I met him a few weeks ago. His friendly expression hardened. He'd been abandoned by his trainer. If I hadn't come along when I did. Ash flinched. He'd heard plenty of stories of abusive trainers, and he'd never been able to understand how anyone could treat Pokémon like that. Charmander made a soft noise, and Reggie crouched to pick him up. But he's doing better now. He's a tough one, aren't you? He tickled Charmander's stomach as he spoke, and laughed when Charmander huffed out a puff of smoke. Ash smiled at the sight. He really likes you. I like him too, said Reggie. It's been a while since I looked after such a young Pokémon, since I got my own starter in fact. He smiled. I'd forgotten how rewarding it was. That's awesome, said Ash. He smiled down at Eevee, who was staring up at Charmander with wide eyes. There was nothing quite like battling, but he couldn't deny that raising Eevee and his other younger Pokémon was a lot of fun. Reggie followed his gaze. I see you've been catching new Pokémon too. Yep, said Ash proudly. I've got a Golduck too, and Mewtwo evolved into a Rosalia. Reggie's eyebrows shot up. That's fast. She must really trust you. He bent to give Eevee a scratch, and nodded to Sneasel. You're doing well. What about Paul? Ash asked. I know you're not traveling together, but do you know what he's been up to? Reggie frowned slightly. The last I heard he'd caught a Haunter, Stereo, and Magneton, and evolved his Nidoran to a Nidorino. He's just earned his 7th gym badge. Ash tried not to frown. Paul had had 3 badges when they last met. It was understandable that he'd be so far ahead. It didn't make him feel much better. Don't worry, said Reggie, and Ash looked up with a start. Reggie smiled at him. I can tell you've been working hard. There's still months to go, till the conference, and I'm sure you'll be able to show Paul what you can do. Yeah, said Ash. There's no way I'm gonna lose to him next time. Reggie looked at him, and his smile widened. It will certainly be an interesting match. He held out a hand. Good luck, Ash. Ash shook it. Thanks, and to you. He waved to Charmander. Take care, Charmander. Charmander waved back, and Ash turned back to Celadon City. He had a long way to go. So this is Celadon City. Yep, said Ash. And I can't wait to have a look around. It had been too late to explore by the time they finally made it to the city the previous night, and they had crashed as soon as they got to the Pokémon Center. Abra pulled a face. Why are there so many people? Ash had to laugh at his lack of enthusiasm. Well, it is the 2nd biggest city in Kanto. He smiled at the pulse of annoyance. Why don't you get some sleep? You need to be ready for training later. Abra nodded, and vanished into his Pokeball. Ash turned to the rest of his friends. Okay, our first stop is the Celadon department store. I want to make sure we've got everything we need to beat Erica. Rosalia looked a little apprehensive, but Sneasel unsheathed her claws with a sharp smile. Ash grinned at her. Yeah, you're gonna do great. Golduck folded her arms, and Ash shook his head. I know you could probably handle it, but I want to give the others a chance. Besides, I'd rather you were more comfortable with your psychic powers first. Golduck sighed, but nodded. Ash let out a breath. Golduck had been keen to test out her new abilities, but the battles she had had over the past week confirmed what Ash had suspected. She had a lot of power, but not much finesse when it came to using it. Abra had the opposite problem. Ash was hoping that working together would help them both. Eevee didn't look happy either, but his pout faded when Ash ruffled his ears. We'll do some training too. Maybe you can help me with the next gym. Eevee liked his hand, and allowed himself to be returned without further argument. Golduck and Rosalia followed suit, but Ash raised an eyebrow when Sneasel didn't. You want to stay out? Sneasel gave a slightly hesitant nod, and Ash smiled. No problem. It'll be nice to have company. He held out an arm, and Sneasel clambered up onto his shoulder with a hiss of thanks. Ash waited until he was sure she was steady and then headed out into the city. Celadon really was big. There had been tourists in Cinnabar, but nothing like the hustle and bustle of a big city. Ash was glad for Sneasel's presence as he made his way through the crowds. For some reason no one wanted to shove into him when he had a scowling dark type on his shoulder. The department store was even worse. Just as many people crammed into a much smaller space was a nightmare, and Ash felt Sneasel tensing as he made his way through the aisles to the stairwell. He kept one hand on her fur, and tried to keep her blind side to the wall, but it was still a relief to make it to the less crowded level where the TMs were kept. There were only a few trainers exploring the rows of discs, and Ash felt Sneasel relax a little. He reached up to scratch behind her feather. You okay up there? Sneasel hummed and leaned into his touch for a moment before shaking herself. Ash smiled, but it faded as he turned to the TMs. Right. Let's do this. Venoshock was easy to find, as was Rain Dance, and Ash had been prepared for the cost but it still made him wince. He passed over several more than he wanted but couldn't justify buying just yet, but grabbed a couple that he'd thought of on the ferry. Sneasel made a soft questioning noise by his ear, and Ash patted her. Yeah, these will do for now. I'll save up for Poison Jab or Iron Tail so you can tackle fairy types though, and Aerial Ace for bugs. Sneasel nodded, and Ash hurried over to pay for his TMs. The bored-looking cashier rang up his items quickly, and Ash headed on up to the next floor. The rows of battle items made him pause, but only for a moment. I was thinking of getting a poison barb for Rosalia, he said to Sneasel. It might make her feel more confident about fighting Erica. Or a toxic orb, there are some cool things we could do with that. Sneasel nodded thoughtfully, but her eyes were locked on the items that resonated with her own typings. Ash followed her gaze. How about it? You'd look great with a pair of black glasses. I'm kidding, he said, when Sneasel hissed. You want to look round and see if there's anything you want. Sneasel considered, then hopped off his shoulder and went to wander. Ash shot a quick look at the cashier, and when the girl continued to ignore him he tapped his other ball. Anyone else want to come out? Eevee did, and to his great surprise so did Abra. Eevee immediately bounded after Sneasel, and Ash squinted at his starter. Are you feeling okay? Abra didn't dignify that with a response, but settled on Ash's shoulder. Ash wandered after his Pokémon, not really looking for anything in particular, but refocused when he felt Abra tense. What's wrong? Abra said nothing, but when Ash followed his gaze he found himself looking at a row of twisted spoons. Ash looked at him, then at Abra, and reached up to rub his friend's back. Hey, you'll evolve when you're ready. There's no rush. Abra twitched, but the response he sent back was pure affectionate gratitude. Ash focused on sending the same feeling back, and Abra relaxed. Ash smiled. Come on. Let's see what the others are up to. He found Sneasel standing by a row of purple crystals. She waved him over and pointed and Ash squinted at the label. Eviolite. The label said they resonated with unevolved Pokémon and made it easier for them to take hits. Ash looked at Sneasel. Do you want one? He had the money to spare and it would help her battle, but she shook her head. Ash frowned, only to blink when she pointed at Abra. You think Abra should have won? Surprise emanated from Abra as well, and he levitated off Ash's shoulder and over to the shelf for a better look. Sneasel said something to him, and Abra tilted his head back. I think it might help. Ash nodded and picked one up. All right then. Good thinking, Sneasel. Sneasel smiled, and it widened when Abra added his own thanks. Ash watched in approval for a moment, before turning and whistling for Eevee. His friend came bounding up with a Munchlax doll in his jaws, and Ash didn't have the heart to tell him to put it back. Okay, anything else? He was slightly relieved when none of his friends spoke up. There went all the money he had earned from beating Blaine, and the trainers on the way to Celadon. He paid for his items, and looked down at everyone. Let's go find somewhere to train. Do you want to go back in your Pokeballs, till we get out of the crowds? This time it was Sneasel and Eevee who did, and Abra sat back on Ash's shoulders. Ash smiled at the company, and hurried out of the store and into the city. They had passed some training areas on the way to the Pokémon Center the previous evening, and Ash headed for the closest one. He wanted to get everyone started on their new moves as soon as possible. Ash. Ash glanced up. Yeah. What's up? Abra was silent for a minute, but Ash felt unease that wasn't his own bubbling at the back of his mind and he kept quiet. If something was bothering his friend, he wanted to know about it, but pestering Abra never got him anywhere. Sure enough, a moment later Abra sighed. Golduck is a lot more powerful now. Well, yeah, said Ash. That's what happens when you evolve. Abra said nothing, but the sense of unease intensified. Ash came to a halt, and lifted Abra off his shoulder so that he could address his friend properly. Hey, weren't you listening? You'll evolve when you're ready, Abra, and that's fine. Abra still didn't meet his gaze. Ash sighed. Eevee's not ready to evolve. Nor are Sneasel and Rosalia. Why are you so mad at yourself? Abra gave a half-hearted shrug. I don't know. I suppose working with Golduck showed me just how much further I have to go. She can do things easily that I have to use all my energy to achieve. Ash shook his head. Hey, you'll get there, Abra. I mean it, he said, when he felt Abra's disbelief. Yeah, Golduck has more power than you, but you're really good at using what you have and not having much energy won't be a problem forever. But our opponents are getting stronger, Ash. I don't know if I can keep up. I know you can, said Ash firmly. You've got to have more faith in yourself. You don't let me think I'm not good enough, and I'm not gonna let you do it. Abra stared at him for a moment, then gave a reluctant smile. All right. I'll try. Ash hugged him. And talk to me when you start feeling bad. You're my friend, and I want to help. The warmth Abra sent him held a touch of embarrassment, but Ash just hugged his friend tighter and after a minute Abra relaxed. Ash patted his head. Don't worry. Even without evolving, you're getting stronger all the time, and the stuff I bought today will help too. I hope so, said Abra. I don't want to let you down. You won't. You never have. Abra said nothing, but he gave Ash a quick hug before floating back to his shoulder. Ash started walking again. He could see the Celadon game store down the road, but his mom would kill him if she knew he'd been anywhere near it, and he was more interested in training anyway. I think we'll spend a couple of days training before we tackle Erica, he said. That should give Rosalia time to get used to using Venoshock, and we can test our Eviolite too. Silence met his words. Ash squinted up. Are you listening to me? Abra flinched. Sorry. I thought I heard. He trailed off, and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Sorry. Ash frowned, footsteps slowing again. Wait, what do you hear? Is something wrong? Abra's tail twitched against his neck. I'm not sure. It's not anything specific, it's more. Ah, it's difficult to explain. It's okay, said Ash quickly. He paused, but he had to ask. Is there danger? He didn't want to get into trouble, didn't want to risk his friends getting hurt, but if there was something going on then he wouldn't stand by. Abra floated in front of him. People are fighting, he said quietly. Not battling. Ash swallowed. Who? And where? Abra was silent for a moment. His tail flicked rhythmically from side to side and his eyes flashed blue, but just when Ash was about to ask if Golduck could help he shook himself. They are underground. I got the coordinates from one of the combatants. I thought you weren't supposed to do that, said Ash with a frown, but Abra's next word silenced his objections. It's Team Rocket. Ash was quiet for a moment. The only Team Rocket agents he had ever met were the group who were obsessed with Misty, but Ash was well aware that the rest of Team Rocket were different. They were organized and dangerous, and had been causing trouble for as long as Ash could remember. Can you take us there? Team Rocket stole Pokémon. They hurt people. He had to do something. Abra's eyes widened, but he knew Ash's mind. Ash held his gaze. We can help. We have to help. Abra hesitated, but when it came down to it he cared just as much as Ash did. I will get us out of there if it's too much. He was just a lot smarter about it. Ash tapped his claw. Deal. He glanced down at his Pokeballs. Okay, guys, we're gonna be battling Team Rocket, and not the stupid ones. Be ready. The four-fold ball on his belt rocked in acknowledgement. Ash took a deep breath and looked at Abra. Let's do this. There was a sharp stab of fear as Abra met his gaze, then Abra tapped him on the shoulder and the world wrenched sideways. A split second later Ash found himself in a long hallway. Gray walls gleamed under bright white lights, but then Ash was slightly distracted by the two black-clothed men closing in on an Officer Jenny. An Arbok and Hypno stood guard over a pair of unconscious Growlithe, and two Weezing floated in the air next to the men. Officer Jenny was standing her ground, but her face was very pale, and Ash's heart rate spiked. Get them, Abra. Abra had already spread his hands, and the Weezing went tumbling through the air under a burst of psychic energy. The rocket spun round, but Ash had already released the rest of his friends. Sneasel, Rosalia, get the Hypno. Golduck, take the Arbok. Eevee, use Swift to help with the Weezing. What are you doing? Officer Jenny demanded. Get out of here, it's not safe. I'm helping, Ash called back. He ducked a stray poison sting from the Arbok, and grinned when a high-powered bubble beam slammed it into the wall. Great job, Golduck. Finish it with confusion. Golduck did so, and waited just long enough for the purple snake to go limp before turning her attention to the Weezing. Abra had just slammed one into the ground and pinned it there, eyes glowing as he bombarded it with Psybeams, and Golduck joined Eevee in chasing the other. Sneasel darted forward to engage the Hypno, leaving Rosalia to provide cover from a distance, and even as Ash watched she slammed home a Night Slash that sent the Hypno retreating back into its Pokeball. All right. Nice work everyone. Who are you? One of the rockets shouted, but fell back when Sneasel hissed at him. Both of the Weezing vanished in flashes of red light, and the rockets exchanged a dismayed look. Officer Jenny stepped forward. You're under arrest, she said curtly. She looked Ash. Does your Rosalia know sleep powder, or stun spore? At Ash's nod, Rosalia sent a shower of green powder over the two men. Their protests trailed off, and Abra lowered them none too gently to the ground with a wave of a claw. Both were snoring by the time they hit the ground. Good work, Ash began, but he trailed off when Officer Jenny turned her glare on him. What dash? What the hell do you think you were doing? I was trying to help. Ash protested. By barging into a police operation, she repeated incredulously. What were you thinking? You could have gotten hurt. Ah glared right back. Maybe it had been reckless, but he hadn't had a choice. And what would have happened if I hadn't, he shot back. You weren't doing so great yourself. I've had training. I had help on the way, and I had it under control. Ash drew in breath to argue, because it definitely hadn't looked that way to him, but a mental jab from Abra made him pause. Stop it. She's worried and angry with it, and she's got a right to be. But she was in trouble, and we helped. I know that, and so does she, but she's a police officer, almost, and you're a child and you're not supposed to be here. Ash scowled, but he couldn't exactly argue with that. He took a deep breath, and refocused. Fine. I'm sorry. Whatever the officer had been expecting, it clearly wasn't that. She blinked, and Ash realized with a jolt that she was younger than he thought. She couldn't be more than 18, and now that he looked closer he could see that her uniform was different to the uniforms usually worn by the police. The Growlithe too, were smaller than he had first thought, and their fur was the lighter orange that indicated that they were pretty young. Growing up around Oak's ranch had taught him some things. Oak's Arcanine had always been happy to let them play with the Growlithe pups. Ash pulled his attention back in time to see the police officer's shoulders sag. She crouched to check on the Growlithe, and returned them both to their pokeballs with a grimace. How did you even get down here? Abra drifted down to sit on Ash's shoulder, and he smiled. Abra. He heard fighting, and we wanted to help. She shook her head. You should have stayed away. It's too dangerous for a rookie trainer. She paused, and bit her lip. But, thanks. It would have been bad if you hadn't been here. Ash grinned. No problem. So, what do we do now? Her eyes hardened. Now, you take your team and get out of here. Sneasel hissed, and Golduck glared, and Ash gritted his teeth. But I can help. You saw us just now, my team can handle anything those idiots throw at us. There were only 2 of them, said Jenny in exasperation. And they weren't very good. They had to jump us to even have a chance. She shook her head. Thank you for your help, but I can't let you stay here. Go home. Ash had to clench his teeth hard to keep from saying something he shouldn't. He glanced at his Pokémon, saw the understanding in even Eevee's eyes, felt Abra's grudging agreement, and knew he couldn't go anywhere. Team Rocket hurt people, and Ash couldn't let that happen. Convincing this officer Jenny of that might be a bit more tricky. Ash much preferred action to persuasion, but something about her made him pause. It couldn't be normal for trainees to go on major raids like this. She must have really wanted to be here. Okay, he said slowly. But what about you? What if there are more of them around? There was an obvious answer. Abra could easily take both of them back to the police station, but there was something about the set of her jaw that made Ash take the chance. She didn't want to leave any more than he did. Sure enough, Jenny's eyes flicked past him, and she gritted her teeth. I'll escort you back, she said. She looked over his team, and sighed. If we come across any rockets, feel free to defend yourselves, but that's all we're doing. Understood? Ash nodded, and only barely managed to keep his grin under control. Jenny pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm so gonna regret this. She turned to the rest of the Pokémon. Stay close, everyone. Abra, do you mind keeping a lookout for anyone? He's fine with that, Ash reported, when Abra agreed. He paused, and glanced at Golduck. Can you help with that too? He wasn't too surprised when she shook her head. She had power, but her abilities were very different to Abra's. She did move to cover Sneasel's blind side though, and Eevee and Rosalia pressed close around Ash's ankles, and Jenny nodded. All right, let's go. Everyone keep quiet, and stay alert. Ash's heart was racing as he followed Jenny through the corridors, but not with fear. His friends could handle anything. No, this was the most exciting thing that had happened since he left home, and he was loving every second of it. There are 2 rockets down that corridor to the left. No Pokémon. And stop enjoying this so much. Ash ignored the second part, and turned to Jenny. Abra says there are 2 more around the corner, but they don't have Pokémon out. Jenny chewed on her lip for a moment, then nodded to herself. Right. We have to go that way to get back, but we have the element of surprise. She looked at Abra. Can you incapacitate them long enough for Rosalia to put them to sleep? Abra nodded, and Rosalia chirped acknowledgement. Jenny shot a quick glance around the corridor, then waved Ash forward. Ash felt Abra take a deep breath, and sent a fierce pulse of all the trust and confidence he had in his first partner, and Abra relaxed a little. All right. Let's go. Ash nodded and stepped out into the corridor. The 2 rockets were facing away from him, and neither had time to react before Abra raised his claws. Psychic energy enveloped them, then Rosalia sprang forward and sprayed a cloud of sleep powder that sent both gangsters crumpling to the ground. Yes. Ash cheered. Great work, guys. I told you to keep your voice down, Jenny hissed, but even she was smiling. Well done, both of you. Rosalia bounced back to Ash and hopped into his arms, and Ash gave her a very careful hug. You were awesome. A familiar weight appeared on his shoulder, and he reached up to pat Abra's back. Thank you both. Can we get out of here now? Abra asked, but his words were tinged with a satisfaction that he couldn't completely hide. Yeah, okay, said Ash. Which way now? First left, and then the second right, said Jenny. But let's not get careless now. There are a lot of them. We'll be fine, said Ash. He had awesome Pokémon and none of the rockets had been any threat so far, and there was no way any of them were going to beat him. They were gonna be fine. That confidence lasted for as long as it took to round the next corner and come to face with a Tyranitar. Ash stumbled back with a yelp. Abra. It's a dark type, how was I supposed to know it was there? Abra snapped. And it doesn't matter now, run. Get us out of here, Abra, Jenny snapped at the same time. She had moved in front of Ash, and glared at the rockets surrounding the Tyranitar. Now. Abra raised himself into the air and Ash felt him summon his power, but even as the air grew heavy there was a sudden flash of purple-gray and Abra screamed. Abra! Ash lunged forward in time to catch his friend before he hit the floor. The Haunter laughed at him, claws still glowing with the energy that had disrupted Abra's psychic abilities, and Ash scrambled back. Sneasel! Sneasel leapt forward with her own claws outstretched, but the Tyranitar roared and stamped its foot and rocks erupted from the floor. They smashed into her and sent her flying, and Ash cried out. Golduck, Rosalia, cover her. Eevee, use Shadow Ball. But the Haunter was back, bombarding Golduck with Shadow Ball of its own, and Tyranitar sent Rosalia and Eevee flying with a sweep of an iron tail, and they both fixed Ash with glowing eyes, and Ash stood frozen with terror and had absolutely no idea what to do. They were surrounded. Jenny had been cornered by an Arbok, and the Tyranitar and Haunter were bearing down on him, and his Pokémon were hurt and unable to fight, and Abra's steady presence was nowhere to be found, and there was nothing Ash could do. He had failed. He had got his friends hurt. He was going to get them all killed. This was all his fault. Haunter looked over him, Fang's smile gleaming, and Ash gripped Abra tight and shielded him as best he could. If he was going down, it would be with his Pokémon. Then a cool clear voice cut through the chaos. Petal Blizzard. A storm of brilliant pink petals slammed into the Tyranitar and sent it crashing to the floor. Ash watched in astonishment as a Pokémon that kind of looked like a larger Rosalia stepped into sight and made sure the Tyranitar stayed down with a blazing ball of green energy. Whoa! Then the Pokémon's trainer stepped through the smoke, a graceful woman dressed in a perfect green and white kimono, and Ash's jaw dropped. Gym Leader Erica. Erica's eyes flicked to him, but then Haunter appeared out of nowhere behind the strange grass type. Ash cried out a warning, but at the same instant a blast of focused psychic energy sent Haunter flying. An Executor waddled forward with a satisfied grunt, and past it Ash saw a Vileplume and a Gloom standing over the Arbok that had been threatening Jenny. The Rockets clearly hadn't expected such an assault. One tried to flee, but Gloom let loose a stench that had Ash gagging from the far end of the corridor, and a Tangrowth finished the job by spraying the lot with Stun Spore, and then wrapping them in blue vines for good measure. Ash had stopped paying attention by then. Abra stirred weakly in his arms, and relief left Ash dizzy. "Are you okay?" "Ow," Abra whispered. "Sleeping now." He paused. "Others?" Ash paled and scrambled to check. Rosalia and Eevee were scared out of their minds but more or less all right, and Ash returned them to their ball with profuse apologies. Golduck was out cold though, and didn't stir when Ash touched her cool skin. Sneasel wasn't any better off, and Ash's heart skipped a beat. "Golduck? Sneasel? Are you? Please be okay. Let me see." Ash spun round. "Leader Erica." The woman inclined her head, but her eyes were fixed on his unconscious Pokémon. She knelt with fluid grace, and looked closely at Golduck. "Roserade, could you assist us, please?" The Pokémon Ash hadn't recognized, a Roserade apparently, glided over with an obliging chirp. They took one look at Golduck and Sneasel and frowned, then produced a glittering pink mist. Breathing it in lifted Ash's spirits, and Abra seemed to relax a little in his arms, but its effect on his two battered friends was even more pronounced. Their breathing deepened, and Erica relaxed a touch. "Return them to their Pokeballs while I find you transport to the Pokémon Center." Abra too. "Thank you," Ash said. Thank you." Erica inclined her head, but the look she gave him was stern. "Remain there until I join you. We need to talk." Ash swallowed hard. He could guess where that conversation was going to go, but it was hard to argue when his friends were hurt. He returned his friends while Erica spoke to the rest of the officers, and a moment later one of them walked over and released a Kadabra. "Kadabra here will take you to the Pokémon Center. Have you traveled by teleport before?" "Yeah," said Ash. "I have an Abra." "All right then." She nodded to Kadabra, then there was the very familiar sensation of a successful teleport. It felt different to Abra's, a little smoother perhaps, but while Ash would normally have been excited by the chance to learn more about his friend's evolved form, he was too worried to do more than say a quick thank you before running to Nurse Joy. "Please, you've gotta help, my Pokémon are hurt." "Calm down," said Nurse Joy. "Give them to me, and tell me what happened." Ash opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. He was the one who had got in over his head, and got all his friends hurt. He pulled his Pokeballs out with shaking hands, and dropped them into the tray Chansey held out for him. Team Rocket." Nurse Joy's eyes narrowed, and she nodded. "We'll take good care of them." Chansey chirped agreement, and the two of them hurried back to the treatment area. Ash stood staring after them, until a wave of dizziness crashed over him. He had nearly died. His Pokémon had nearly died. Ash barely made it to the nearest chair before his knees buckled. His chest was tight and he couldn't catch his breath, and he buried his head in his hands. He had run into danger and his Pokémon had been hurt, and it was his fault. He hadn't thought, he hadn't cared, he had just jumped in and he had been so stupid. He was a terrible trainer and his friends deserved better. How long he sat there he didn't know, but just as the panic started to become overwhelming, a gentle soothing scent surrounded him and a hand rested on his back. "Breathe, Ash." Ash sked in a desperate breath, and the familiar scent of an aromatherapy steadied his racing heart. Soft petals brushed against his arm, and Ash opened his eyes to find a Vileplume peering up him. He took another deep breath. "Thanks," he whispered. The Vileplume chirped, and Ash turned to the person sitting next to him. "Thank you too." Erica inclined her head. Her grim expression had softened a little, but Ash wasn't going to forget her earlier anger. Not that he could blame her for it. He was angry with himself too. "How are your Pokémon?" Ash wrapped his arms around himself. They're with Chansey and Nurse Joy, but they're really hurt. I don't. His voice trailed off. He had idea how long his panic attack had lasted, but Nurse Joy would have said something if his friends were healed. Erica hummed, and Vileplume patted his knee, and Ash sked in another breath. Thank you. If you hadn't been there. You're quite welcome, said Erica. But I must ask why you were there at all. Ash swallowed. At the time jumping in to help had seemed like the obvious thing to do, but now, sitting in Pokémon Center with a disapproving gym leader waiting for an explanation, it just sounded like a really, really stupid idea. I've spoken to Cadet Jenny, she said, when Ash didn't reply immediately. She told me that your Abra sensed the conflict, and that you wanted to help, but while I appreciate your feelings you must understand that these people are dangerous. It was foolish and irresponsible to enter a police operation, and you and your partners were very lucky not to be killed. Ash's cheeks burned, and he slumped back in his chair and wished the ground would swallow him whole. I know, he mumbled. I just wanted to help. Erica held his gaze for a moment longer, then the steel in her eyes finally softened. I understand, she said gently. And it's a fine thing to want to help others, but you must remember that charging headfirst into danger won't do anyone any good. She touched his shoulder for a moment, before standing. Your Pokémon trust you, Ash. They must do, to have fought so hard for you, but you are responsible for them. You need to be more careful. I will, Ash promised. And we'll get stronger, and they won't ever get hurt like that ever again. He had been careless and stupid and his friends had been hurt. He would never let it happen again. Erica inclined her head. We shall see. Ash nodded. He still hated Team Rocket, hated them more than ever now, but charging in without thinking was the wrong way to go about it. He had to be smarter as well stronger. Something of his thoughts must have shown on his face, for Erica, for the first time, gave him a small smile. Cadet Jenny also told me that you saved her from 2 rockets, she said, more gently this time. You still need to learn to assess a situation more carefully, but I appreciate that if you hadn't acted as you did we might be grieving now. Pride flooded Ash's body. Erica clasped her hands and gave him a slight bow. Your Pokémon are strong and well-trained, and that they trust you is the highest commendation of all. You have potential. Learn from today, and I think you will go far. She started to turn away, then paused and looked back. You are taking the gym challenge, yes. I look forward to battling you. Ash gaped at her. Erica nodded again, and glided from the Pokémon Center with that same effortless grace, and Ash sat back in his chair. Guilt still burned in his chest, and he was desperate to talk to his friends and apologize, but Erica's words had steadied him. His Pokémon had gotten stronger. Now it was his turn to grow up. He would never let his Pokémon down again.